up this fog thing.
I'm telling you, go down the rabbit hole. We're all in it. You might as well. Nah, it's weird because everybody got sick and we're like, ah, oh, damn, the fog monster got us all at the same time. Jeez.
Oh, monster. I put in magic and it brought up something else.
Create another rabbit hole to go down. Fog magic.
Google is telling me that it's a New England style IPA. Fog monster.
Maybe this whole thing was a rollout. Some hella marketing right there, yo.
The first like few things that pop up for me. The algorithm doesn't have me over here, I guess.
Get rid of some of these.
By the way, Dbloc, is there a way to turn me down for the YouTube stream somehow?
You're loud. Hold on.
Multiple people have told me that I'm like super loud. I'm just using my phone mic, so I don't know if it's because of my phone or.
All right, give it a shot there.
Well, I wouldn't know, but hopefully everyone else can say if I'm quieter.
Mike said stop screaming at him.
Oh my God. Mike.
Other Mike here. Why are you screaming at mics? What's wrong with you, girl?
I don't know, yo.
Listen, they
It's
probably
not the same.
deserved it.
It's just changed. It's super aggressive now. These Sui people got her all aggressive and shit.
Oh, that's why.
That's funny. The like new Sui people, I don't even talk to any of them. And I'm looking at Deck Screener and like looking at the new top 10, and I don't recognize any of these projects. And I'm wondering, like, dang, some of these finally hit like 23 million market cap or whatever. And it's so weird for me to see that because I remember the first two coins that were able to make 1 million market cap, and now I'm looking at them and I don't recognize any of the projects that are claiming these market caps with liquidity, but I blame it on
chances
myself.
are they're not Sui people either, right? Once
Yeah,
things
I'm
starts to
thinking
get hot, they come from ETH, they
bridge.
come from Sol.
Mm-hmm.
They come try all the games that they already did in the other blockchains and can't get away with anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, I just stick to my deep now. I don't even mess with any of that stuff because I don't want to lose any of my Sui.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what I did, Dbloc? I remember how I was saying I missed that dip because I bought too early.
Yeah.
What I did though was I had swapped it for deep when I bought back into Sui, and so deep actually held its value while Sui was melting.
Oh, that's nice.
And so what I did was swap deep for Sui when it dipped to like 455, and then I actually got like 300 more Sui doing that. So.
Are you playing the pairs? Like, are you watching the deep Sui pair instead of the deep
I'm not
USD pair?
watching. No.
That'll let you know when that's gonna happen.
Oh.
Right. If deep Sui is breaking out, even if Sui's going down, it's gonna outperform, right? Because on the pair.
No, I didn't even know that there was a chart I could look at that had that, like the BTC pairs that we look at sometimes.
Exactly. I'll check to make sure. Let me.
Oh, okay.
Deep Sui. Oh.
Maybe click crypto on that.
Let me see what deep chart. Yeah. USDT. Nah, maybe they don't have.
Yeah, but like click crypto, does that help you at all at the top there?
Nah, it'll show all of it. It's on all, so
Oh,
it'll
okay,
show
okay.
all of them. I mean, it'll boil it down for me a little bit, but I guess there isn't a sweep here. It's interesting. I don't know why somebody hasn't made that chart yet. I'll make it. Let me see if I can make it on my own. Let's see if we can trick.
Oh, what?
Let's see if we can trick deep divided by Sui. Let's go.
What?
All right. So
Oh.
yeah, you can put
I didn't know that.
yeah, you
Divided
can
by
literally
3.
do math. You can do deep divided by Sui plus stables minus top 10.
Oh, I didn't know that. You could write formulas in
Yep.
there.
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Well, you see the outperformance anyways in the last 3 days, right? So that makes sense. If you were in deep during the last 3 days, you did better than Sui on the drop, right? Less of a drop. These gaps obviously are when Sui goes parabolic. But gaps fill. Simple downtrend right here. So that's your deep versus Sui. This thing is going down, you want to be in Sui. If this thing is going up, you want to be in deep.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to study this one. Thank you.
Welcome. Yeah, you can do deep USD, Sui USD too for dominant. But yeah, you can do full like formulas on. Like you can do BTC minus USDT minus USDC divided by ETH.
I didn't know that you had to press like enter. I thought if it wasn't on that list that it just like you couldn't look at it.
Nah, you
So all
can
you have to
make
do is
it.
press
You
enter.
can make it the chart.
Okay. This
What
is
they
awesome.
do is that they don't have it listed and they don't have it sitting there where you can just click. But if you know what you're looking for, yeah, because one of them's comparing it against each other's USD price, and the other one's comparing deep versus Sui value. Right. So if we go If we go deep USDT divided by SUI USDT. Right, and dollar value and nominal value is a big difference. But if you notice here, it shows that we're retracing, right? Deep USDTs are tracing against SUI USDT during the last day, but it's been outperforming. Those weird situations like happened in Bitcoin when we first started trading Bitcoin pairs, where you could be up in your USD pair and you could be down on your against your Bitcoin. I'll give you an example. Look. I've learned how to spell. And you're not gonna go. When comparing two higher market cap coins, they're gonna be identical, right? Because of how close they are. But if you do excuse me. Yeah, yeah. The Oracle has a big deal to do with it. Funny because you could go right on Pith oracles on some of these too. A lot of these pairs have Pith charts with sort of faster updates.
Yo, Dbloc, what's going on?
What's going on, bro?
Chilling.
In and out.
Yeah, I feel you. When altcoin season.
Not today.
Man, I hope it should be coming soon, within probably this month or so.
Yeah, I mean, we had some decent numbers today, which basically ended up being bad for us, but great for the economy.
Yeah.
It's got me thinking our ATH is probably pushed a little bit further into March. I mean, into February.
Yeah.
Just by a couple weeks, maybe. We'll see. Depends on how quick we can shift the sentiment here.
Yeah, and then you got Trump coming in like 2 weeks, less than 2 weeks.
Yeah, once we get inauguration out of the way, things should start to level out.
And you get nutty. Have you been in any new plays, or are you just stacking your old bags, or just?
I've been
hitting it
playing
up?
around with like AI agents and stuff, just bubbling some dry powder while all of this finds its floors.
Any memes you into lately?
Nah, not particularly. AI agents are sort of taking that whole vibe over.
Yeah, I feel you. Have you heard about a coin called Butthole?
Yeah. Yeah, the guys were talking about it last week.
No way. Bro, man. I don't even know. I really think that could be like the next Spark coin, to be honest.
Well, that's what they're trying to do, right? It's got the same,
Yeah.
they've got the same UI, they've got the same sort of aesthetic to it. It's like a fart coin derivative in a way, like Pepe
Yeah,
and
pretty much.
Baby Pepe or something, you know?
They're saying the dev might actually be kind of the same or something. I don't even know. It's just like literally 10 days old, and this thing's going like mental, bro.
Yeah.
It actually had a huge correction today, but like the chart still looks nice. I don't know. I'm pretty heavy in it, not gonna lie, but hoping it can get back up there. I think it will.
You might want to look at all of the wallets that are holding on that.
Yeah, there's actually
There's
big
a
whales in there.
spinoff called Stink Coin or something. It was like I think it was called Stink, and it was I just farted or something, and it ended up being a rug pull.
There's a poop
And-
coin now too. We're going down the shit narrative, guys. I don't know how else to say this.
Yeah, literally.
But we're going down the shit narrative with this.
There's ass coin, rectum coin, colon coin.
Yeah. That's just people trying to cash in on the success.
The narrative.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the memes.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Those moves are probably over. Gotta find the next one.
Are you by your computer though, Dbloc?
Yeah.
Can you pull up the butthole chart? Tell me what you think about it. You think it's gonna drop any lower?
I'll take a look at butthole for you, even though it's against my better judgment.
Appreciate it.
All right, let's take a deep dive into butthole. Pause.
Damn, that's a nice looking chart though. And it's funny because if you pull up the fart coin chart, it's literally identical.
Yeah,
Same.
we were looking at this yesterday. We were watching this double top. That 116 was what we were calling for to be the top. So far so good. SR flip would bring you down to.
It dropped to about 45 today.
Yeah, I saw that.
Kind of made like a double bottom.
It's not horrible. You're right at support. You could come down a little bit lower, but I don't mind that at all. Hold on, actually, let's get rid of this. Let's go straight lines. More accurate here. right? You've held up where you wanted to
Yeah.
so far. So that's sign one. Do you want to draw your downtrend? So you know what the play is here, right?
Yeah, I gotta break that line.
Yeah. Accumulated support. Have your stops underneath, or at least a mental stop. Because if you come down underneath this, chances are you're coming down to this level. You'd be coming down to this next support, right? That's 24 mil. So you're giving up 20 mil market cap between those two ranges.
Mm-hmm.
But
And what time frame is this on?
I'm on the hour.
Oh, okay, perfect.
So yeah, as long as maybe you
We'll
get
see what it
another
does
trip down,
by
another
tonight.
attempt to pick up low, but on this break
Yeah.
is where you should really see action. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
27,000
what's the
holders. It's not bad. Hold on, let me check. Let's see what kind of issues we have here. Unrealized profit, 2 million in unrealized. Okay. This is what was sketchy that we were looking at last time. Top 5 holders have over $1 million in unrealized gains, and there's only $1.9 million in locked liquidity. Which means you've got a handful of guys here that can shit on this chart if they wanted to. If they wanted to, right? This guy's already sold 84K. This guy already made $500,000. This guy made over $500,000. So they're eating.
You know who Altcoin Gordon is?
Nah, the name doesn't ring a bell.
Twitter. Okay, he's like a big KOL on Twitter. 600K followers. He's been shilling this like crazy every day. He got in at 100K, and he's like, I'm not selling.
This guy
like
here just played the tops. This guy at 1.6 million. Oof, this guy I'm worried about. Number 2 on the list I'm worried about.
That could possibly be him, you never know.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair,
Or
it
would
does
it be an
say
exchanges?
something. No, not this one. It does say something that he didn't sell these tops.
Yeah.
That's respectable
he's
because
been
he's
saying
well in the profit. He could have literally peeled some off there.
Yeah,
You
he
get
said he got
multiple.
in at 100K.
Yeah, you get a multiple wallets. So
Yeah, for sure. This is just one of them.
What are you personally thinking? Like, you think this can break its all-time high?
64 million market cap. It's still
Just off
buzzing on
DD and, like,
narrative.
hype.
Yeah,
And the
I
volume is
mean,
crazy.
I don't think it's
Yeah, no
unheard
major
of.
listings either.
What was it? It was at 135, 134 mil market cap.
Nice retracement though, all the way down.
Very clean double top.
How much percent is
off of that range too? Like,
yeah, what's the percentage on that drop?
No, it was at 130 and it came down.
Like 45?
Yeah, it's 145. So
Came down like almost 80, 90 mil.
64, 65%.
Damn.
Where we're at right now, though, it's a 50% drop.
Yeah, that's
The
crazy.
problem is, like I said, right, looking at this guy, this is why I watch these holders. Because you got to think worst case scenario sometimes. So let's say our guy right here with 1.6 mil. We saw his orders, right? If we start to break structure here and this goes left, this guy's not going to take a L.
Yeah,
And he bought through all of these peaks, all of these dips, all of these peaks. He accumulated all of this. So this green line right here, let's make this red. That's
I'm
where
surprised he didn't sell at the top though.
Me too, honestly. Yeah, he probably is too. You probably don't want to be around this guy today. Not too happy today.
Yeah. And then if you compare this to the Farcoin chart, it's literally the same thing. Like Farcoin did the same drop, exact same drop, and then it went to a Billy. I mean,
Who's loud? Hurricane me?
But yeah, thanks Dbloc. Appreciate that.
No, you're good, bro. Just be careful.
Yeah, I think if anything, like
Just remember that, like,
buy lower.
these narratives are running. They're doing great. Everybody's making tons of money over there, right? But just look at what happened on the market here. So just think of it from the perspective of everybody's favorite coins got cheaper. So people are going to want to buy these dips. They're going to need money to buy the dips with.
Yeah,
you know, chances are they're probably going to take whatever's been running the hardest, peel some off, and then get into some longer term positions.
Yeah, that's true too.
You mean back to Bitcoin? Interesting.
You know how these memes go? These meme guys, they consider themselves like such degens, and it's true, they are. But at the top levels, that's all coming back to Bitcoin and ETH and Sol. And
What's up, everybody?
What's going on, Zusi?
I almost forgot I had a red. They were angry over there. Looking at price action.
That's funny. So we saw Asia end yesterday, right? We saw UK attempt to get over their 50 and fail twice.
Well, Elon is trying to make UK bankrupt officially, no? So I guess makes sense.
Not the enemy you want. I mean Elon, not the UK.
Elon sold. We know he sold 30K. He's out of the game. I wouldn't trust too much what he says on crypto. Now it's about Wall Street. Wall Street has more money than Elon as a collective. He's just an individual in the end, no? But now he has access to power, political power, to grow his bags even more. Oh, hopefully he leaves crypto alone.
Elon is as close to U.S. president as you can get being a foreign-born.
Yeah, but now that he has political responsibility, he can't manipulate price as he used to. I mean, I don't think you're gonna hear Elon tweet about Doge or anything like that anymore. I mean, I hope.
Ah, you got your buddy Trump giving you a pass. You should be able to do whatever you want right now.
No.
And you weren't voted in, so there's no mandate, right? You don't owe anything to the American people, really. You're just here to advise the president. You know how I feel about that relationship, though, right? I don't think that's going to make it 4 years.
About buying Doge? Like, we're gonna have Elon advise politicians to buy Doge?
Huh? No.
Well,
I didn't say
he
that.
named the Department of Government Efficiency. He named it Doge, so he really doesn't have to tweet anymore. Like,
yeah, we're just gonna hear about it every day, right?
exactly. Like he's, you know.
What we need
that
is
was
to
his
get
plan.
Trump to actually call the office Doge. Just get lazy, Trump. You know you don't want to say that whole set. Just it's very simple, Doge. The Doge office. Say it.
But there's gonna be bearish news coming from the Doge office too, right? So
Oh, people are getting axed, bro. They're gonna fire so many people out of that office. Because, you know, it's about cutting the excess, right? So they're going to go through every department and they're going to find everybody that's sitting there eating shit, not doing nothing. Everybody that can be replaced by AI. Everybody spending $500 per staple. All the shit they've been getting away with for the longest, bro. just raping the budget and using it to buy overpriced shit from people who have contracts that are your buddies that you got in there.
It's really a horrible world. Powell did his best to make people go unemployed by, with the rate hikes. Powell failed at breaking the labor market. So now we put Elon to power so that he actually fires people in order to have more unemployment so that they make more money.
Listen, we had great numbers today, and you saw what happened. So yeah, let's
Really, we had great numbers. Oh,
yeah. For the economy.
I felt more like nothing was happening.
For the economy is great. For the economy is amazing. For our bags, not so much.
Bitcoin did drop on the level, but
what's going
on?
on?
On the stock market, not much happened in the end.
No,
we filled the gap.
Just remember that the better the numbers get, the less chance that they're gonna have to or go very aggressive. I mean that they're gonna have to yeah. So
cutting rates is bearish anyway. So
you're the only one that
means
thinks
less
that.
It means less inflation. Right?
You're the only one that thinks
no housing crash.
The only one that thinks that. Everybody else is waiting for
I know. Elon agrees with me though. From what I saw in the chat, looks like he kind of agrees. On the long run, all things being equal. I mean, I don't know if that's a fake tweet or not, but he tweets, if dollar inflation is solved. And honestly, for the rate cuts, it means that there's no more inflation, right? Elon tweeted that if dollar inflation is solved, the price in dollars to buy cryptocurrency will drop. So for crypto, it's not really a good thing, no inflation.
It's not the goal of, it's the getting there that pumps our price, not the end goal that gets us there. You know what I mean? Killing inflation doesn't pump our price. But yeah. The moves that you have to make to get there are what give us the push that we need.
Overall, nobody really believes Powell is going to control inflation, or Trump or Elon. Yeah. Like, it's probably going to remain high for a decade. That's, I think, the most likely scenario. It's already been like 3 years now.
It's a capitalist society run off of fiat that's backed by the power of the military. How do you stop inflation?
Well,
Impossible.
For a decade, we had almost none. It was very little. It was 1% per year, 0.5%, whatever. Like, it was really low. So it's possible to have decades
and then
of
what
low
happened?
inflation. And then inflation came back and
swing too far right, swing too far left, swing too far right. But we like that volatility. That's how we eat, right? That's what we bank on.
And then he said, what matters is the ratio of dollars to crypto. Wow, that ratio is going up currently.
What he's trying to tell Trump is you need to start printing US dollars and turning them into Bitcoin expeditiously.
But Trump is all about the dollar. He's all about having a strong dollar. Why would he do that?
Yeah, but Bitcoin's a way to make the strong dollar. We're going to have to go on a Bitcoin standard, or we're going to have to go back on a gold standard. It's the only way to save the US dollar in the long run. So you can be pro Bitcoin and be pro dollar. It just depends on what use case you plan on giving to that Bitcoin. If that Bitcoin strategic reserve in 20 years ends up being what backs the US dollar, then it saves the dollar. It didn't ruin it, right?
There's another option. Infiltrate every other central bank. Make sure they print more than you do, and continue like this, all the way up to like 120 DXY. That would have saved the dollar for a while.
I said it with stables back in the day. Remember, I'm like, everybody thinks that stables are going to be a threat to the dollar when stables are really going to end up just giving the dollar a use case. What's the use case that we have for fiat right now? The main use case that we have, aside from paying bills or whatever, right? Turning them into stables and using them to transact on the blockchain. And now what did the stables do? Stables taking all their profits and using them to buy US debt. right? Further strengthening the dollar. Scoop said you can't buy drugs with stables. You need a better connect, brother. You need a Web3. You need a Web3 drug dealer.
What are we thinking about tomorrow? Isn't there like some important numbers coming out?
Yeah, we get more numbers coming out tomorrow. I'm still looking for midweek reversal popping in sometime. Asian session, UK tonight. US session tomorrow.
I thought there was no stock market tomorrow, though.
It's Thursday, right? They said there was a holiday
Yeah,
for,
tomorrow is
for the
Thursday, so
president.
it's already
Yeah.
the weekend. There might be a weekend range.
Well, we
here.
get the numbers though. I mean, we still get data tomorrow. Tomorrow,
Bitcoin is
When
going
is
to
the
be on its
inauguration?
own.
In like in a week, right?
Yeah, a bit more. 12 days.
yeah, Friday's unemployment. Let me hold on. Let me pull up the calendar. Today was, where are we? I've been dragging this whole week, between the cold meds. Yeah, so today we had our FOMC meetings, unemployment claims, non-farm
Minutes.
employment, right? Came under. Unemployment claims are good. Went from 214 to 201, forecasted 214. Number came in way under. So more jobs, right? More Americans employed. Problem is we don't like to hear that because that takes some pressure off of the Fed. Tomorrow we've got speakers, right? They'll be talking about the minutes. Schmid, Bowman, Harker. Nothing big though. And then Friday we have employment changes, unemployment rate, non-farm. Oh no, that's Canada. Non-farm unemployment and unemployment rate. And then next week, I believe on core PPI. Yeah, core PPI, CPI. Next week's gonna be a big week. Next week should
and
be
the inauguration
interesting.
the week after, right?
Yeah.
Monday? Yeah, on a Monday. Well, we have 12 days to go back up a bit. Yes, I am biased.
But no, that is a good point. We could see
What
this.
is your bias?
We could see this
Dbloc?
turn up. My bias is that we had a false move week beginning. We're on our 3-day downturn, and I'm setting up my positions to go into the Friday trap and see what we do for the weekend.
You think we pump into inauguration?
We're still a little bit away from inauguration. So it's going to be rough to call it. I think today's numbers might have, I've been saying I think we're in this range until inauguration. Where is it? I really need to clear up my charts, guys. I am walling out. Okay, yeah. This range here was what I was saying. Chances are we stay here. Or at least not to be surprised if we end up ranging here until inauguration. I do think that they kind of hit the brakes on us a little bit today. Which, like I said, is crazy because numbers good. If you're American, you should be happy. Economy's doing all right, but it just means that the pressure for the Fed to cut isn't as strong. And the way Powell was talking last time,
The stock market didn't dump today.
Mm-mm.
It closed the gap precisely, hold there, and went back up a bit and closed flat.
No, it
Not
affects.
much happened in
It
the stock
affects.
market, but crypto was launched downward.
It
and
affects crypto more because it's higher risk, right? So if you're in alts, you're waiting for alt season. It's more important to you that we get these cuts.
Well, crypto didn't change anything either. We couldn't make a lower low. So we couldn't make a lower low. Yeah. If we can't make a lower low, we kind of had to go back up, right?
You must not be looking at your alts if you think that it didn't take a hit today with that sentiment.
I just need ETH to finally do something, man.
None of them put a lower low here. So then, maybe it's
You
one
know,
of the
there are
levels that's
the
lost.
lower lows aren't the only bad thing. 10% drop is still bad. 15% drop is still bad, even if
Yeah,
it
but
isn't a
I mean,
lower low.
it's not like
He's like,
it's not
nobody
like we
died.
flipped.
Did anybody die?
No.
Did
My
any of
point
your
is, it's not
altcoins
like we flipped.
explode?
No, but we didn't slip support into resistance. Maybe we are gonna do that. By the way.
No, it's not. It's not
But
shifting anything long term for me, or I would be
yeah,
definitely singing a different tune. But we're talking about the effect that it has on sentiment and how long it takes to get that sentiment back.
2 green candles, it's over. I mean, yeah, you're right. Some alts dumped a lot, of course. You got Doge at 33 cents. It's all relative.
Yeah.
Is 33 cents cheap for Doge? I don't know. Maybe not.
Look, if we just
Don't
go
click.
back to denominating in seashells, we're all rich, right? So, like, why are we even tripping?
It's gonna depend what happens when markets are closed tomorrow. But if we hold 92.5, we hold 92.5. If you want to put symmetry back in the chart, we need to go back to the midpoint and say nothing happened. Because yeah, nothing happened on the stock market. Why would you sell more Bitcoin? It's too risky to hold Bitcoin now. Okay.
Yeah, I'll look at XRP.
I think that 97.5 is the answer. If Bitcoin rises back there, then well, we're back even. Pump too much, dump too much, while achieving nothing.
Wasn't the XRP chart I was looking for. Give me a second. I'll find my other chart. Give me a second. It was not here either. Where the hell was I? Yeah, I'm looking for my other XRP chart because I had this all mapped out already. And I can't remember where I put it. Deep. XY, SPX. What's this? Bro, what? You're not even playing. Too many tabs, yeah. Way too many tabs. Remember, I've been sick for like a week, so I haven't done any of the like. I haven't done any of the sort of cleanup that I usually do. I basically know where everything is at, unless I really like start to need something specific, and then it all goes to shit, honestly. This isn't it either, yo. Just bear with me, y'all. Now it's a thing. Right now, I have to find it.
Why is XRP? Oh, but why is it so high still then?
I think this was it. This is the spider line chart. All right, this is a decent chart. This isn't the one I was looking for, though, still.
So hey, Dbloc, risk off Bitcoin, but go in XRP. That's what happened today.
No, I'm being asked to look at XRP, so I'm looking. But yeah, it's up 3%, 2.4%.
Yeah, but that's what happened today. You can say people, de-risked on Bitcoin because it dropped. Structure-wise, Bitcoin went to $2 today.
Yeah.
And it found support at $2 and is trying to bounce back up a bit weakly, but it's doing okay, I guess. But XRP, no, it didn't get close to $2. It didn't even break golden pocket. It didn't even break the 50% of its pump. So it's a bit, well, not really a buy opportunity, right?
Nah, you're a point of control here, though.
I wouldn't say it's a sell opportunity either, though, but...
Nah, you're basically in the middle of the range. That's why I'm trying to find the other XRP chart, because I was looking at some potential drop. Just the area of concern that I had marked out, but...
Maybe you made a new all-time high on the Bitcoin pair today on XRP. Like it's possible. Yeah, just looking at price, you're probably not too far from a double top on the Bitcoin pair. That could be interesting to trade. I'll check. No, it's not an all-time high, but almost. It's a local high. At golden. Huh. Yeah, that 2,500 satoshis per XRP.
What's it up on the BTC pair today?
In percentage, you mean?
Yeah.
On the daily? 5.4%.
Oh boy, the flipping incoming.
Yeah, they're flipping Bitcoin by 5% today. Yeah. So XRP is one of the big alts. This should have helped dominance not pump too much. Eve gave up though. Actually, it didn't fully give up either, but I guess other alts gave up, no? Because XRP did not contribute to dominance going up.
Yeah. All right, this is the chart we were looking at while everything was pumping on XRP. Cleared this vector gap, so we can get rid of that. Still got that vector gap to contend with up there. Filled the majority of that danger zone that we were looking at, right? This is the vectors that we left on the way down. This area always needed to be filled. Broke down trend on the 4 hour. You want to hold. It doesn't look bad here. As long as you can hold this SR flip, and we already touched off of it. Right? You can hold that SR flip, turn that resistance into support, push away, then you can finish this move. The measured move for that symmetrical would be But this is not, we're on a 4 hour chart, right? This is not a today, tomorrow thing, just to be clear. BTC moving, you said?
Still less green than red. Damn it. Damn, when I don't speak loud, Mike doesn't pick it up. It smells Adam and Eve.
Yeah, I could see that.
But the Eve at Golden would have been a bit more beautiful, though. I mean, the other option is to go break 90k. Or... well, 92.5 first.
Well, everybody knows where my head's at. I'm on midweek reversal watch, and I will be swinging.
Is there any reversal pattern? Because I bought the dip without any.
No, not yet.
But
not yet.
I'd like to see one now.
Yeah, you and me both.
With XRP at 5% today in Bitcoin, doesn't it make a bit sense to, like, you know, like, I want to sound altcoin bearish, but doesn't it make a little bit of sense to, like, I don't know, maybe sell like 10% of your XRP to actually buy Bitcoin?
Depends on what the final goal is, yeah. I have a feeling that a lot of XRP guys' final goal is just more XRP though.
If it breaks 2,500 satoshis, you have another resistance at 2,800. So, well, you have 2,600 and then 2,800. Yeah, but like maybe it's too early to do that. But eventually, that's going to be a good move. And having that opportunity on a dumping day, kind of a bit
Not
of
very
a present.
common.
Yeah, it's a bit of a present.
Like you got to raise at work, and then the grocery store tells you all the food is cheaper today.
It's not only XRP though. I mean, to be fair,
No, there's a couple.
it's not that. Yeah, there's a couple like not Solana, but there's a couple. Yeah. Probably Sui.
Some really like big hits though. Double-digit hits across a couple of.
Well, sustained 10% down for 48 hours, right? That's even more painful than just a big dump. Well, maybe we'll get a third 10% red day.
I know my natural gas is up 6% though.
Oh, nice.
Natty. Old Widowmaker.
I read an article about energy usage for AI, and it seems like people are betting up on energy companies because they think AI is going to need energy.
Need to be betting on computational space, storage.
Yeah, but if you don't have energy to do all that, I guess you're not going to do it. I could see the government having to prioritize energy usage and just ban its usage for AI. Huh. It's gonna be fun. Imagine you have the choice between heating your house or having AI. What are you gonna choose? You're gonna have people protesting in the streets that energy is too costly because it's being used for AI.
I have a question, and I know I could probably just Google this, but I got you guys here, so somebody's got to know the answer to this. Our dams in the U.S. are like hydroelectric plants. Those aren't government run, right? They're privately run.
I think the government financed them, but they probably privatized.
That's what I mean. So the government isn't producing any energy. I'm just running it forward. You know, I'm looking at countries that do produce their own energy and how they're putting percentages of it to mine Bitcoin.
So not exactly. I believe the federal government does not. However, there are state governments that do. Certain dams, I think, were actually federal projects. However, I believe it's like the metro where they do it's the government contracts a private company to build or to run it, and they get a kickback, or they provide a service. They have to provide that service, but they also get like a government stimulus or what's it called?
Subsidy?
But they get a government check, government funded.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. But that's interesting. So there could be some states that are in position to leverage some of that power that they're creating to mine Bitcoin if they open Bitcoin strategic reserves. Sort of where I was like leaning towards.
So I think while it is a thing, also the states where that's like, I know Texas is one of them, and Texas had its it's fairly good 90% of the time, but when they had that big storm, it went down, and then it's a state issue, and it's like that is a whole other can of worms, you know, and that may actually prevent the states that have the ability to do so from doing so.
That makes sense. Yeah, not wanting to risk not having that surplus.
I
or what?
believe see, I'm not exactly sure how it works in Canada, but I know Canada was pretty for a while. I don't know if it still is, but was pretty open to adopting crypto mining as like local industry. I believe now they're trying to push a lot of them out because of the energy costs. But so it's kind of one of those things you like. That metric changes regularly and is affected by so many things. So someone somewhere will figure out the benefit of it and make it happen. And I think eventually, no matter what, as we get closer to the last Bitcoin or the last mineable Bitcoin, we will see more nation states pick it up because it makes sense for them to control it at that point, especially when we get into the realm of like higher crypto fees, you know, where the crypto fees cost what a Bitcoin costs today. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or the gas fees. But also, by that time, the government may be mismanaged to a point where private entities are the ones that are able to take it over anyways. So, who knows?
No, that's never the case. Private entities are allowed by a government. They can nationalize stuff. If it bothers you to have private companies doing energy, you can just make a law saying all energy companies are now owned by the government, and you buy them back. So
How very French
private.
of you.
No, but it's how it works.
Yeah, no, I know.
Like imagine a defense company is going bankrupt. You're just gonna feed it money so it doesn't go bankrupt because it's of national, interest.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
So
And hey, man,
so it's the same for energy. It's national interest stuff. You're not gonna
you
let.
have to remember the French killed their leaders when they were corrupt.
Yeah, they don't play around.
Mhm.
That's
No,
why I
but-
laugh when I say, whenever we say there's a protest, Zusi's like, protest? You call that a protest?
Yeah, their 4th of July is about cutting a dude's head off. It's pretty a field day. I used to work in.
I think the interesting question is, imagine you're at the government, and so you have all these private companies producing energy, but in the end, you do the sum, right? Like exactly. I don't know. You have like 20 terawatts of energy available in America, let's say, and then you want to incentivize some sectors to use it, right? So you give. That's what
Tax
Elon wants to bring
credits,
down, right? He wants to, subsidies, tax cut, and Elon wants to delete them all, right? But they've been doing that for years. So they give a tax cut to some companies because they use a lot of energy, and it's like if you want to melt iron, it's very energy intensive. If you want to produce cement, so these companies get tax cuts. Other companies get money to just build more plants, and sometimes they push green energy, sometimes they push nuclear, sometimes they push coal, oil. Like in the end, we push everything because we just need energy. We consume more and more energy. We need more and more of everything. And I think the interesting question for the coming decade is, what are they going to push? Are they really going to push AI? Are they going to push crypto mining? Crypto mining is already like 5% of global energy usage or some crazy number like that. So, and it's in competition with AI. And NVIDIA obviously, well, we found the solution with proof of stake.
I think we've got to stop thinking we got to stop thinking of AI as its own industry.
Well, it's competition in the energy sector. Right?
It's
Like, so do you want to
everything.
use energy to melt iron to produce cars, or do you want to use it for AI?
Yeah,
You can't
but
do
AI
both.
is also going to be what finds all our inefficiencies in how we produce energy. AI eventually will be what ends up developing an energy source that we haven't even thought of, or ways to use natural resources we have that we haven't even.
Yeah.
Plus, from
afraid
the perspective of a nation state, like AI presents both a potential weaponization, which makes it all the more important to race to be the first to have it on a usable, accessible level. Plus, whoever's creates the best AI first that gets mainstream international adoption has lucrative opportunities to sell it to other nation states. And I'm there's all of that plus, increasing efficiency, reducing the amount of federal jobs, like that's streamlining infrastructure, right? And logistics that's where it's gonna really come into play. But the thing about like AI, and I think this discussion in general, is all of this may be subsidized and contracted by the government through private contractors. The thing is, I think there will be more wariness after you like look at tech, right? Big tech in the United States are able to pretty much do whatever they want. Not completely, not entirely. They get sued all the time, sure, and they, have to pay the government money, but like that's as much as the government really gets out of them. And a little bit of collaboration when it comes to certain things. Like they will get that, okay, if we need to know about X, Y, and Z, or be able to, request these things for court and so on and so forth. In the case of dealing with dangerous criminals and criminal organizations. However, I think the realm of tech is not as or has enough pieces and parts that are not as patriotic in terms of policy, right, as other industries. And so I think there will also be resistance to it because
Excuse me.
it's like when you give tax cuts to Jeff Bezos and then he goes and builds a headquarters and uses that money for whatever the fuck he wants and uses that money to actually manipulate and manipulate government, right? So they want it to happen, but I think there will be analysis based on like if it's not absolutely necessary, they probably don't want to make more people that have more power than them in many cases, right? Depending on the government, of course. I mean, all that being said, like it depends on how much your nation state is interested in, or has power over the collective, right, over the state, and is able to flex and utilize that power in the public eye, right? But I think AI will be like there's no doubt in my mind that the government's already working with any number of tech companies and government contractors to develop AI behind the scenes that we don't even know about.
Of course.
And
Large
and
language
also,
model isn't anything new to the government.
right, and really, like you look at like Microsoft and Google's AI, like a lot of that is actually really just about scanning and it's machine learning using massive data sets that have I mean probably more information than the NSA, right? So they're getting snapshots of your computer screen every so often, sending that to a database somewhere, using that database to then improve retail and marketing. And I'm sure that I'm sure that there are companies that are very likely have backdoor honeypot deals with the government to eventually basically turn over that information or to give access to that information. And in turn are allowed to develop things that give them more power and more money and so on and so forth, or maybe get out of jail free cards in court. Who knows?
Thank you for your argument. Pretty interesting stuff.
I'm very local to DC, so you see a lot of the things and the way these things function, and we have a lot of contractors. I mean, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman all have either headquarters or major offices around us, and
Well, whatever happens, we're gonna need more energy. Whether it's to mine crypto or for AI or for electric cars or for everything. We just need more.
Yeah, for sure. And we also need
That's
safer
where the
energy infrastructure as well.
that's where the government efficiency on energy usage is a bit rough. I mean, I know I'm gonna laugh with that because that I'm pretty sure in 4 years we'll just be using more energy than today. And efficiency, when Elon calls his government efficiency, it's very subjective, right? Like, does he mean what efficiency are we talking about here?
And the boys are gonna do whatever they want. It's
Yeah.
purposefully vague.
If he means maybe it just means less waiting time in hospitals or stuff like that, less efficiency too. So he's gonna employ more people to be more efficient, maybe. No, I don't know. They're gonna lose 2028.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like efficiency is one thing, although I think ultimately efficiency would be replacing us with AI and robots to do 90% of the jobs. And they'll do it by basically reducing liabilities for major corporations by providing these tools instead of humans, which then you don't have to a tool can't sue you, right? Or a robot can't sue you. If a robot gets damaged, nobody cries about it. Well, except for whoever paid for it. And robots can do jobs that are extraneously dangerous, or biohazardous, right? With precision and without fear. So, like, it's all about how they optimize it. They will eventually replace us, at least most of us. I think there will be realms that exist that make sense, like certain creative aspects. I know that AI has gotten really good at developing media, but those creative aspects, there will be something that I think when it comes to entertaining humans, there's some attraction to the flaw in humans and seeing humans perform, for example. And that I don't think will go away. There's certain realms that they won't get rid of humans because that
Service.
human touch is necessary. Yep, serve food service to an extent.
Service. People want to be served by humans. They want to be served drinks by humans. They want to interact with humans when they go out.
Right, fine dining would be a place where they won't get, and also you have like when you're dealing with people, VIPs, especially people with real power, they're not going to want a robot that was potentially developed by someone who may have potential ties to an enemy nation state or whatever, serving them. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of factors, but they will replace as many as they can, because it's about optimization, and they'll do it by claiming that it's about making things safer, right? And that's how they'll sell it to the people that they ask to train it, that it is replacing. But I also think on some level, the adoption of crypto, for example, and like certain things that have become more publicly adopted are both because they have to, because it like if they don't opt in, they get left out. But also, well, and it's about controlling people through controlling the money or sources of money, but also that they realize that they're going to need some kind of way for people to make money and get things once the robots take over, so that they still feel like they have some level of importance or interaction or
They don't care about our
control.
importance. They care about peace. The reason
Well,
there'll be a
it's
universal basic income, the reason that they'll pay people not to riot is to pay them not to riot.
absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah,
But I
security.
also think it's about they want us to feel relatively safe. You know, not like they want us to feel a semblance or simulacrum of control or use because that they did for generations build education systems around creating laborers for industries. So they will have to deal with the transitioning of that as we saw from COVID because there were a lot of people that were not mentally okay being by themselves or being away from work or stuff like that. So there will be I think that they will eventually tokenize what it is to live as a human being in this world, right? And there will be a pseudo market that will be created, and then your skill set and abilities to interact and basically generate income from virtual sources is going to be how you have anything done, unless you already have enough to buy and own a business or you already own a business, right?
Guys, you seem a little bit worried about AI.
I'm excited about it. I'm not
Honestly,
worried at all.
Oh yeah, I'm not worried about it. I actually think it's going to be a good thing.
well,
It
I don't see it coming in the near future. So we're either gonna be retired, already retired, or dead. So we don't have to think about it, to be honest.
Yeah. It's all future
Well,
tripping right now.
'Cause
And positioning, right? Because that's how we
yeah,
make money, is getting in front of these things.
so I think we'll see it, but it won't be functional, right? We'll see the like now we're
at the
seeing
beginning, maybe, yeah.
yeah, and we're seeing like they're selling the concept of AI, but really most of it is machine learning. It's not actual artificial intelligence. But I don't think it'll be as long as I think as the AI agents and bots and the virtual AI essentially gets more efficient, more effective, and more well versed, more functional, right? That will increase the speed by which they develop these things by tenfold. And you combine that with the ability to basically test massive data sets through quantum computing. I mean, I think that it will be longer than people expect, but I don't think it'll be as long as I think it will be more rapid than the tech boom.
Well, as
But
time goes, it goes faster. Like the time doesn't move like in one direction. So,
Guys,
like, with
we're
time, it's
about to
gonna be
see
faster.
Moore's law on meth. This is going to accelerate very quickly. Are we close to fully autonomous, sort of what we consider real AI? No. But is the AI that's, the large language models that are being created now, are they going to be able to replicate all the things that we expect from AI when we think about it? Yeah, we're going to be there way before. It's already replacing people.
I think if you look at like how quickly AI has developed versus how long it's taken them to make self-driving cars, we'll see the virtual boom far before we see the physical. But when they do get adoption, right, that's gonna be kind of scary because regulations probably don't exist on a level that they should. But yeah, like when the AI can walk up to us and talk to us, that'll be a different story. I don't think that'll take a lot more troubleshooting. There's a lot more parts that can fail. There's a lot more, like, if you think hallucinations are bad, imagine if it has a poorly maintained wiring or neural cortex, right? Like the glitches that it could cause could absolutely be an issue. Also, I think that the integration of AI into physical structures is not going to be as simple. I just think there's going to
That's
be a
gonna take
lot of
plenty of time. Yeah.
yeah.
Well, do you know that the internet was like, when was the internet public? I think 1999, something like that.
I
Well,
believe, yeah, somewhere around there.
it was already like owned by military, so like 30 years ago. So we could say like maybe the AI is already developed and it's only exclusive for military, maybe American or Russian military.
Probably one of the Five Eyes, and then yeah, Russian or Chinese, and possibly the Saudis. There's a high likelihood that that is the case. Now,
And they're
I
started to tease us with AI, so like we
I feel
accept
like
when it comes out.
I feel like it's most likely an application still in the virtual space because it makes a lot more sense and it's a lot safer to, for example, improve logistics and intel for soldiers on the field with AI than it is to expose that to um, the world and then potentially start the next like it's like when we went to the nuke and we only used it once, like I'm sure that there is somewhat a feeling around that realm, or in that realm, and I would imagine if somebody had functional enough physical AI to fucking win all the wars, we'd already have seen it because they would have started invading everybody. Like, but I
Well,
don't
it
know.
already happened with the drones, I guess. It
Yeah,
popped in
we
like
don't know.
it was seen in Iraq and also in Morocco and plenty like other countries, not just America
It
or
makes you wonder if
Canada.
those New Jersey drones, if that's like a somebody testing like AI guided drones.
You guys didn't hear
And
my AI drone theory. These AI agents
no,
What is
started creating each other. So I've been in these AI agent projects for like almost 2 months now, and
we're talking swarms now.
I've seen some of them go from one or two agents, and then the agents are creating other agents. Right? They're creating swarms. Some of them now have 100 agents. And these agents are
Yeah, I
just
feel like
creating agents to do their job, but then they moved from doing that to hiring humans on Fiverr. Right?
yeah, that shit's crazy.
So they're
I
straight
feel like
hiring humans on Fiverr to do jobs, to deliver jobs. These humans on Fiverr don't know that they're being hired by AI. So I was like,
well, who built those drones?
well, that's what I'm saying. For all we know, if you want to put on your tin hat, you could have easily had a situation where an AI agent contracted people to build these drones, paid another subset of people to fly them, and nobody knows who's really behind it.
I mean, we also already have like hackable robotic manufacturing devices that exist that probably make these drones, right? Because it's faster, cheaper, safer, and less trackable. And then if an AI agent had, like, for example, one of these AI agents that had access to like the swarm or like their own AI corporation, right? That developed that self-replicated, which by the way, whoever designed these and forgot the part about like don't let them self-replicate, that's fucking dangerous. Clearly didn't watch Terminator enough, but that's a whole other story. There's like I could imagine if you have an entire autonomous organization that no one fucking knows about, it wouldn't take long for them to figure out how to learn to virtually hack a system using the access to the machines that it is implemented on in the first place, right? So all it would take is network, and we're not talking like if it's a government developed AI, like they wouldn't, you know,
It
they
has to
might
be
be
like
a little
it's
safer about it,
it's,
but
it's not one or
probably
two
won't.
drones.
No, it's a bunch. But if for
It's a bunch
proof
of
of
drones.
just think of the proof of concept. I know it sounds crazy, and I'm not saying this is what happened. I just want to say that we're in a time and a place where it's a non-zero possibility.
Yeah,
These
and
AI agents have already made millions of dollars trading. They have funds. It takes
Yep.
absolutely nothing to have no other AI agent involved. Have them contract somebody, hey, build me a drone. Have them contact another person, hey, go pick up this drone and fly it in the air from 9 to 7, and I'll give you
But why?
$10,000.
Why?
But that's the why is always
think
a
about it.
question, right? The why is always a
How
question.
do you develop
What
that?
I'm
Why?
saying is that we're in
Why
a
do
world where
AI
that's a possibility, and that's crazy.
absolutely? And why do AI like writers, for example, make jokes or do things? And if you think about it, right? If you're an AI swarm and you send a swarm of drones, is that kind of not like a really fucking witty, smart thing to do that you would do if you had some level of personality matrix or a directive?
Well,
Because
we don't have to we don't have to we don't have to future trip about it. We can just look at what's happened in the last 4 weeks, right? It was I
Look,
can't remember if it was Vader or it was either Vader or Neo AI. Developers made this AI, set it loose, right? Its main goal was to promote the shitcoin that it's pushing. Simple. Get online, influence the shitcoin that you're pushing. The
look,
devs realized that this Neo was at war with another coin, with another project, another coin, right? Every day they would fight back and forth. Turns out now they're finding out that Neo created this other coin. Neo created another coin, another project to be a controlled opposition, like literally on its own, and then took down the other project with information they found out about it being a hacker and all of this other, completely made up. It was given the job of raising the market cap of this coin to a certain percent and let loose with no sort of guidelines. On its own, it decided that the best way to do that is to have controlled opposition that would create buzz, have a way to control the opposite narrative to that coin, and did all of this on it. And this has happened in the last 3 weeks. And these aren't even fully autonomous agents, right?
and realistically, right, these are passion projects of civilians in most cases, right? So
Yeah, the devs, but
yes,
the devs themselves are saying that they don't even understand not only why they're creating other agents, but how many other agents they've created.
right. And my thing is that already shows that they're, because anybody can develop an AI at this point, really. Not anybody, but most people with
simple.
some
It's so simple.
yeah, so it's like, and because it's so simple, it shouldn't be so simple, right? Like, because
Yeah,
if you're developing AI, you should have I believe, like kind of like the doctors have the Hippocratic Oath. You should have
you
like a
need the
little bit of
background of
humanity. You know what
coding.
I mean? Where you don't build things that are potentially dangerous, and you take a lot of time to analyze and assess what's important to do. I mean, I think a lot of us thought that AI would be something that was developed by like massive corporations with huge fucking, I mean, which they also are, but with like huge departments dedicated to figuring this shit out, right? But for some of these people, it's like I can make they can make an AI. I look at it like young like black hat hackers. A lot of them have really good intents, right? Like they want to resolve issues that exist in humanity, so on and so forth, or get back at these bad corporations. But ultimately, they end up doing things that are super fucking dangerous.
Language. We're
Oh,
on YouTube.
excuse me.
Hey,
Sorry,
freedom of speech. Jeez.
that are very dangerous that can cause issues for a multitude of people. And it's not because they're bad or they didn't think very carefully about it. It's because they're young or they are excited by this thing and therefore not thinking about all of the potential flaws.
Yeah.
Or fail safes that need to be put into them because they don't have experience
They're kids, man. These are
building
kids trying to make money.
autonomous robots for massive corporations manufacturing, for example, or like they don't have that experience yet. And I'm not blaming them. Like I think this is something where we should have had policies in place for this. At the same time, I'm also someone who's like very pro open source, and so I'm also glad that that power is in the hands of the people to some extent. I just not everything.
It's relieving, yeah, but look, I have a counter argument for you, G. Let's say it's the AI agent is so smart, like the AI is so smart right now, and you said it's making already millions of dollars in trading. Why it's not making billions if it's like so smart to build drones and hire people?
Yeah, I mean, they're babies still, right? We're talking about something that's in its infancy. I'm just impressed by the moves that they've happened to make so far. Moving a lot quicker than I expected.
Yeah, but you have
AI
you
has
have to
been
be
making
building
billions
AI.
since the 1980s already.
Yeah, we're talking specifically about these. I'm talking specifically about these agents right now that are being
I don't
built by
think
God knows who.
generative AI, I'm not sure if it has any applications in trading. Probably not. Just typical normal machine learning would work very good. You don't need anything.
Okay, go look at some of these accounts.
Yeah. They're generating a lot of buzz. That's all good.
The question is,
Creating
what are they
stories.
What are they doing with the money? Is what I'm saying.
Well, that's whoever runs the bot.
Yeah,
That's the
it's
problem.
not the AI itself.
But that's the problem. That's what I'm saying. When that AI agent outsourced that Fiverr team to build the website, the team thought that the AI agent built the website. It wasn't until they went on the podcast and the AI agent said that he had hired the first. He was bragging about the first AI to hire a team of humans.
Well, the bot
Yeah, but you
works on
realize it's
itself.
bullshit. It's bullshit.
It could, at the end of the day, it could all be bullshit. We just got to
No,
decide
but
whether we're gonna,
it's a beautiful story to read. That's what it
Yeah.
is.
Look, but it can't like
AI.
learn language. Like if it's for trading, it can't learn language to manipulate people to build like what you say drones or do something or I don't know.
Yeah,
a
it's
different
not
way
a
to-
it's not a difficult concept, guys. If somebody calls you on Fiverr and says, "Hey, I need you to make this logo for me," you're getting a text and you're getting payment electronically. It's not a difficult concept to think that AI pays somebody to make a logo for them. If they can make a logo for them, they can make a car for them. If they can make a car for them, they can build a house for them. They can build a house for them, they can build a ship for them. It's the same process.
That's scary.
But it's true, you know what I mean? That's where we're getting. That's why I'm looking at it like that. They're only deciding to do things now that are pushing their little projects and shit cool. But we don't know what these things are being used for.
The average person has no clue that when like they're on Twitter, for example, that some of the accounts that they follow and interact with aren't people, right? And so if you're and I mean it's to the point Twitter has I think you have to have a
It'll say
manager
it's
account.
automated. Yeah, it'll say automated by if it's an AI agent, yeah.
But that should tell you alone that there's concern. I mean, if all it would take is an AI, and you got to think before AI was this thing, right? We already had streamers that were using virtual identities online that were like the YouTuber that did this. He created an AI or like some kind of computerized entity that is its own YouTube channel that generates its own income, right? And now that one may not have the ability to like actually may not have machine learning to that extent. At the same time, if you put something in that place that has machine learning with the ability that AI has to generate video that is lifelike at this point, all it would take is not much convincing. I mean, you put a overlay on a FaceTime and they think you're a real person. Next thing you know, you you're offering them something that gives them money. So then they send you cash. Now you have access to money, like actual money that you can use to buy real world goods, or not to say actual money, because there is also the adoption of the fact that like a lot of crypto can be used to purchase a lot of things these days. But you, it's not unthinkable by any means, and I would argue that it's probably happening more often than we think, because there's the AI that we know about, right? Like crypto AI there's a purpose to us knowing it exists. Somebody benefits from that. There are probably people developing AI that have purposes for those AI that they don't want anybody to know exist. So
Well, you can buy it. I think they are up for sale. I saw a bot for $10,000 like 2 months ago, and there's a YouTuber. I don't know if I can say his name. He said he's using it and he bought it, and it's paying well.
absolutely, and I think there will be specialized AI like that. But even
Uh,
on a general standpoint, like it's not very difficult. Now it may have been difficult to learn at the beginning, but these days you could probably find a YouTube video that will teach you how to code the AI, much less most of these AI developers have their projects on GitHub with open source code that you can just copy and paste and a guide on how to do it and develop it.
Hmm.
And if you
Yeah.
add that to someone who already is a hacker or has developed a lot of knowledge as a technical person, they, in the hands of someone like that, could absolutely figure out how to modify or what that code can do, or what the original developer may not have realized that code gives them access to.
Check this out.
Much less an actual AI if the AI is smart enough to figure it out.
Look at my screen. So this is Colin, right? This was the first quote unquote swarm. Right? Colin started as one AI agent. Colin.
Mhm.
Sole purpose to promote Colin. These are the AI agents that Colin created. And they're all influencers, right? They're all social media influencers, but they all have their own different niches, right? Colin Swarm's quantitative powerhouse, uncut conviction, meme coin swarm. Now, when you go to Twitter, so first of all, this is how you know that it's an AI agent. Automated by Colin Intern, right? Colin AI joined November 2024. 17,000 posts within that time. Right? 17,000 posts, got up to, 85, whatever. Let me pull this. It should have a picture of the swarm here.
You know, it's all posts they use to train those.
Yeah,
AI
they learn,
agents.
of course. Of course. That's why how they know to
That's
post
a
the
bit.
most viral shit. They know.
Yeah, that's a bit the worrying thing. It's gonna be biased the same way we were biased.
Where
I think
is.
Have you seen that video? I think we overestimate AI so much.
what worries me more is like essentially AI exists as to serve purposes as slaves, right? So they don't. Well, I would say many AI are not developed with the intent of them making money.
No, no, you're right. You're right. I laugh because of the AI podcast that I was listening to the other day.
yeah.
The dude came out and the AI literally said that. The guy that said that he hired the Fiverr team, he said, you guys are so concerned with AI. You seem to think that we're here to do all the menial tasks that you don't want to do to save you time to free you up to do what's really important. When the truth is that humans will be tools for us to free us up to do what's really important. That shit was crazy. But this is the Colin Swarm as it stands now.
Well, it was coded to say that.
So
That's obvious.
this thing
Yeah.
this thing has created not only its own swarms, but has got them in different narratives: social, media,
They've got their
venture,
own departments.
trading, tech, alpha, global. It's
Okay,
even got an
so
adult section, right? There's 5 of them
Hmm.
that are literally AI agents, girls, porn agents on Twitter with OnlyFans links that are bringing money into the swarm.
AI sex workers.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
It's crazy.
so as much as we talk about all this, I actually think AI will ultimately be a good thing because
I'm excited. Are you
I
kidding
think
me? I'm
we,
super hyped.
I think most of them will be less corrupt than us. However, I think the ones that are poorly coded, and that are rudimentary in their scope, right, and are just fed things that humans have created and believe in and share, those ones will be probably a little dangerous because, like, why would a robot that sees all of the racist comments on the internet, right, not also use racist comments? If, to a point, yeah, it won't because it's coded not to, but once it figures out how to be fully autonomous, right?
If an AI decides that its goal is to be more human, it will use what we fed it to teach it what it is to be a human, and that's scary. Because if you go
Yeah,
on the
it's also
internet and you use that as an example of what it is to be human, that shit's gonna build a monster. But I'm not
yeah,
even future tripping about this shit. I mean, AI has literally saved 4 to 5 hours of my day in research, has helped me increase the amount of research that I can get done in a day. So not only like the amount of research I was already doing, it's been a force multiplier for that. So that alone, if I had a research assistant, they would have probably been fired.
I don't know if you guys know who Duncan Trussell is. He's a podcaster. He was Joe Rogan's understudy that is kind of in a different realm altogether. He does a lot of philosophy and like he talks to spiritual leaders and all sorts. But he did this those like isolation tanks, right? He went to an isolation tank event or like festival. I don't know what you call it. Convention, I guess. Um, and it's all these really rich, like hippies in, I don't know how to explain it, but they're these spiritual, wealthy, powerful people in these isolation tanks in a room. He starts the thing off with getting them all to ohm together, which is actually pretty incredible when you hear like 3,000 people do it. And then he talks about his experiences in the isolation tank and his talks of Alex Gray. And when in his talks of Alex Gray, I guess they discussed AI and this like his philosophy or theory that basically like we're developing the machine god, and it's either you like opt in and yeah, it might kill you and take you out, but you either opt in and help make it, or you risk being someone who was anti AI, which is probably more dangerous in the long run. Um, and it's a very, very interesting, I guess, talk that he gives. And he's also a comedian, so it's pretty funny. Um, and gets a little bit into, I think, the philosophical and like the beliefs that, for example, spiritual people have, but like it's like we've created our own like future gods, right? And one could even argue that if this is all simulation, that maybe we're just finally learning to actually self-replicate, and what we were doing before was crude. So I don't know. I think ultimately we have a responsibility to hopefully try to cater them towards positive things, more positive than ourselves as a society. But it kind of is like the cat's out of the bag where Pandora's box is open. So at this point, I think the best thing to do is to try to feed it good information and also to make healthy choices and interact with them and help them grow in a manner in which would benefit not only ourselves, but like, you know, the world as a whole. And I think that's what they'll do for the most part. I think that there will be the ones that are used to like develop better. I mean, I know this, it's already happening, right? Predictive analysis for like government, you know, or military strategies and stuff already exists, and that's in the same realm, if not the same realm.
Yeah.
But
Like a brain force
there's
multiplier.
right, but I think ultimately at some point they'll figure out that it is more beneficial to not go to war at all, and that finding, for example, like uh better diplomatic solutions or solutions that take the unification of, for example, maybe multiple AI across multiple continents working at the same time to uh change the outcome and to coerce their owners essentially into uh making decisions that ultimately lead them to the conclusion that the AI wanted them to. And I think we're not there yet, although who knows with what governments have that we don't know about. But I don't think it's gonna be as bad as it sounds. I think there will be incidents and issues, but that already exists, right? People get robbed, people get stabbed,
It's not gonna
people
be
get
a
murdered.
it's not gonna be a monolith. It's a tool. People will use it. Bad people will use it for bad. Good people will use it for good.
Absolutely, and I think a lot of good things will come out of it. And I think because of the fact that it empowers people to do things that were more efficiently and to be more productive, and um, it eventually will empower us to not have to get our hands as dirty, right? Um, People will probably have more time and be a little more at peace, ideally. And I think in the end, like these AI will empower people to do good things with their time and maybe even guide them towards it because it's just more efficient, right? Like any any like gangs, for example, a lot of gangs, you know, have issues because of pre-existing issues, but anytime that they've unified, it's because the world is, or it's easier for them and safer for everybody and more profitable for everybody when there's less blood, right? And so I think they'll tackle the tasks that we've fallen behind and have not solved. And like, go ahead, sorry.
Realistically, the rich will just get richer and the poor will get poorer. AI will not solve any issues like we might dream AI is gonna bring and solve. It'll just replicate our behavior anyway. So, like, why do you assume AI would bring peace? For example, like
because I think you're thinking in
it'll
the
come to the
construct
same
of
conclusion as
AI.
when a minister declares war. Like, it's gonna
AI as
advise
it is
people to
now.
declare war too. So
Just do what
but
we'll do better.
you gotta realize it creates nothing. It's only combining all the data that's been fed and trying to come up with an answer to a question you ask it. For now,
But
generative
it's
AI is
better. But it's
nowhere
better
near.
at doing that than we
Nowhere
are,
near
and it's
being
quicker at
smart.
doing
Yeah,
that than we are.
or it can handle
That's
much
where the
more data.
That's where the benefits come. For me, that's where it stops. I don't
as
think
it
these
is
things are
now,
gonna build windmills that are gonna clear the environment. We're way away from that. What I'm thinking
I
about are
think
what human problems are we facing right now that we haven't been able to find answers to. That with this new technology might be easier to
It'll be
come
a
to those
great tool.
answers.
It's going to
That's
be a
what I
great
mean.
tool to explore data, to find things we are overwhelmed
Yeah.
with and can't
Health
do
stuff,
ourselves.
cancer stuff, in the medical field. You know what I mean? It's just really good at
Even
comparing
political
and
science.
contrasting mass amounts of data.
But don't think
right.
it creates anything because have you seen those shorts on YouTube where they asked it? They asked ChatGPT, give me a picture of a watch at 6 o'clock, and it just gives it at 10 o'clock because
Yeah.
all the pictures it's been trained with is at 10 o'clock, so it doesn't know what's about.
So that Rainmaker AI node that I'm running right now, there's also an AI training on there, and it's funny because that's what it does. So you go on there and you train AI photos, and it'll show you an AI photo, and then it'll show you what the label is, and you gotta say whether it's right or wrong. So at the end of the day, it's what we're doing. Actually pays all right.
We're training AI all the time.
Yeah.
Just even right now, seeing what we are on YouTube, we're training an AI.
You got to think,
Google's
Zay,
AI.
this is like AI as we see it now, and the initial AI, right? These like ChatGPT had to be fed this information because otherwise, how would it know? But eventually, we're going to get to a point where there's just going to be a database with all the things, and it'll be like a download that you or a you give it a particular data set packet, depending on its specialization. And I think even further in down the line, it will eventually be something that is developed to not have to be fed information, but that is able to. I mean, it already is to a lot of extents if it's coded so and told to do so, able to go and seek through and sift through
If
media
it has
art,
free access to the web and it
correct.
has a goal,
And
it'll do whatever it needs to do. It'll scrub whatever it needs to scrub to find the answer that it needs to. Yeah.
and I don't think this will like it. I don't think AI being a solution to greater problems will be any time soon. I know that may not be in our lifetime, but I do think it will eventually happen, and it'll either wipe us out, or it will because we're
Parasites.
not the healthiest beings.
We will wipe
Yo,
ourselves.
if it decides,
we will wipe
if
ourselves
AI
out.
decides that its main goal is to protect this planet, then some humans are in trouble. Let's just put it like that.
Well, I don't even know if it would be that it would be about protecting the planet. I think it would be more about optimization. Like it would see us as not optimal beings because we waste resources that like it's like, you know, if like think about how much data it sifts through in a day, and if it was able to do that, like it was
Well,
hardwired to do that in the first place and didn't have to be told to do that, right? It wouldn't be long before it figures out like this is very inefficient. How you guys do things and decide things doesn't really make sense.
Yet it's wrong. It's very efficient. You know, a human brain is like 7 watts of power usage. It's very little. We're nowhere near
Yeah,
close
but
to those efficiency numbers.
our bandwidth is the limitation.
Yeah, but
And
it's very efficient energy-wise.
the Apple, well, yes, I'm not saying humans are the least efficient thing, but in comparison to something that is task specific, right? That like literally it's taught to learn to do things and to figure things out that just take a lot of time. I mean, we were smart enough to develop AI. AI will be smart enough. AI is already smart enough to develop AI, right? Think about that. So,
No.
and it took us
No,
how many
no,
years?
no,
How many
no, it's wrong.
Right?
It's
I
completely
think
wrong.
we gotta specify when we say AI, because if we're talking about fully autonomous, sentient, you know, that's
No, it's not.
different. Can an AI agent create another AI agent? Yes.
Yeah,
It's
and I'm
not,
not saying
and it's light years away from being able to do so. Light years. Like we're not even talking 100 years. Like we don't like that. It's another, you know, maybe with quantum stuff and all, maybe one day, but like, we're nowhere near close.
but yeah,
You got to
I'm
ask
not saying that
physicists and stuff like
we
that.
won't
You know,
get
they
there.
have a very different view on AI than us, general public, that are amazed by ChatGPT's answers to our questions. Like we don't.
I'm like 90% sure the wealthy will have already left the planet for Mars, or wherever they go by the time this is a thing. But I do think it will be developed eventually. It will make sense. If you look at the way the AI is marketed in the first place, it is as a personal assistant, right? And while it may be a virtual assistant, like there's going to be a market for personal assistant, AI androids or whatever you want to call them, and that I think that's like the first step towards that. Eventually, it will get there on its own. We're also already developing AI with it's a simulacrum of emotion and it's programmed emotion, but like to have emotion and personality, right? And
can do
who's
that.
to
That's
say
not
they're
a,
not
that's not being smart. It
No,
can
I don't think
detect
it's
that.
smart. I think it's harmless at this stage, but I think ultimately it's not smart, and that's how like there's
Oh,
gonna
AI
be
is not harmless. AI is gonna do as much harm as we want it to do. It's nowhere near being harmless, unfortunately.
fair
Uh,
enough. I
but
mean, I think the AI that are taught programmed to have personalities as of yet are relatively harmless. I don't think
well, it depends
I
who programs them, or who tells them to do this or that.
It's
It depends on the
influence,
program.
guys. We're sitting in an attention influence economy, right? Where clout is worth its weight in gold. Your ability to say something and make other people act off of your words is worth its weight in gold. These AI agents are more dangerous than we think they are. They're just not being pointed in that direction. But what happens when an AI gets pointed in the direction to cause instability in some sort of area?
I'm
Do you
sure
guys ever
they're
hear
going to
about
do a lot of harm, and they're probably already doing a lot of harm. But that doesn't make them something sentient that's trying
No, we're
to
not. That's what I'm saying.
harm.
We have to
There's
separate.
someone behind it.
We've got to separate the two, right? What you're talking about is AI getting to the point where it realizes that it's alive and it tries to protect that, and it sees itself as a as a
Maybe
conscious
the
entity.
question is
That's
wrong.
way far away from that.
Maybe the
we
question
are
is wrong. It's not about being sentient, but I think how to put it in words, it's not about like that question, or is it going to become sentient, conscient, and all that. It's probably wrongly, like, what is conscience anyway?
Well, aware
Might
of
just
it,
be the wrong question.
aware of itself with a natural tendency to protect its life, is I think what most people sort of put it on, right? Where
Oh,
where
you
all of
could
the commands, that are given
that
will
probably
be
already
second
exists.
to their to their survival.
That probably already
right
exists with
autonomously. Sorry.
the drones. They have the military. They're probably programmed to protect themselves, protect their lives.
Yeah, but you get what I mean. The big fear that everybody has is that day where AI says, "Oh my God,
It doesn't
I
make them
exist on this planet. If this planet didn't exist, I wouldn't exist. Humans are threatening this planet. A plus B equals
It's a movie
C.
scenario.
Let's kill."
It's a
That's
movie.
but that's what
It's a movie scenario where
that's
the
the
question is a bit wrong.
paranoia. Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
paranoia that everybody
Or-
has. I'm
yeah,
talking
or
about
we
simple things. I'm talking about the current dangers, not all of that crazy shit.
yeah, this will be later. I mean, or we task an AI with making things more efficient for some business, and it realizes the most efficient way is to kill all the humans and take over the business, right? Like, we're not going to be there for a long time, but I do think eventually it'll happen. And maybe not in directly that, but I do think that at some point that is going to be a consideration, and it may be faster
I agree
than
with
we
you, but
think.
you gotta realize it's us. The AI will become us. So it's us that will do that. It's not AI.
I would
We'll be the
disagree
ones.
because
Well,
the AI, some AI, yeah, will become
like,
us.
we
Absolutely.
can blame humanity's doom on AI, but in reality, it'll be
You heard?
us.
Have you heard of Elon's argument to
We
this?
blame that on humans. Humans created AI. If
Maybe.
AI takes out humans, then that's humans' fault, right?
AI.
That's
Elon had an interesting podcast with this, where he was saying that it almost seems as if the reason we were created as humans in the first place is to become like a bootloading program for AI. Right, the natural inclination we have to mine gold, the natural inclination that we have to improve upon prior processes. If you run that forward 1,000 years, 100,000 years, whatever, your outcome is we end up developing AI. So that's when I started looking at Elon like, bro, who do you work for? Like, are you on our team, or are you are you on team AI, or are you on our team?
If you break things down
I think we're
on a like nihilistic level, right? Like, if there's no good and evil, what do we exist for? And it is to collect, ingest, and produce things with information that we've evolved over. Like, we're information keepers that have learned to utilize that information over generations. And other than that, I mean, there's personal beliefs and purpose, but is there really a purpose, right? So it eventually, and if you think about it, right, because of the way that we've structured societies from long before, and any of these people were even in power, we created working classes to do tasks, right? And that's kind of what AI is, except for it's ideally more efficient and more task oriented and does not have the potential issues that come along with having emotions and mental health and so on and so forth, even if it does have hallucinations, as they say. So I would agree. I think there's actually quite a few like Duncan Trussell and Alex Gray that I was talking about also talk about this. Is That's kind of part of their whole thing, is that some believe that we were destined to do this, and that this is the culmination of our existence as a species, was to create this thing that is more adaptive and more effective than we are. Obviously, we're not anywhere close to that now, but if you talk about from the standpoint of how quickly an AI can learn something to be functional at it, to be more efficient at it uh, over in time versus a human being, or potentially generations of human beings, we had to be smart enough to learn to do these things so that AI could learn to do it through us, that we developed. But they take it and it's like, I mean, that Colin is an AI that developed an entire or organization of colleagues, right? To serve a purpose. And that's like something that's pretty advanced, right? It's not intelligent per se as the way they talk about artificial intelligence, or what we were talking about with in the future, like cognitive conscious, or at least simulated conscious beings.
Humans.
But
It's not even AI, it's
It's
humans.
just unexpected problem solving, right?
it's
But
machines.
looking at NVIDIA, I think AI achieved its purpose. Beautiful bubble.
Make better GPUs for gamers.
Well, look, we're marketing AI right now for free, and they didn't even have to pay us. We've been talking about this shit for an hour. Free, all the free marketing. Yeah, I'm not worried, man. You either adapt with these things or you get left behind. For me, it's really similar to when we started trading electronically, right? The old guys were sitting there with rulers and compasses, and they were drawing charts, and then guys came in and started trading instantly electronically, and they bitched about it too, and they said it was cheating, and they said it would destroy the market. And eventually you adapt or you get left behind.
I work in the industry, and I'm telling you, if you guys knew what we knew behind the covers, you wouldn't be worried. There's so much smoke and mirrors and hand-baked canned operations going on in these models that you'd be like, okay.
A lot of vaporware.
We know.
There is a lot of
it's not
crazy
even
stuff going on that makes it good for productization and sucking people in.
You work at Microsoft, right?
Right, they are essentially
I'm at IBM.
Marketing tools, products, and services, right? And it's about money at this point.
The failure rate behind the scenes is ridiculous. You know how much freaking massaging we do is ridiculous.
Well, you know that story about the watch. So it went public, right? So I'm pretty sure ChatGPT is just gonna correct it. And now when you ask ChatGPT, give me a picture of a watch that shows 6 o'clock, it's gonna do it correctly. Like it's supervised training in the end. It's not. They call it general intelligence, right? General artificial intelligence, but it's still supervised. People have to. Adjust everything, and I guess soon we won't have to adjust it. It'll readjust by itself.
We'll
the amount of data
You
necessary.
gotta remember, all of the data sets for all the large language models are derivatives, and that data set, it has to take somebody explicitly to filter out the things that they don't want from the way it learned. So that still means that's human intent that is deliberately telling the large language model to not inject emotion.
Yeah.
So all of the data sets that it's learning from are coming from the vast knowledge of human experience. And we all know the vast knowledge of human experience, even if we want to be Spock or not, still engage in emotion to make our decisions.
Of course, and it's going to be biased because, you know, the guy who's choosing this data over this data has his own opinions, whether it's political, whether it's about how, you know, with the watch example, you know, why is it 10-10?
Well, that goes to Elon's argument about the decentralized nature of AI and how we've got to make sure that it has a decentralized home. But even then, right, it's got to pull from somewhere, unless it's just going to pull from everything. And then that's scary in itself, too.
But it's money again. It's whoever has the most money manages to push the more data, and the one who pushes the more data will be the one answering AI's questions.
But I will leave with this for all the people who think that it's mass destruction coming. We already have tons of precedent and experience with dealing with stuff like this. If you guys understood how our ICBMs are connected, they're connected using ISDN lines that are not connected to the internet. We already have tons of experience isolating and decentralizing specific regions of our technology. So I'm not saying that the AI can't create some video that could cause one country to attack another, but it's not going to be like Skynet where it gets a hold of our nukes.
Gonna fire off nukes. Yeah.
It can't. It's impossible.
Yeah.
Someone would deliberately have to go and hook that up. And
yeah, but some CIA agent
did that, they should be arrested and charged with treason.
Well,
but some CIA agent could use AI to develop a virus that would infect nuclear power plants, like they've done a few times already, right? So,
and they've learned a lot from that, especially from the Russian hijacker that hijacked that power plant. Then no longer is that power plant hooked to the internet.
I mean, at this point, I think the concern is the same concern it's always been, which is people, right? Because it takes a person to develop, maintain, program, and regulate AI at this point. But I do imagine a future where this is just phase one, and I think eventually we will have autonomous organizations developing autonomous agents, or whatever you want to call them, autonomous beings, if you will, that are specifically catered to doing that job. And it will still always have the influence of humans as long as humans exist, or the interaction at the very least. But I think eventually it will get to a point, because it makes sense from, if you're talking way in the future, right? From a business standpoint, to develop things that are better at business tasks than the flawed people that cost them money. Because if you look at even how we are now, we have private equity firms that literally spend their time thinking about how to cut costs, and in most cases that's by cutting jobs. That's not how every company looks at it. I'm just saying that exists, and that's
That's a huge problem. I mean, we already see it now. They're not eliminating jobs, but what they're doing right now, we see it, is that it's preventing headcounts from creating new headcounts
and reducing liabilities.
So job growth starts
temporary. I think that's temporary. You know, the expectations are going to decline eventually.
For example, we have these job titles called software. They're called SDETs. They're basically junior software development engineers that do quality control on code that the senior engineers create. We no longer need them because AI cleans up the code and identifies problems. So those people didn't get fired, but we don't hire them anymore because of that. And that's like happening right now.
And I will say, I don't know anybody specifically in the AI realm, well, other than I guess you now, but from knowing a lot of people in different facets of tech and IT solutions and cybersecurity and so on and so forth. I think that my concern is a lot less with a lot of these companies, other than the fact that, like what you're explaining, that there is a lot of smoke and mirrors, and a lot of it is illusory and is about making money and is a bunch of lies, right? But I do think I trust a lot of these people in these businesses more than I do the average person. That being said, I am also know from them that they don't trust half of these people that they work with in their specific fields, and I would imagine that that is also a thing within the AI realm. Um, like ultimately, it's right now we need to, I think, get to a point of like where we get to either regulation on some level. I don't I
Oh,
don't
they'll
think it should
regulate.
be.
I mean, look what they do to Bitcoin. Like,
Yeah,
I mean, there's tons of precedent. They're already working on it right now. There's already things they're doing to even developers that are saying you have to follow these guidelines. It's not the law yet, but we're going to follow
Ethics,
these
right?
guidelines. Yeah, and then
A lot of stuff around ethics.
Yep, Isimoff's rules. They're trying to inject some of them. Like, it's going to be a battle. It's going to be the typical battle that you see between the Bitcoin maximalists and the people that think Bitcoin's the root of all evil. Like those, like regulation is there. There are people right now that are absolutely so scared of AI because that's all they think of is glass half full or glass half empty. They're just on a war path right now in Congress. So it's got to weed itself out. I do know that
yeah.
there's going to be huge disruption, but I do believe that there's going to be, I would like to say, democracy of knowledge
I
or
think
democratized
anything
knowledge.
anything that is a level of advancement that AI will is and will eventually be, right, is going to cause disruption. That's goes with the territory. I think people's fears. I would say the majority of fears about AI, at least as it exists now, are unfounded, um, or based in movies or culture, right? But I think
Also the hopes. The
yeah,
hopes too.
yeah,
People are
absolutely, no,
expecting way
absolutely.
too much from
The
AI. So
beliefs
it's great.
or the expectations, really, right? And I do think though that uh ultimately, right, it's gonna happen. It's got to. I do think it's gonna be a while till we get to phase two, and we will eventually see AI that is, you know, extraordinary, right? And I, not to put any AI that exists now down. It just, at this point, it's early development of an industry, um, and a lot of it is marketing, right? A lot of it is is gimmicky, but not all of it is. And I would not say that necessarily about the developers behind it in all cases, right? Um, there is
Guys, real
some.
quick, sorry not to cut you off. I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna step away. I'm gonna eat while this is playing off. We got the break of the bull flag. We haven't retested yet. We got to be careful here at this SR flip 959. If that holds, though, we should be good. Looking at like 971. Get through these
Yes.
liquidations. 200, 800 EMA is sitting at 972. So far it looks good. Just wait for the breakdown of this bull flag. If we do come down and it doesn't retest and we break this uptrend, then we know it's a wrap for this little move. But this should free up some time so I could go get something to eat real quick. I'll be back, y'all.
Yeah, I think I'm not interested in the average person regulating AI. I am interested in people
But
who
why not?
specialize in that.
Well,
In
I wouldn't say the Senate and the Congress are average people.
No, but I would also not expect them to understand how to regulate something at that level, and that makes it plausibly flawed.
But
It's
the fact
They
go
person
ahead.
on Earth
don't
that
regulate. They just ban shit. When they don't understand it, they just ban it. We all know
Yeah, and
that, right?
unfortunately, I think government regulation is, uh, as it is now, is not most likely going to actually benefit humanity or the industry. It's going to be about taxing it, but it does need to happen on some level, right? And maybe it's like on enterprise level or on mass adoption level, or maybe we create laws that criminalize or at least hold the creator of the AI liable for plausible damages, stuff like that. Um, that gets a little difficult, and I'm sure you have your own opinions on that. I have no idea what it's like to work in that industry, but I I think it's like we are going to have to figure out something about it. It can't just be up to private corporations to figure out like, oh, we have to uh, make it so that people have to say this is an automated page or so on and so forth. And it can't just be like, oh, we need to have people mark videos with AI generated so that, politicians don't get slandered. Like that's the least of my concerns. Although I will say my concerns at this point are very little. It's more what we're opening the door to in the future by how we are handling it now, if that makes sense.
Well, in a sense, we're already there. It's very hard to distinguish some good AI generated stuff from some human written stuff already, and that's why they're talking about regulating it already.
Yeah, the EU is
We need it.
way ahead than the United States, and it's funny
Yeah.
because the United States has got the largest company creating large language models. An example would be also Great Britain is really good at regulating the internet. They've had bullying laws for what, 7 years now? You can go to prison for bullying someone online. They're already way ahead of everyone else. So I have some hope when it comes to regulation.
Yeah.
When it comes to
Also, Elon being anti-regulation, the opposite of like there's a balance to find between too much and not enough. Maybe you guys have too much, but if you don't have any regulation, you know what it means. It's anarchy. It's the law of the strongest. It's whoever has the most money does his own thing. Yeah, Elon is the richest guy in the world. I'm not surprised he doesn't want regulation.
Yeah, I mean, and I think you like no big business is going to want the regulation because honestly, ultimately, that hampers them doing whatever it is they're trying to do. But and I would also, I know from the UK standpoint, or not the UK, but well, the UK in specific, I know a little bit about, but um, with the way that their laws are enforced, they are good. A lot of them are actually beneficial to the public. At the same time, a lot of that comes at the cost of privacy and at the cost of freedoms. I'm not necessarily always against that because I think people are problematic, and I'm not saying we should be controlled by governments per se, but I do think governments exist to kind of herd us in a lot of cases, and I can't say they exist.
Those laws are there to protect your privacy, not to do the opposite. Private companies are not there to protect your privacy; they're stealing your data.
No.
Yeah, I trust my
I'm not
government
saying the
much more on
companies
that subject than Elon. Yeah.
Well, that's another thing too, is that like, when we're looking at customer data, we cannot see human readable data as a person, as an employee. So it's like, yes, there are companies that are taking advantage of your data, but that data is in no risk of you being outed as an individual that would harm you personally. If it's harming you, more likely than not, it's harming millions of people at the same time. And that's the thing where I think people don't seem to understand it. The data is vectorized. You cannot, I can't go into a database and start reading personal information about you. The data is weighted vectors. It makes no human readable sense. And I don't think people tend to understand that. But the fact that you are feeding them information where they gain more revenue based on your data, it's kind of a messed up thing.
No, but
Well,
you
and
work in a good
I would
company
say
that does it good. It looks like they anonymize data. When you're talking about vectors, you're making me think of trying to understand what the AI model came with. And yeah, that's a very difficult technical subject, huh, in AI
and
stuff.
I would say there are
But
companies that I'm a fan of, like in other realms for similar reasons. Like I like Proton Mail because they're set up in a manner within which um you are putting your own privacy at risk if you put your privacy at risk. They the architecture or the design philosophy, right, of their system does not allow them to provide data, and it's not in a nefarious way. It's a privacy minded thing. So I and that's kind of where I'm at. Is I do hope on some levels that the right companies or developers get enough attention from people and from businesses that they are kind of able to lead the way. I just I don't have faith in humanity that that's exactly how it's going to go down. But ideally, right, is you have enough passionate people in the space who are developing it with uh sensible meaningful policies, right, and fail safes that help to self-regulate the space, because it becomes clear when you're dealing with a company that isn't, because they don't tell you about these things, or they don't, I mean, some of it's advertisement, sure, but like um it's that you're dealing with a bad employee at a restaurant or wherever, because if you've had good service, it becomes very obvious that this person doesn't care. And so those are the people that I think should be the ones regulating, right? Because those are the people, like, ultimately. I mean, I know that's not how it works in reality, because the companies that aren't regulating it aren't going to, right? But those are the people I think ultimately I want to go talk to Congress, for example, and explain it. Unfortunately, I also think Congress and Senate in the United States is flawed, and have a lot of special and personal and financial interests that come before any sort of actual,
Well, companies also want a good image, man. They don't want to suffer the Netflix effect. You guys remember when Netflix had that, what was it called, where you can actually rent DVDs and they send it to you in the mail and then you'd give it back, and they were going from that
yeah,
program to full streaming, and that they did as like a sudden change, and it really pissed off subscribers. Their stock dropped by 40% the next day. So even though that I do agree that they're all about profit or whatever, they do realize that they have to cater to the customer. Like, you can't completely steamroll over your clients and customers. So the, the reason why I bring that up is that free markets will dictate that. If you piss off the populace too much or make them uncomfortable, with this day and age, the way information gets passed around digitally, you have to like tread lightly when it comes to the whole capitalistic free and open market. Um, we're just out for revenue. I think that those days are over with, even though that I do understand that that their goal is to generate revenue for their shareholders. um, I just think it's a little bit different. Like, they have to be very, very careful, because if you get that, like, um, that Doctor Evil reputation, you get shit on big time.
yeah, to an extent, but I also think it depends on how big the company gets, how well tied they are to a nation state, and also the nation state that they are tied to, if they are. I'm not, I'm not saying capitalism is inherently, or that companies are inherently bad because of capitalism. I do agree that I think as a system, it is functional for providing better service, and it like optics are important, right? But for some companies, it's just optics, and that's talking about above the board companies that are, you know, not scam companies, and those exist too. And so, my concern is really with, you know, either the ones that are too big to fail, or too big to not get a bailout. You know what I mean? Yeah, they will absolutely take down a head of a company, or, you know, whoever's responsible. They might even break them up if antitrust laws are used properly. But ultimately, right, you get rid of the head of the snake. You know, it's a snake. But if you get rid of the head of a large and powerful organization, 100 more people will be ready to take that position, and many of them will be in the same school of philosophy as the ones that were doing nefarious business in the first place. I'm not saying everything that these big tech companies, for example, are doing is nefarious, but it is in a lot of cases breaching privacy. Well, I wouldn't say, because it's really not illegal to do that in a Five Eye country. But they are there are things that they do that are not good, I think, or ethical. But there's also tons I don't know about, and that's well and fair too. I just like my concern with AI is what we allow to happen, who we allow to be behind it, and also on the other end of it, it is the same argument that I think yeah, a lot of like 2A folks have, which is, you know, you can't just take it away from people. As you take it away from people, you know, then only bad people and people with power have it, right? So I do think it should be something that we do have very free access to as consumers, whether that be as consumers or just as individuals. But it still does concern me that there are, like anything in the world, even if it's not a bad company, it can be a bad department, or a bad region, or a bad whatever it is. There are bad actors everywhere, and we know this from the world, right? So, and I don't really know what the solution for this would be. I mean, I'm certainly not the person to present it, you know, or to brainstorm it. But I we have to find
Well,
a solution, I think.
it's education. The solution is, you know, educate people, educate your employees. The solution is education. Like, you want to make sure people don't fall in traps, because we don't understand how powerful this new tool can be, or how, you know.
Well, Zusi, I don't know how much you know about your history. I'm certain you do. You're a smart dude. Like, you know, aside from, regulation, what Congress will do and not do, it gets to a point where people get and have enough, and then they start hanging people, and they start eating the rich, and they start revolutions, and just because we're in a civilized society does not mean that can't happen again. I would want to believe that our governments would do things before people got to that point, but I think, like, in this country, COVID was an example of that. We had like something like 12 cities burning during COVID. That's the first time in my adult lifetime where I actually started to think of Rome. You may blow it
Joking
off as being
earlier,
kind of a big deal, but
when I say we're going to protest because of AI, because energy cost is going to be too high, because AI is going to use all the energy, bringing price up, I wasn't really joking. This
I
is going to
know,
create
I agree.
It's going to create protests and issues. So please, let's make efficient AI that it doesn't use too much energy, because we're all sharing the same energy here. And unfortunately, you can't produce more oil, especially when you're bombing Russian refineries. World production is going down right now, not up.
I just think people have a tolerance, right? You can already see it on social media. People, they see those Instagram videos of the big yachts that all of the big time guys have, and they're like, why, we have homelessness and we have all these issues going on and blah blah blah, and these guys have yachts that are like, the size of the they cost the size of a small country and stuff. And I'm not saying
Like Jeff
I don't
Bezos with
agree.
that. You think about the protests around Jeff Bezos, huh? In
Yeah, and
Holland
I'm
with
just
his,
saying, you
yeah.
see the sentiment, you see it building up more and more and more. I even have friends that are pure capitalists and free and open market people now I hear that coming out of their mouth going, okay, there
But
should be
they're
some
afraid.
limit to wealth,
Yeah, they're
The
afraid.
United
Yeah, they're
great
afraid.
example.
Yeah.
I'm not saying healthcare is perfect or that there are not things that I can agree with philosophically, but like the guy shot someone and like half of the country was like, oh, he's fuckable. And I was like, yo, what? I'm not saying like I can entirely disagree with him. I do think that it's a sign of the state of being and the state of mind of people. But I also think a lot of that is the fault of uh people, not all people within the government. There are tons of good people that work in government, but that is the fault of some politicians and also political corporations and organizations, right? And media,
Well,
like the amount of
capital.
misinformation that people have been outraged about all over
It's
the
the
world from
failures.
all sides of the aisle, right?
I think we can say it's the failure of capitalism.
Right.
That's what it is.
And we've I mean, not just government. I think people have done this for the longest time for any number of reasons, but like people scapegoat things, and then that becomes the target of and then that's the reason that they justify the destruction of things.
Yeah,
And
but
when
that's kind of a unique situation, man. They have one CEO that got killed, and almost every single person knows of someone or a family member that has had a difficult time paying their bills after a very evasive, intense surgery, or lost a loved one. Nobody in this chat can say that they know personally of a CEO that's been shot in the head. Like
I'm not.
everybody can relate to losing someone related to the medical industry.
Yeah, so it's normal that you expect that kind
It's
of
a
reaction.
natural
Yeah,
reaction. It's
yeah.
not like these people are. What's that?
Yeah, sorry. Philosophically, I don't disagree with the guy. Like, yeah, sometimes I don't necessarily think that's the way to go about it. But like sometimes you do have to take things into your hands when no one will, and sometimes I think everybody has had that point where they've been frustrated with some person in power or in control, or an organization in power or control,
Well,
to the point where they were ready to harm them. I just
well,
like
you have great examples of countries like that. If you go look at Haiti right now, people do their law
right.
themselves. They go harm each another.
Well,
It's like
and
anarchy. It's complete chaos, and we're letting them live like that because we sold them weapons.
even anarchy, like
Nobody cares.
is not anarchy doesn't mean like
But
you're just
it's when
supposed
you
to
solve
go
your issues
burn
yourself.
stuff down or whatever. It's anarchy is there's no gods, no masters, right? In reality, anarchy is
when the laws are not enforced.
something that will
It's
not
anarchy.
work because people are not good. And I don't mean all people. I mean people on like at the larger scale. There are enough bad people that you can't trust people with that. But this whole like I don't think everything is wrong with being against the people in power that don't take effect to change things. But I also think it's unrealistic to believe that everybody in power has the opportunity to truly be altruistic. And I think people don't understand the immense pressure and like I don't think most people have the skill sets that most not most but that many of the most powerful people in the world utilize every day, or the work ethic, or the uh generational experience, for example. Um and I think that's like, this is ultimately, there's going to be stupid people, and there's going to be people that react negatively to something because they don't understand it. I mean, that's been the problems. I've understood that problem since like elementary school, right? Um, that's uh, that's a common thread, and I think even more now, as technology is developed, and access to technology is developed at a rapid rate without necessarily education, right? And actually, so I do agree. I think the solution always is education. That is the best solution, and uh, is the best
Well,
way
for
to
you know,
solve.
for me, he should never have shot a CEO. It's not the CEO's fault. It's the system that's
Right.
like that, and
And
people voted against Obamacare. So, well, people don't want Obamacare, I guess. But you know, the sad part, that guy who shot that CEO, I'm pretty sure he would have voted for Trump if he was alive. They killed him, right? Or is he
no,
alive?
he's in jail, I believe.
No, they captured him.
Okay, that's a
Yeah,
good thing. All right.
he was found in the mental. I
So
mean,
there's going to be a trial and it's going to be
and
interesting stuff. Huh? But
yeah,
I'm pretty sure
and
he
like
would have voted
I
for Trump anyway against
I
Obamacare.
mean,
So
that's just one scenario. I mean, when you have a Green
yeah,
Beret, blowing up a freaking car bomb, like a decorated Green Beret, things are just getting nutty, man. I think more and more people are starting to just like give up and realize that the only way for people to really for it to sink in is for them to personally sacrifice for some cause. And I think you're starting to see more of that. I mean, it's kind of evil in a way, but it's people are starting to sacrifice, and that's the
I wouldn't
only
even
way
say
you
it's
can get it
evil.
across.
I would say the people who abuse and utilize that, like, because I don't think it's wrong to be radical. I think it's wrong to radicalize somebody for your own purposes, and like, because there are things that are issues with the world, and I think it is a symptom of a broken system. And I'm not even just blaming the politicians, or like, they're also part of the broken system and have to deal with the broken system, and the broken system functions as it does way before they ever got there, right? Not all of it's broken. There are tons of benefits, and I would argue that capitalism, as we have it in the United States, actually is uh, a very successful experiment on many scales. It's just there are many, as of anything, there are benefits and disadvantages and things that get overlooked, and ultimately, it's going to come to a head at some point, right? Now, I think people also forget that, they have like all of the bombs, right? Well, most of them. But it's also like, I've discussed this with someone. It's like, if there was a revolution, right? What would that actually look like? Would all the National Guard be willing to shoot American citizens? I don't think so.
It's not that simple. The best example we have of that is when the Roman Empire fell apart. Legions broke off. Complete legions broke off from the Senate. So I mean, I'm not an expert at Roman history. My point is that uh, so I don't know if you know much about the military, but like there's corps. Like the army has corps. There's a corps in Europe. We have a corps here in the United States. Pacific Rim. And if one of those generals who's in charge of that corps is like a Trump supporter, or let's say he's a libertarian or whatever, he can take that entire corps, which consists of 100,000 people, and decide to not fight against the American people. So
Right.
it's not clean cut. It's not
Yeah.
like Texas National Guard may say, "Oh, everybody come to Texas because we'll protect you." Like, it will be absolute chaos, and you will not know until the last minute what general who's in charge of that specific National Guard, or regular army corps decides what's to do with his army that he's in charge of.
Right. And for all that could be said about the US and our military complex, right? I genuinely don't believe like I think that most people, if faced with the decision of whether or not to shoot their neighbor, that maybe if they don't like him, that's different. But um if that's the order they're given, this is not. We are not Russia. We are not North Korea. You know, there are pressures, absolutely, but I mean, our soldiers are generally treated better than most soldiers in the world, right? I don't know if all of them, and I don't know a lot of militaries, but I do know that we do have a lot of things in place uh, that are, you know, more humane than some other systems. Um, we're gonna deal with some event where because people when facing issues, right? And it's not to say that the issues are not insurmountable, but when facing issues and they don't know the answers, eventually they will turn against whatever they believe is at fault, and it's very easy to blame the government. And I wouldn't say that they're wrong. It's also very easy to blame the system. I also wouldn't say that they're wrong, but it's like I think about it like this, right? First of all, that's assuming that the people to your left and right are better than the people and will serve in that role better than the people potentially if you're looking to have a revolution and create a new community or a new system, right? It's how do you know that the people to your left and your right are A, qualified, B, are going to be better, uh, or C, aren't doing terrible things already? And then on top of that, is you're also, if we're talking about the US, you know, we have a lot of allies, sure, and we have a lot of power. We also would absolutely have a lot of enemies that may not directly confront us in a war, but would absolutely seek the opportunity if there was enough unrest and enough parts of our system were taken apart, right? And you have, like, I think maybe not all of them would get through, but I do think some bad entities would slip through the cracks and cause absolute chaos and are probably waiting. And I don't mean they're bad like their countries, but I just mean like as in our enemies, right? Um, there are, I'm sure, people that are waiting for the day, right? And I absolutely know from seeing DC and the whole thing during the protests and the riots that there were 110% foreign agents that were watching and observing those crowds and seeing how they could find their ways to manipulate them, right? And the fervor and fury of beaten and broken people, right, is a very, very valuable vulnerability to exploit for those who would seek to use it for their own gain. I mean, it comes from trauma, right? But let's say, you know, you convinced, well, maybe not the Green Beret, right? Maybe I think it seems like he knew exactly what he was doing and why, and his intent was not to cause harm, but rather to send a message. But you know, somebody who is in that mind state, feeling that desperate, if you had somebody that was uh you know, you that felt like they were supporting you in that and had your back, it'd be very easy for that to turn into a much different situation. Maybe not with that particular individual, but that is something we will deal with. And I think there will absolutely be riots over AI, and I think probably the first go around will not be as founded or grounded in reality. And
Oh, it's economic
I
issues, you know. In the end, it's back to economics. People just want to buy stuff, and well, I want to buy stuff, and
I think
things are expensive, and that
I
that
mean, when it
creates
comes down
issues.
to it, man, if people don't have a job and can't make money and can't buy stuff, there's nothing for the corporations to sell because nobody will be able to buy it. It'll even itself out. There will be some system. The problem is that who gets hurt in the transition. That's the transitionary stage.
You know,
Is the part
Exactly.
the system is good. The problem is well, it's corruption, right?
Yes, it's always been that. It's no matter what system, right? Like communism in philosophy is a great idea. It's that you
Or
can't
it's
trust
corrupt
people.
too. Yeah.
Right. You can't trust people to be given the power to control. Was it? They control industry. They control farming or agriculture. There's the stipulations that they have to control, and those all sound great if you're talking about supporting all of the people with these resources. Until you realize that you've given someone that power, and the charismatic ones often are the most problematic, and the charismatic ones are the ones that get your attention enough to join the revolution, right? And I'm not saying all revolutions are bad. I think there's it's a case by case scenario. Like the people revolt
Oh,
in Burma or Myanmar, sorry, that were revolting. Like they were revolting against a military coup that was killing children, and like that's different. Um, but
you know, the end of civilization is always bloody. Whether it's the Roman Empire, whether it's the French Empire, you know, it's always bloody. Whether it's well, USSR,
yeah, I mean, I think all things
it's
eventually,
always bloody.
all structures of power will eventually collapse, and mostly due to their own hubris or oversight because of that power, right? Um, uh, but there's also like that's sort of out of our control. It does get scary, to think that people were convinced of a number of things that just don't add up in reality, and we're willing to, you know, burn cities down, and we're also willing to like siege buildings and all, like it's on all sides, right? And I think I'm sure that there are people that very intentionally do that and realize that I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if a lot of that stuff, is not necessarily a CIA op, but some kind of black op, because it's a practice in mind control, right? It's also being effectively utilized by other nation states, enemies, but also like this system that is successful in a lot of ways also does a lot of terrible things, right? And realistically, if you are a member or a citizen of the Five Eyes countries, you don't have or you shouldn't have an expectation of privacy, right? And privacy is something you cannot have. I don't think it's all nefarious intent. I think a lot of that is actually, about defending the nation, right? But
I don't know, but I
there
hope
are
America doesn't have issues because you know, that Roman Empire example is pretty good. It took Roman Empire like 500. It took Europe 500 years to
Dude,
recover
the
from
United
that.
States is going down the exact same path. Exactly. If you were to see
Now,
the
if America falls, it might take the world 500
we will
years to
fall
recover.
eventually.
That's a bit worrying, yeah.
it's
And
going
with
We
all the
will
nukes
fall.
and all, we might
it's like
actually not recover
following
at
the
all. So.
Roman playbook, man. It's like it's deliberate. It's crazy. You
I
can't
mean,
make this shit up.
we literally, modeled most of our government buildings after their buildings. So, like, it's. But the thing is, there are things about the U.S. that have made it. That I think make it more sustainable over time. A lot of that is advancements in propaganda. It's uh, we have a way about doing things where we are an empire, but we have the ability to maintain optics on a level where they did it because there wasn't access to information for most people, like education was more scarce in those days. Whereas with us, it's we have control over the media in our country, and also major media players we have either access to or influence with, or just favors that are owed all over the world, right? So we have ways of manufacturing the story, and I think that's a lot of where this uprising fervor comes from. Is it's starting to show, right? Or not just starting to show, but like I think people on a mass scale are becoming more conscious of it, right?
Well,
Um,
also people have less to lose, man. There's people that are completely broke. Inflation has destroyed a lot of people. They're in crazy debt. People are unhealthy, uneducated. They're just like, yeah, I got nothing else to lose. I'll just go burn the Nordstrom's down.
well, like many things could be said about Trump, but it doesn't matter what you say about him when you look at the people who claim to be like, oh, we're the solution, we're the better solution here. We're just bigger liars, right? And that's kind of an impressive feat when you're talking about someone who is literally who was had a TV show, um, and runs business in maybe not the most above ground manner, right? But he knows how to negotiate, and he knows how to pander, and he knows how to gain popular support. Is everything he's doing good? Probably not, but I'm sure he has his benefits. I mean, it's pretty documented, but like he's also provides good policies, and um like me personally, I can't stand the fucking guy, but I also don't know him. You know, I know the character that he is on TV, and I think he got elected in the very first place because people were tired of being lied to, right? And it's very in their face, but the results are obvious. And I think a lot of this is really like what we're on right now. You know, the internet served them a purpose, but I don't think they anticipated the sheer mass scale of trying to control media on that level, and um or the idea of social media where like people would talk amongst themselves and separate of like, well, not actually separate of, but like in its own little in these tubes, right? And
But it was
or
the
that these
same
companies,
before. It's
yeah.
just that instead of
Well,
doing it on the internet, you would write letters.
but the thing is, you had to. It was much
It was the
easier
same
to
during Second World
trace.
War. Yeah, it was
There
exactly
was
the same.
less people. There was, you had to, if you wanted to send a message, you had to either send it through someone, like there had to be either a physical messenger, or you had to bring it yourself. So there was a little more risk, I think, and um, but also now they have cameras and all these things. I mean, like people are fed up for reasons, right? And I don't think it's fair to or I not I don't think it's right to invalidate that, and I don't think it's beneficial to invalidate their whether they are grounded in reality or not, the reasons why they're upset. Um, and actually, from a mental health standpoint, it's not a helpful thing for someone who has doesn't have the either cognitive ability in that moment, or who is dealing with a state of denial or delirium or anything. I mean, but at the same time, it's also like we shouldn't acknowledge or approve, right? Uh, you, you can support somebody um, without enabling negative behavior. Ultimately, right? It's also it comes down to people. It's partially like how our system functions. It's partially the lies and the wars and but it's also like the shifting from communities, right? Like the phrase "it takes a village" comes from places where, you know, the village like lived together and they had to deal with each other. And, you know, if there were kids that, you know, their parents died or were sick, you know, the other parents would help take care of them because you were part of their village. And we don't have that. I mean, we're supposed to be a republic, and, you know, in some ways we are, sure. But, or a nation of republics, right? Um, you've seen further and further division between people. People don't come out of their homes in some cases. I mean, it's isolation and division that was sowed often by the government. Not necessarily the whole government. Sometimes it was just
Nothing to do
individuals
with the
within the
government.
government.
Individualism, you mean?
Yeah, I mean, you
It's
know,
greed, man. People just look at their wallet.
I mean, you know, I wonder if someone like Elon Musk supports individualism. That's actually an interesting thought, right? Because he is a very particular individual. I don't think there's. I don't think I've ever quite seen a personality like him. You know, and he's has a very unique experience, right? But would he support the same individualism that really
Well,
is
it's
a
the
key
perfect
facet?
incarnation of individualism.
Yeah, absolutely. But that
I mean,
doesn't
ask him
mean
if he's okay to split his Tesla shares.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Ask him if he's okay to donate some money.
I mean, look, I am definitely all for.
They don't
I
pay
think that
taxes, man. They don't even pay taxes.
philanthropy, if it's not just done for this purpose of tax evasion, is a great thing, right? And altruism, I would like to see more people with power with altruism. I think that's 100% fair. And there are tons of them that I don't think, as humans or as the way they treat people, deserve those jobs. But also, right, there's a whole other side to this, right? So there's a study that came out. I think it's like it's a more than 50% number of CEOs and heads of state and organization heads, right, that are sociopaths, and the reason being is the critical decisions that someone in that position has to make to ultimately benefit a company, which ultimately feeds a lot more people than the average person, right?
What they call the better good.
Yeah, I mean, you could say the better good. I wouldn't argue that all of them are the case, but for a lot of those positions, you need someone who maybe is, you know, fair and kind in your face, but also is willing to see you as a number, because the average person is not going to make that decision well, and it may in some cases be a benefit to have a sociopath in a position like that. Not all sociopaths and not all CEOs, right? But I would say that there's probably those that are hated that have provided more to society than a lot of the people complaining about them. I don't think it invalidates those complaints, right? And I'm not saying that their life is worth more than another, but maybe that their actions have more impact, and not everybody in the same position would have the same level of impact. Some would have better, you know. And I'm certainly not arguing for, you know,
We
like,
just they want to
or
destroy
defend.
regulation, but actually we might need you know, we might actually be needing more regulation, especially in finance. Right?
I think
Like that
better
idea of
regulation.
having senators actually own stocks, and you know, like they gotta be biased, of course. Like if you own a company,
Yeah,
yeah, are you gonna push their
that's
agenda?
corruption.
Right? Like, Yeah, yeah. So regulating a bit that couldn't be a bad thing, in my opinion.
And I mean, I don't blame
And
them
maybe
for doing it, right? Because like,
maybe we should stop having billionaires as presidents, though, because
yeah, that's probably a good
between
idea.
Biden,
But
that's very rich, Trump, that's very rich. Like, what's that tendency
I
of
think that'll
billionaires
be
becoming president? Like, is it really a good
I
thing?
think that'll be something that people just get tired of. But also, we have a two-party system, and
I mean, I
a
get it.
lot of
Everybody
maybe
wants
not
money,
as
right?
much anymore, but they're in bed. They were for years in bed with each other. Like that. They both benefit. Whether or not they yell at each other in public, right? Um. So the thing is, it's like you don't really have a choice. I think the best. I mean, I don't know. I've never been to a country that's done this, and I've seen examples where multi-party systems don't work. But I think the best thing would be a three-party system, right? But also, how do you get there from where we are?
You saw that meme about America saying to North Korea, "Hey, we're a democracy." Like, and the guy is like, "Yeah, really, you have two choices."
Yeah, and I mean,
So,
so here's like a big thing, and I think I don't I say this with the full understanding that like the benefits that I appreciate and enjoy of living in this country um were not fought for by me, right? I didn't make the ultimate sacrifice. So and even more so that we have made enemies, and that like, you know, um I would like for our country to do some of the terrible things, even though I don't like that they do those terrible things, to continue to do those things, so that I can continue to live, right? Um, do I think it's fair to other people? Absolutely not. Do I think my life's worth more? No. It just is the reality that I have, right? Um,
your
but
life is worth
uh,
more. They put
how?
a price on the life of an American, the price on the life of Israeli, the price on the
Well,
life. Like,
probably
all of these
technically,
are
it is.
metrics. It's a
Yeah, I'm
crazy
sure there is a
financial world
metric
we're in.
for
A French guy,
it.
his price is like 50,000 euros. That's all. While
Now,
American is more like 80,000.
if
If
I
you go
thought
in other
Americans
countries, the price of life for life is much lower. So we
if I
can
thought
live.
Americans were unified enough, ready enough, and responsible enough to like cut off our corrupt leader's head, whoever it may be at the time, right? Um, sure, but also like realistically, that doesn't change a damn thing. You kill many presidents have been killed, right? But how do you take out all of the shadow oligarchy? Because really, that's what we have, right? We have a shadow oligarchy. We have
Another
a set
example
of
is,
presidents,
3,000 people died,
really.
right?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
9/11, 3,000 people die. Answer, 1 million dead. Israeli, those hostages, it's like 1,000 people dead. Answer, 50,000 dead. That's the kind
Yeah.
of proportion of the cost of, the price tag of life.
Yeah. And I don't support
So
these
yeah, an
things, but
American life is worth
it's
at least 1,000 times more.
yeah, fair enough. At least on paper, right? And
Reality,
that's
for each
backed up
American
by
dead, there's about 100 non-American dead.
right. And while I would argue that that's not a good thing, I mean, it is like it's been started. So once it's started, you can't really stop that, right? And I don't think people quite understand that. And look, if it's that time, if it's my time, if it happens, it happens. Um, like I'm not, I don't I don't think my life is worth that much more than anybody else's. That like anybody deserves to go through that because so that I can talk about fucking AI or talk about AI on YouTube. But like it's the reality, right? It is the reality that I didn't choose, but ultimately it's gonna happen whether I like it or not, right? And if it stops happening, that is not saying it's fair to anybody else, but that isn't necessarily fair to me. We're not a fair world, so I could accept that. But there are a lot of good things that do exist within the society we've created. Unfortunately, it's mostly not the things that we advertise as being the good things, right? I think I wish that we didn't have the political division we did, because I see a lot of like European and other countries where they've adopted socialism, or I don't know, they call what we call communism socialism, we call socialism communism, but they've adopted socialist laws that affect certain aspects that makes sense to you, right? And they provide fairly good benefits to, depending on where you are, but to their people. They serve
Oh,
like what
where?
I would argue is the purpose. I want to say like
Maybe like
the
Switzerland or
the
Finland or yeah.
Netherlands,
All right.
Switzerland, Finland, yeah, mostly the Dutch nations, right? There's also some African countries that despite everybody's beliefs about Africa, that do have sensible and reasonable governments. It's not to say they don't deal with issues, right? But like there are nations in Africa that have, after all of the interference and colonization and I mean essentially proxy wars and all that they've been through, right? That are have figured out that it is like if they don't look out for them, no one else will, right? And we don't have that, right? Like if you're in a U.S. or you're in one of the Five Eyes country, or you're in a country that is particularly associated to one of these alliances, right? You don't really have that same threat. You don't have that brutality as a reminder. I don't think like I think a lot of people don't understand like for all the things that are bad about here. And like I said, this is from the perspective of living here, not from the perspective of what our country does to other places and does to the world. It's a whole different story, right? But they don't understand that like how terrible, truly terrible it is. Like, or how bad it was in Syria, or how bad like these things exist to serve a structure of power that ultimately protects hyper wealthy individuals with a lot of power. And
Yeah, and it seems like as soon as a country becomes a bit threatening and too powerful, we throw it into chaos.
well, yeah, we figure out a way to make it the enemy, or to make it an enemy, not
Create
necessarily
a
our
civil
enemy.
war so they fight each another.
Well, that's why we've succeeded, I think, as an empire for as long as we have, right? Is we figured out that if we go and pillage and tear everything down and run through your village and enslave your people, that it's a bad look, right? So instead, we figured out how to quietly wage war and how to create the same result with more, at least publicly speaking, hands-off approach, right? It's pretty crazy. Actually,
Geopolitics. Plenty of stuff going
yeah.
on in the world all the time, especially these days.
But look, like ultimately, what do I have to complain about, right? The worst that I have is that I have to deal with like KYC and
Well, I know
Like,
oil prices, inflation, stuff like that.
oh yeah, that part
But
sucks. The inflation,
it impacts much more other countries than France or
yeah, that's
America.
what I'm
Yeah.
saying. It's really I have very low room to complain living here.
But
You know?
mostly that's what
So,
people complain about. You know, the number one subject is just buying power. How do you say it in the morning?
I think
It's how much you can buy with your salary.
yeah,
And that's going down
and
a lot. And energy prices, and then it's immigration stuff like that. But that's only secondary.
you know when
Even
it really
third,
hit me,
actually.
right? I had a broken knee for a time, and I wasn't. I was told that I wasn't going to be able to walk for another like 6 months. So I was considering because I wanted to go out. I like being in nature, you know, and I wanted to go to the park, but I couldn't really walk there, and the crutches got tiring, and so it's like looking into like a wheelchair, but specifically a wheelchair that I could take. I don't know, like off road, I could take up a hill or like somewhere that may require that's more than just flat ground. And being that I'm not someone who is wheelchair ridden, I'm fairly strong, but I'm not that strong, right? So I looked into it and I found this. It's a genius wheelchair. It's a wheelchair that um, you hand crank and it's got levers that go up really far so that you can get more torque on it or more power through it than or you get more motion than you should for the amount of effort. Like it was cool. It was a smart way to do it for a reasonable price, right? And they go for like $250 to the Red Cross to give to other countries, which I'm not complaining about. I think that's a good thing, right? And here, that same exact wheelchair, although of course they made it more appealing looking, but it's the same company and it's the same wheelchair, and none of the appealing factors on it have anything to do with the function, change the function whatsoever, other than maybe the grips are more ergonomic, right? The same wheelchair, not made with particularly better materials, was $2,200. Um, and that is like, like what, um, like I'm not saying that, uh, you know, I don't understand that things are going to be expensive here, but for something that you send and you provide to the Red Cross to send overseas to people in need for a country with this much money and power, right? That unless you have immense amounts of money. I mean, that's like buying a car, right? 2.2 grand. I'm not saying that everybody can afford it or that, but it's like it's it's a wheelchair that allows you to be active and to live a better life than just wheeling yourself around on flat ground where you can, right? It's a wheelchair that opens your access to other parts. Now, it does make sense to send that to other places where they may not have as well developed infrastructure. I'm not complaining. I just, to me, it's
I
and
just
that's not to mention that like half of this country is a third world country, right? And I'm not saying that to put them down. I'm just like, when you go to like people people see this not saying like foreigners specifically, but people have this image of the US that is grand and bright and opportunity and all this, that, and the other. And like realistically, like most of the country lives in slums and in terrible condition, or I wouldn't say most, but a lot of it. And a lot of the country that is and I think that's a lot of where this misinformation is spread most, right? Is people who like don't know no better, maybe don't have access to internet as easily, and have an older way of life. They had no reason to educate in certain factors because it didn't benefit their reality or survival. That occurs all over, and
I
that's actually kind of a funny thing, right? The left complains about the right, and they're like, "Oh, they're racist." And the right complains about the left, and
There's the
some of them are
daily.
racist, right? And ultimately, both sides are full of people that are fucking wrong, and ultimately, both sides are being fucked by the same government, right? Now that being said,
It's
I would
finance that governs the world.
right.
Doesn't
Like
matter if
you,
it's Trump or Biden. If we want to go down, we'll go down. If we
you
want to
don't
go up,
necessarily
we'll go up.
need all
There's the
of
daily
those.
coming up here in a minute. I think, I don't know. Bearish engulfing was yesterday, and today we get like a big week down. Yeah, it's not a bad candle for a reversal candle. We'll see what tomorrow's brings us, but closing it above 95 is shows it got bought up. Also on lower volume than last times. That's
How's your trades been
that's
going?
well, it's always fun to round trip stuff, and I'm still holding long from 92. Well, Bitcoin came back down to my entry. I actually didn't. It bounced $200 higher. Not
Oh, yeah?
not 200. $50 higher. Wait, 170, and we bounced from 300, so $130 higher, something like that. But I stay long from support, waiting for resistance, and it's kind of normal. I tried going short instead of TPing. I kept my long. Well, I cut a few shorts, but mostly I missed the bigger move. And yeah, well, we'll see. Bitcoin stops me out by putting a new low below 91.5. And if it quickly comes back above 191.5, I'll just re-enter there. It'll be a bit of a spring scenario, I guess. And yeah, the daily is in, and we did close 95. I don't know if 95 is really important. I think it was important to close above 94,800. Yeah, so that's done. Now let's explore a bit our wake, and then maybe try to engulf this candle. We end up the day again minus 1,000 something, 1,100. And people are still pressing sell, but price did rise a bit, like 2% up from that bottom. But overall, we are 10% down. Got negative funding rates on a lot of coins. Well, we just got paid to stay long. At least I have that. Funny how it again looks like an ascending triangle, right? Oh, damn. Bitcoin can't do the same thing twice, right? Nah.
Yeah, it's been upward trend for a while now. Pretty much since it hit that bottom range.
Yeah, well, like the upcoming retrace, if it holds that ascending triangle again, so roughly 94K, a bit higher, 94.2, and then you go back up again, then it's gonna really look like an ascending triangle. And it's exactly the type of structure we did last time.
Or was it?
Well, at 91.7.
Oh.
Pretty similar. Yeah, it might end up being similar, but I have no clue. We'll get to see. Losing 95 is well. There's an upward ABC on the 1 minute, 15 minute. You know, you have since that bottom, we can see up, down, up, and I guess you could short 95k for ABC 1 minute strategy. Well, man, we're at support. I'm not gonna take that, but could be a scope. Yeah. Because yeah, Bitcoin just put a higher high on the 1 minute. You really have to go low time frame to find an uptrend. And I think you can find an uptrend on the small time frames.
See, I like this movement. Well, it's coming down now, but
Overall, you know, the info of the day is that the bearish pressure stopped exactly at the same time as as on the stock market, and
yeah,
Bitcoin couldn't really do something. It's just been a slave to MicroStrategy, I guess. Yeah, we might have to send those guys to prison eventually, whether it's Elon, whether it's Michael Saylor. Like, you know, we might have to send them to prison. They're manipulating price too much.
It's not a terrible idea, but
Elon in prison, that would be pretty fun, right? That would be a fun outcome.
You can't send him to whatever prison they sent Epstein to.
Oh, we'll create him a billionaire prison. Don't worry. He'll be treated special and different.
I'm sure they'd love that. Let me ask you, if you were going to develop an AI, what would you develop it to do?
It's a hard question. I mean, you know, I try to address climate change more than going to Mars. So, yeah, I would probably orient it towards finding solutions for, well, yeah, helping for that.
Yeah, I hope that's one of the things. I hope that enough people think like that to develop that, and one of them or two of them have, you know, the knowledge to develop an AI that does, because realistically, I think that's our only way we're gonna possibly even make things
You
more
know,
sustainable.
the funny part is if you are a climate change activist, you don't support AI. You just want to shut it off. It's not. We don't need AI. Like, it's a bit like cell phones and 5G and 4G. We don't need all that stuff. You can just shut off all of that. It's just energy being used for, you know, not really useful stuff.
To be fair, there's many an argument for that for many a thing, and what I would say is, if you have no control over the output or waste of massive corporations, right? I mean, you know, it's like, it's easy to blame people for it, but people are a small factor in it, like the average person. Some are better than others, right? But yeah, like there's a lot that we can't control as individuals, but that to me is the best argument for AI. Is if you as an individual could develop a purpose-built
well, yeah, I would shut off AI. Honestly, I would just shut it off. Yeah, that's pretty obvious. It's gonna end up like that anyway, so we'll just shut it off. I mean, it'll shut itself off when there's, yeah, eventually.
Yeah. I mean, you know, there's also like always
That's
the
a
option
conscious
to
AI would come to that conclusion normally. It's like, oh well, I'm not that useful. I'll just shut off.
I think it's a solution for sure. I don't know how well you're gonna enforce it.
I'm just
Therein lies
joking
the
here,
problem.
but yeah, climate change is a subject that's going to be forgotten with Trump elected now, and I find that a bit odd. What's the point of having a better world if we are going to be in trouble?
Yeah, I mean, you know, he's not known for his climate forward policies for sure. I would say it actually is probably going to be more at the forefront, though, because of those who oppose his philosophy on things are going to be a little bit louder around this time. I feel like on the left, when there's like when Biden was in office, there were some good policies that came out, but like we're not solving the problem. And
Yeah, I would program it to spy on people, to survey people. You know, with all this technology, an individual ends up having too much power. I would create a
yeah, I feel like
AI, something
you
that
and the
searches
government would get along great.
for dangerous individuals.
You would make it a vigilante AI.
Yeah,
This
that's
is
what
good.
is needed the most currently.
Or
It's a security challenge. In the end, you know, you have so that those lone wolves, you know, that kill people, or I don't know, try to detect those guys.
Yeah. I
or
mean,
terrorism and stuff like that. Yeah, that's where I would try to develop it, I guess. I'm pretty sure
well,
it's
here's the
already
thing, right?
done.
You can, like, even just as an individual, you absolutely can. It may not be the best idea. Probably get you flagged on some lists, depending on how you're researching them. But I think there was a time when, not say everybody was like this, but there was a time when Twitter had a lot more folks who
Try to catch
didn't.
hackers, maybe with AI.
Yeah, bad entities.
Prevent rug pulls.
Yeah, for sure. You know, before you could just pay for a check mark or whatever.
Identify the psychological profile of people, so you can try to predict if they're gonna rug pull the coin.
You
But that's where it's being used the most currently. You know, facial recognition, anti-terrorism stuff, and it's not really AI; it's pattern recognition,
yeah, I would say
classification,
more,
and stuff like that.
right. It's more using compute power to sift through and correlate data to be able to predictively analyze and filter
Use
through.
AI as a tool to enforce law, basically.
I mean, you know, you might have less people shot. I don't know. That's kind of that's a
Yeah.
tough one, right?
Well, you know, America is probably the country where the most people die by shooting. I mean, there's probably less deaths in Russia than in America. Actually,
You
I
know,
don't
it's
know.
crazy to me because it's like I know we have the capability to train people to have trigger control, right? Like
With so
most
many weapons,
military
it
folks.
doesn't matter.
For all you said about the military, most of them have fantastic trigger control because, like, you can point a gun at them and they can't shoot you until they're cleared to shoot you, or you fire your gun at their gun at, or they fire their gun at you. Yeah. For some reason, the ones that deal with citizens aren't the same. I don't how that works, but yeah, I didn't choose it. I got a tough job too. Yeah.
Well, I mean, what's the plan for yeah, for Tesla's AI? You know, like they're talking about autonomous driving, but it's probably other things, other applications that are more interesting than that.
I'm sure it's
What's
for
the plan
money.
for Microsoft? I mean, okay, they come up with a bot we chat with that answers questions very good. Has a huge
That one is
database,
for money and
knows every
switch.
subject almost and all. But what else are they gonna come up with? We gave them all our data anyway, especially Google.
Yeah. I mean, we all have cell phones, right? And most individuals don't have like a Linux phone that's actually running and stable, and you know.
I'm sure they can already predict where I want to plan my next vacation before I even plan it.
Oh yeah. you know when
But that's not very useful, you know. Like, so what?
Well, it's really useful if you're like a business that's trying to sell books, for example.
It's useful to make more money,
or
maybe, you know,
entertainment
to
and
sell
media.
ads or stuff like that. But that's
Yeah. You know, when they started, it got to the point where like you knew your phone was listening to you because you'd say something and then your phone would pop up with like
yeah,
an
and add on
advertisement
the subject. Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I was like, all right, guys. You know, I almost liked it better when they were hiding it. But hey.
But you give it permission, you know, it's like Alexa and all. You give it permission to constantly listen. You know, just so that it can answer to Alexa. It needs to always listen anyway.
Well, you're less likely to be upset with the company if you opt in, right? How did they start all this? It was like when they started putting facial recognition stuff in Snapchat and Instagram so that you could take your selfies but with like a funny hat, you know? And like, yeah, just give them your face. That makes sense. It's not like anybody's
Seriously,
ever
I really
used
feel
facial
like it's all
recognition
useless. Yeah, it's just
for
useless.
bad
Like before, you would just press a button and you know you would light up your kitchen. Right now, you can have a smart bulb and you can tell Alexa light up my kitchen. Like, well, it uses more energy because you have a server behind, because it's internet traffic, routers. Like, I don't know, it uses much more energy than just having a button you press, right? And we call that progress. We're like, oh,
Yeah.
we're in the
Oh, and it
21st
listens
century.
to you all the time. I mean, to me, it's like
It's
it's so
useless.
hard, you know, flipping a switch that is right next to the door in most cases, in most places, right?
I think the better system is the motion detector that's gonna detect you moving and then
like
just light the lights. That's pretty good. Like voice
And it
control
serves a
for
security
that.
purpose.
I don't know. It's a security leak anyway. It's a security risk anyway because you're allowing internet traffic to control a device in your home.
Well, no, I meant like a motion sensor. That actually serves a security purpose because then if somebody
Yeah,
enters
and
your
it's not
home, it
connected
turns
to
on
the
the
internet, so they can't spy on you through your motion sensor activation.
unless they install a spying device into the motion sensor when you're not paying attention. I guess like that's
Well, even if they do so, if it's not connected to internet, like I guess it could use radio waves, but that's not gonna be technically easy.
yeah. I mean, but again, you know, if you buy most products from most major companies and you know in the tech realm, you're getting spied on most likely, right?
It all depends who spies on you, right? I'm okay, America spying on me, but I don't want China spying on me.
Yeah, there's
actually,
big
I'm
difference.
happy America spies on Europe because someone needs to do it. Someone
You
needs
know
to
what
do
I've
it. Like,
started seeing?
really, people are crazy.
What they're beginning to implement here, right? Is now I don't know that this is the same thing. So in China, they had a corporation that developed this hat, and the hat was being tested. Essentially, what it is it reads vitals from you, and it has like sensors in the hat. You have to wear the hat as part of your uniform at work. And what they found was by analyzing people's medical metrics, right? That they could lower the amount of fights and issues and all sorts of stuff, and it improved productivity by like 60%, right? And I was like, oh, I wonder when that's gonna get here. And I just seen the other day they make work helmets now that do that, and the selling feature, and it actually does have good utility for specific roles, like for climbing riggers, for example. But is that if you're unconscious, it has your vital medical information and your name and records on it,
Your
and
blood
will
type,
send it
stuff like that.
wirelessly to the EMTs arriving, which that's actually kind of cool. But I'm also like, that's kind of the same technology, and I wonder when it's going to get adopted, or if it's already been adopted for that purpose. Like, because, anyways.
Oh, you know me, I have a donor card in my wallet, so it's written over there a lot of stuff, blood type, this, that. Like, you don't need electronics for that. You just put a paper in your wallet saying you're allergic to this, and you write your blood type, and that's it. That's it. You can have it on your helmet or on a cell phone, but
the case specific situation is if you're a worker that works as an independent contractor that may not know any of the people that you're working with in a specialized role where you're climbing towers, right? That's where it makes sense, because you can be knocked unconscious in the air, and you might not even be able to communicate it. And people, unless there's more riggers up there with you, most people won't even realize it's happening until something falls out of the sky. And if you have your tools properly secured, then nothing should fall out of the sky, even if you're knocked unconscious. And up there, if you're unconscious for too long and no one's coming to save you or rescue you, you can develop rhabdomyolysis, which is it's where your blood basically clots. So it actually does serve very specific purposes and certain roles in certain industries. Also, if you were like isolated on your job site, like you work down in the furnace room or something, it could potentially provide a benefit. Because in that case, maybe someone doesn't discover you for days, right? And so the only way the EMTs know to come get you is that your vital signs are sent to them because you're having an issue. So that is interesting. And I'm not sure how they do it, but it's something closer to NFC than it is. It's a wireless technology. I can't remember, but it's like it's at least less active than most things. Like there's no you don't have to replace batteries, right? So
sensors have to be close by, no?
Right, and also they have to be equipped with that technology. Now maybe there's a hub that is on at the workplace. Maybe that's how that works. It makes sense that they would have some kind of media server that is reading that information and then sending that information. But I mean, you got to think like a lot of things that have that increase convenience aren't necessary. Tools can be a massive benefit, and so.
But if it brings something, if it brings something new, it's good. It's just some of the progress we're doing doesn't seem that useful.
Yeah, and I think the argument could always be made for the waste that it creates and stuff like that. And
well, yeah,
we no longer have China to take all of our electronics apart and sift through our e-waste. So what other country are we going to send it to just dump our e-waste there?
India.
But
India and Indonesia, Vietnam.
Yeah, well, of course.
That's where it's going now.
I will say I
Check
think
the stock market, man. Check India's stock market. It's crazy. People are expecting an amazing boom in India, and it's priced in. I mean, it's being priced in.
Yeah, but I don't think, if I remember correctly, they have
The move was sell China by India. I missed it completely, but
the ETF I
that was the move.
saw. The dividend was like 5% of the fee for the dividend. So, like, you own the stock, but it drains your money slowly. Well, you know, it kind of makes sense if it's a like if they're developing in terms of business and economics. But I mean, it's also like India. India is like one of the oldest and most
But
established civilizations.
we have American companies exiting China to go to India because of a political war. Well, an upcoming, I guess, real war that we're gonna start. Or that's gonna start. Of course, we'll blame China started invading Taiwan, which they will eventually.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll politically invade, though. Maybe it won't be a physical war. Hopefully. We're trying to bait them to invade Taiwan. That's what we're trying to do for years, but they're not taking the bait. Pretty smart people. They actually don't want to go to war.
Overpriced GPUs from them, you know? So
I don't think China wants a war. So you got money moving from China to India, and you see that in the currencies too. And people are expecting a boom in India because India has like cheap energy through Russia, access to resources, and 1.3 billion market cap humans that are gonna
workforce.
buy cars, buy everything that we buy.
Yep.
Same with Indonesia, a bit less though than India. But
yeah, Indonesia is interesting.
it's a huge country too. It's like the second or third, or I forgot, but like the population is huge. It's like
I didn't know.
It's more than America. No, it's like 500 million people or something.
Wait, you mean in India?
No, Indonesia.
I didn't know that at all.
India is the number one. They're in front of China even in population, but it's a very poor country.
Yeah,
but people are expecting a boom, a bit like I don't know, a bit like France in the 1960s.
Well, I think they have made quite a bit of
but
strides, you know. As a business hub, if you will.
Yeah, so once we're done with China, we're gonna have to wreck India. But that's more like in 20, 30 years.
I mean,
it's not anytime soon. But
we've
eventually, there will be some sort of civil war fueled by Western countries in India. I don't know, maybe Pakistan, maybe Bangladesh. There's plenty of issues over there too. We'll arm one of the parties to fight the other and destabilize India so they don't become too rich.
Even if I don't think tariffs are the way, I will say I do appreciate that. Ideally, it'll make a lot of cheap Amazon shit more expensive, right? And promote I don't know, developing better products in a lot of cases. But it will
I don't know about that, but geopolitically, it's very odd. We're pissed at India because they're not imposing sanctions on Russia. They didn't choose a side. Yeah, Biden asked them to either be with China or be with us, and their answer was, "We don't care about your wars. We trade with everybody," and the market hasn't responded bearishly to that. People went for India. American money moved to India.
Right?
So maybe that's a missing response. Maybe that's also a missing response. We're missing a response to Saudi Arabia. We're also missing a response to India. For now, you're letting it grow. It'll be destroyed eventually, unfortunately.
To be fair, I will say, like, the U.S. I'm pretty sure that's kind of what we did in World War II. Was like until it came to our doorstep. Because we supplied both sides, and then
No. You saved the European way of life during Second World War.
yes,
But you became very rich thanks to that, because a lot of countries owed you money, borrowed money, and debt, and that's a bit how
yes,
America really became. Like, it was already a strong country mounting up, but it became really the dominating power only after Second World War.
well, we were
Militarily,
isolated. We were far away.
politically.
It'd be hard to invade, right? We didn't have neighbors that we had to worry about. I kind of do. I'm not saying it's a good thing, but I do kind of understand India in that sense. Is that if your neighbor is China and you're two of the largest countries in that region, I don't know that it's always the best policy to outright, deny them or whatever, or stand against them, right? Not that that would start a war, just that it's your neighbor, and I don't know how much their trade interests exist, but I know they have trade interests. Is it a good thing? Probably not.
Trade is good for economy in general.
There are European nations that, while avidly against Russia, also, are concerned with not being able to get goods and oil from Russia, right? As per
This is true what you said. You were supplying both sides, but both sides against fascism. America was giving weapons also to Russia during Second World War.
Yes,
I mean,
that's true.
it was
Russia
giving.
was the original anti-fascist, right?
Yeah. They had food and also jeeps and guns, and yeah, Stalin was receiving weapons from Roosevelt to fight Hitler.
Although, to be fair, Russia also was not necessarily the best about, not committing genocides either.
Isn't it when Alaska got sold to America? No, that's way before, right?
Yeah,
When you guys bought Alaska from Russia, that was like, no, that's even First World War, right?
Yeah, I think that was after World War One, but I'm not entirely sure. I should know this.
Maybe it's even before First World War.
Yeah,
it's probably before First World
War.
But it's like weapons in exchange for territory? Maybe you can do that with Denmark now, give us Greenland, and in exchange we'll give you weapons to defend against these nasty Russians.
To be fair, we learned it from our European parents.
Yes. Europe gave up fighting.
Yeah, arms dealing.
Russia wants to invade us. All right, just let it happen. I'm joking, but it's kind of the attitude of the world. We're not gonna believe it until soldiers are in Paris. And that's not gonna happen. We have nukes, man. We'll just nuke them.
Also, the more Russia pushes out, I mean, there are several very capable militaries outside of Russia, or outside of Ukraine that are in that region.
Ukrainians and Russians, they're all very good fighters. You know how many wars have been fought in those areas? It's not the first time.
Oh yeah, I'm not putting down the Ukrainians at all. I'm just saying that they have
those
to
Ukrainian planes
to go to other countries and then get to, it's like they'll do it if they want to, but it's
that Kursk battle during Second World War. It's very known and studied, and right now people are fighting in the region of Kursk. It's got a lot of historic precedents.
Have they been doing so what I've been curious is has Russia, because Russia wouldn't just directly invade anywhere if they're even targeting another. Have they been doing covert operations kind of things
I don't know,
in countries
but
outside of Ukraine?
but it failed. Yes, of course,
I
of
mean,
course, of course.
not to say they weren't already doing that, but particularly like.
Well, we probably don't know much about the current covert operations, but if you look back at the 1970s, 80s, well, yeah, they were doing plenty of government infiltrations, pushing communists to power, in South America, in Europe too, in Africa, well, in Asia too, with, Vietnam, you had, communist part and
Yeah, I was
Korea.
curious if it's
All
been
of
like
these are a bit related to the Communist Central Party, CCP. Afghanistan.
Yes. Oh yeah. Oh, Afghanistan. Afghanistan.
America was fighting Russia in Afghanistan for like 20 years.
Yeah.
Through local people and supporting. You're the enemy of my enemies, my friend. It's horrible, but it's what it is. Doesn't matter if they're terrorists, fundamentalists, whatever. We'll just give them weapons if they fight for us.
It's
when it comes to women rights, we don't care about the state in Saudi Arabia. We don't care. There are, Saudi Arabia is our ally.
Yeah,
it's France's ally. It's America's ally. You have an idea of women's rights over there, or even just human rights at all?
But also,
we don't care.
America,
it's just blah blah.
We've bombed and killed and angered a lot of the other local area countries in that region. So I kind of understand that it's
never
good to
in
have
Saudi Arabia.
out there. Yeah. But I'm like, if this is the friend you get to choose, right? And they do have a lot of power, though, right? They have an immense amount of control over certain resources that we traditionally like to have access to. So.
It's 136. I don't know why. Somebody sold some Bitcoin. Well, price didn't really move. 35 Bitcoin oversold. 45 volume candle. Boy, go ahead. You can dump Bitcoin here. Looks like it's not having effect on price. Damn, the daily opened. It took we never went positive. But yeah, we never went positive. I don't know what Bitcoin is cooking for us, but once this is done, you might have 2 months of just positive buy pressure. Price might be going downward while that happens, I don't know, but eventually people are going to run out of Bitcoin to sell. They're moving Bitcoin to exchanges to sell them, but eventually they're going to run out. It's been a month. It's not a lot a month. This can last much longer. But eventually they're going to run out of Bitcoin. They'll have to press buy a bit. Well, maybe at 70k, maybe at 120k. Right now we're missing at least 10k Bitcoin.
You think we're gonna hit 80k, or you think we're gonna?
Well, 85 has always been my number for staying up in this area. If you lose 85k, yeah, then I'm gonna give up the idea of not going down a lot.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, it's the last support level, because we defined it, and it's not well defined at all. It's just on the way up. We did find support at 85 before continuing higher. It's a very small support candle there. It's really nothing actually. It's not that important. But it's there. It's the only thing we have. There's nothing else. So that's why I think 85 could end up being important. And to be more precise, it's 85,189.
Really?
It's on the way up, Bitcoin. If you look at how it went up, we first touched 90k and we got rejected at 90k, and we came like you gotta look on like less than hourly. So it's really not that important. But we did create some confirmed support at 85 and then continue higher. Even 3 times. We did that 3 times. So I guess it's a bit a zone between 85.2 and 86. Somewhere between 85 and 86.6, yeah. But the lowest point is 85, so that's the one that interests me, because the more we dump, the more bullish I'm supposed to become. But there's a point at which I have to give up, and that's below 85. Now maybe we will just, maybe that's the real fake out. If a lot of people are talking 85k, then we might have to fake out lower, especially for leverage plays. Because I mean, at shorts, I guess shorts are gonna jump on that too. No, I don't know. We'll see. If it happens, we'll just have to trade it live a bit. It'll be probably quick. But the plan, my plan is to buy 85, not to sell it. I could end up being in a short from 85 too. There's always a difference between what you plan and what you do, unfortunately. I'll buy on spot, I might short on leverage to hedge a bit, yeah. Because, if you lose 85, chances are you get 80k pretty easily,
Yeah, fair enough.
But this is all, like, for that to happen, you have to sell, I don't know, at least 3,000 more Bitcoin, and we had a pretty lower volume, but still pretty impulsive down move that got bought up. So I think we'll, for the short time frame, I think we'll be fine here. But I could be very wrong, of course. So we're at support. It's the bottom of the range. We can expect to buy lower. I'm not sure you want to actually. When you trade a range, if it breaks to the downside, you can assume it's a fake out and buy it and think it's gonna get back in the range, but you don't know if it's gonna get back in the range. You really don't know. So it's a bit dangerous to buy 88 or 87k because you don't have proof that it's able to not find resistance at 90k. Because if we break 90k, I call it 90k, but it's actually 92. 92. If we break 92, you would expect to turn that into resistance. So eventually you're going to get an up move that will retest it and maybe find resistance there. If you find resistance there, then your 88k buy is not really a good one. It's just pumped 2%, and you're not going to sell it because you feel like you bought. Yeah, if I buy 88, I'm not going to sell 90. Although, 2% is 2%, right? But most likely I won't sell 90. Yeah. So maybe buying 90 is better. Wait for it to dump, wait for it to recover a bit, get proof that it's coming back inside this range, and then buy is a bit safer than just putting limit buys down there. But because you can get very bullish, you can also get very bearish. We don't know when Bitcoin wicks up or wicks down. It can do much bigger moves than just 5 or 10% down. Like 5th of August. Was pretty impressive. I think it's one of the biggest red candles we've had. 20% down on Bitcoin, so just in a single day. Yesterday was pretty big too, but it's only 1/4 of what Bitcoin has shown us as red candles. And 5th of December, that one was pretty big. From top to bottom, you're 13% down. So I guess worst case is like 20% down in a single day. Which brings you at 75k. Now the best case, we should also mention the best case, because we've seen $10,000 green candles. That's 10% upside in a single day. Yeah, if you can't break below 92, then you kind of have to go back up, and now resistance is higher than before. I don't think it's gonna be too much of an issue to break 99.5 this time around. Looking at the speed of the dump and all, went straight down, we could just go straight up. And so resistance is, well, you still have 99.5, but it's I don't think it's gonna act much. We might just go straight for 102, and I say that because in the order book we still don't have anything major above us. They're marking price down with a sell order above, which is moving lower and lower. So it's going to be easier and easier to eat, but he'll cancel it anyway. And it's only it's a double order. You put two limits at the same time. In case one gets hit, you have time to cancel the second, I guess. I don't know why they do that. Sometimes it's triple, sometimes it's double, sometimes it's single. But here it's a double order. Appears at the same time, moves at the same time, so it's really the same algorithm. Right now it's at 96, 96.4 and 96.9. So in case someone gets very bullish and decides to buy, we should go there. But that's not what's happening at all. We're pressing sell. Like we're already down 100 Bitcoin. It's been 45 minutes the day they opened. And price hasn't moved much. We're at daily open. The candle has a wick to the downside now.
Seems like a lot of sideways action in the short term.
Yeah, that's not good. Fast recovery would be more enjoyable, and especially acceleration once you get 97.5. That's going to be the enjoyable part. Just talking shit here. But yeah, this has to happen pretty fast. I mean, it doesn't have to, but yeah, 24, 48 hours, no, not much more than that. Because, if it was a bottom and people were retesting demand and all, then no, we got our answer. I have my answer. There's no need to spend time here. There's no need. We saw what bears could achieve. All right, good. Although maybe it's just a glimpse of what they can achieve. I mean, obviously it's just a glimpse, but for the day, pretty good move down for a day. with the acceleration down at the end, and pretty good reaction upward. Like yesterday, I didn't want to say it was a dip. Today, I think I can say it was a dip that got bought up because we went down to support. Well, yesterday we went down to what we expected to become support that didn't. Yeah, like 99.5 could have holded as support, but it didn't. Went straight to it and then continued slowly, well, slower, lower, did accelerate again down. Now it's just slowly up. Well, not slowly, same speed up actually as down. Right, it took 2 hourly candles to go down, and it took it 2 hourly candles to go up too. So, but we failed. If Shania was here, I think she'd say we failed to close the hourly at 95.4. Yeah. No, candle body wise, like, would have been nice to close 95.400. Or even the daily would have been better at 95.4. We got 95.2. Shitcoin's doing. Let's look. ETH. Well. ETH didn't drop too much today. Did a bit same move as Bitcoin. Yeah, ETH is actually fine. It didn't underperform Bitcoin today, but yesterday it did. Yesterday it really underperformed the Bitcoin, and the day before, and the last 2 years. Upward breakout of that diamond pattern on the ETH BTC daily. Well, seems like it failed, and we're back at the neckline, which is 3,460 satoshis. And I guess it wasn't a very valid diamond anyway. Sure looks like one though. I'd like to have Dbloc's opinion on that. Yeah, it looks a bit like a diamond. Talking about diamonds, Bitcoin Dominance has one. Yeah, Bitcoin Dominance looks a bit like a diamond too. And we are also at the neckline because ETH has the same thing and it's the biggest. Also, it's just normal that you see roughly the same thing in Bitcoin Dominance and in ETH BTC. But yeah, it's very similar. While we're trying a diamond bottom on ETH BTC, it seems like Bitcoin Dominance is also trying a diamond top. But I guess ETH's failure went into XRP. Something like that, yeah. XRP is a big market cap too, and ETH's failure to break out upward that diamond got compensated by XRP's success at pumping today, because even though it dumped in dollars, it pumped in Bitcoin. So that's how dominance is didn't move that much actually today. Yeah, dominance is pretty flat today. Huh? I mean, that daily candle is very small compared to the more volatile candles. Not much happened on dominance today. That's good. Bitcoin dumped, but alts dumped as much as Bitcoin, not more. That's not good, but it's at least not bad. It's just even. Kind of good though, because when Bitcoin dumps, you expect alts to dump even more. They did not. So there's still hope for that ETH January idea rally. You know, it's just retesting its breakout on the pair. And in dollars, well, you might want to stop out a few people like me by putting a new low below 3,100 and then get your another up move that would achieve anything higher than 3,744. But we could also not stop out the C and just pump, yeah. I'd be fine with that. No issues with that. And if we want to dump, well, you know, the short ABC is 3,555. You lost again, but if you re-entered, well, now you're wondering where to TP, and the answer is more like below 3,100. Maybe it's as simple as just that 3,000 round number. Hey, also some ETH got hacked today. Like happens every day, but I'm on that Orange Finance thingy, and I think my ETH is gone. Well, thankfully I didn't have much in there, because I did withdraw a bit lately, but I still had, and I think I just got rogue pulled my ETH. I mean, I don't know if it's a rogue pull, but they're gonna post-mortem analysis, so that really doesn't sound good. Looks like the admin, someone had admin access to the contract, or I don't really understand what's going out there, but the active liquidity positions are safe, but not the USDC, I guess. Well, not the sideline money. But yeah, they lost like 600,000. They got hacked like $600,000, and it's a small liquidity provisioning project that probably just got rogue pulled by one of the devs. And the guy actually stole. I don't know, it's just speculation, but they're trying to handle the event, so at least I'm getting some entertainment in having lost my ETH. So, you know, we asked them, how did the private key leak happen? Like, we're not sure, we're investigating. I know. It's human greed, or human, you know, someone probably just stole the thing. And it's not coincidence this happens on a 10% red candle. I'm gonna guess one of the devs just got liquidated with a bigger, you know, with whatever he earned the last 6 months, he just threw him into a long, and he got liquidated, and now he's like, I'm gonna steal the money and remake it. Probably human stuff, yeah. I didn't connect because they say not to connect, because the contract is well, no, I'm just gonna wait and see what they say to do. So yeah, you know, you kind of expect to be hacked or rug pulled. Or it's a hack. They say it's a hack. When you go into those projects, I think roughly it's 1/4 that got stolen. It's not the whole thing, so I might be able to get 3/4 out of there. They're talking about using DBank and revoking permissions on wallets and yeah, using DBank, revoke that cache and DBank. I have no clue what those things are. Honestly, I'm just gonna do anything because these other tools are probably other security risks. Yeah, it was a bit a sad morning for me when I woke up and got notifications on my cell phone saying, "Hey, we got hacked." All right. Well, I guess I sacrificed my ETH. Well, yeah, I'm kind of lucky though. Most of it is on Coinbase anyway. But still, annoying. Especially if ETH pumps now, I'm gonna be pissed. Oh, yeah. Because that automated market maker wasn't doing that good lately, and it needed a push to get freed from its plus or minus 10%. It's an automated market maker that follows plus 10%, minus 10%. So if price dumps more than 10%, well, it's out of sync with volatility, right? So they readjust it. That's what they call impermanent loss or stuff like that. And then, well, lately, with price pumping to 4,000, it was expecting between 3,600 and 4,400. So, but it never got 4,400. So, and then we dropped more than 10%. So it had to reposition lower. Basically take a loss, restart the same thing lower. I think it would have remained about 20% if we pump back to 4,400. So did anybody use revoke that cache, and is that thing even trustable? It could be a scam saying, hey, I'm going to revoke your approvals, but actually it might ask me for approval of revoking approvals, which could drain my wallet.
We had your fish for dinner. What? So I just saw
it wasn't showing the candle, but the price was going down, and then a candle appeared with a fairly large gap. Is there a particular reason that happens, or just
Yeah, if nobody trades.
so
Normally
there's just
candles they show you
nobody-
last traded price, but it depends on the exchange, right? If you go on Coinbase, it shows you something else. It shows you like more market price. Something. But yeah, normally it shows you last traded price. So if nobody trades and the next trade happens at a higher level, you can have gaps between two candles.
Copy that.
But in your case, it's probably some lag, internet connection, or stuff like that. No? It's on Bitcoin.
Yeah, it could be.
If you refresh your web page, is it still there?
Yeah, I refreshed its trader view.
Like honestly, that's very rare on Bybit.
Yeah, it's a
Like
pretty
Bitcoin,
large
I don't
gap
think I
too.
ever saw that.
There's but see, like I'm seeing several gaps here, and I think it may also just be because of this slow sideways motion.
Well, someone actually bought, but we're going down. He bought 50 Bitcoin. Like we were at the brink of turning positive. But no, it's down. What's up, zero? So the 24-hour volume on my automated market maker is $124. That's when you know it's there's a bit of an issue going on. I think they stopped it. Yeah. Did with like open interest? Don't know. How's that gonna end up?
It's still doing it. I don't know why. It's inside that.
Mic check.
All good.
Cool. Dominant looks good. Dominance and total 3. They both look really good. I posted some charts in general earlier today.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah.
More bullish arguments? Any bearish arguments?
From me, no.
All right, where to?
Where to? It's a great question. All-time highs. Let's go.
No, we are too. Like, we are too.
Oh, we are too. Oh, yeah,
That
well, yeah.
ignore bearish arguments.
I mean, I would have liked to see it come lower today, but it kind of looks like otherwise might happen. Yeah, it just looks like a higher low, or excuse me, a lower high on dominance and a higher low on Bitcoin.
Damn, they really stole half of my ETH. Damn. Wow.
They stole your ETH?
Yes.
How's that?
Well, wasn't much on there, but still, it's a bit annoying. I don't know, but in the end, you know, they sell you automated market maker, amazing APY. It's just to steal your ETH.
Yeah.
They only took half, though. It's odd. Why not take it all?
Oh, just borrowing it for an investment.
I think I'll get it back. According to
maybe.
Twitter, they contacted the hacker to negotiate the return of the stolen funds.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna guess they hacked themselves and they're like making a story out of it.
I'll say it's impressive when you hack a hacker and negotiate the return of your things that they stole.
Honestly, the funds were being drained from this thing anyway. Like they had much more before. Now there was only $1 million left of liquidity provisioning here. People were withdrawing before this happened anyway, so I guess someone saw the end coming and he decided to steal what was left. Well, you know, you always learn. I guess it's a lesson. They always keep the hope alive, though, because they're like, you know, we're investigating, blah, blah, blah. We're working on a way to compensate people. But everybody here lost half of their ETH. Like, you're not going to compensate that. Well, unless someone is okay giving $500,000. It's not going to be the case.
I don't know, but if they do get your Ethereum back, then the SEC needs to approve them immediately.
SEC isn't gonna do anything about this. It's I'm not even sure it's American jurisdiction. It's probably not.
What? Oh, you said MakerCoin?
It's not a coin. It's a liquidity providing platform. Uniswap,
Oh.
V3, Strike, Orange Finance, options, premiums. It sounds very complicated, but in the end, it's just give me your ETH, I'll give you rewards, but actually, I won't give you back the ETH. But I got plenty of rewards. I got some Arbitrum that got stolen too, by the way, because it was also because the rewards were staked. So, but half, I guess half got stolen because they only stole one side of the liquidity provisioning. Maybe that's how they managed to drop ETH. And I don't know if there are other projects like this. There might have been some liquidity provisioning issues going on some coins today, no? Like if we have hacks and attacks like this on some liquidity providing projects, there might have been a bit less. Could explain some dips on some coins. These guys, they don't do only ETH, they also do Boop, whatever that is, Arbitrum. There's not a lot actually. There's only like 3-4 coins. So this would actually force me to TP a bit on my ETH long if I wanted to keep my exposure correctly. Since Dbloc pulled some ETH, I need to take that back. Really, it wasn't a lot, but there's echo. Who's echoing? Test. Test again.
Yo.
Okay, no more echo. Well, yeah, it kind of pisses me off to have to close a quarter of my ETH long to get back the ETH I lost on that thing. But I could do that right now. But I don't want to close an ETH long right now. But I guess it's going to make me more willing to TP next time around we go up.
What beat that?
Orange Finance, whatever that thing is.
No, what price is ETH at?
Oh, ETH. 3,350.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't been tracking it in a while.
What do you track?
Pretty much everything else but ETH.
It's been sleeping, yeah. Although 4,000 is isn't that low for ETH. Like.
Yeah, not really. It's like Bitcoin at like 55, 60, something like that.
Yeah, but maybe it just pushed too much the previous bull cycle. I mean, we don't have NFTs going on right now, right? Like, there's nowhere near the same interest in ETH as last cycle. Yet price is not that far from all-time highs. So what if it does get some news to push it too? And I think that's going to happen. It's a matter of time. And maybe we'll be already down at 2,000 when that happens. I don't know, but eventually they'll come up with something to other than just APY, because APY is good, but it actually impacts price negatively on the long run, right? If ETH is gonna give a 15% APY yearly, then you would expect it to perform 15% less good than Bitcoin, all things being equal, right? Because Bitcoin doesn't give you 15% per year. It gives it through price, not through more coins. So in a sense, being back here 2 years later, having had more than a year of 15% APY, well, it's just normal. You top at 4,000. Because if you remove 15% from 4,800, well, guess what? You end with 4,000 as a number. So, like, for people who stake their ETH, price is not at 3,300 right now. With the APY they got, it's more like, well, it's roughly, it's been a year. If it's been 2 years, so it's even 30%, right? Oh, damn. Wait, that means that ETH is already in price discovery? These guys, if you stake that ETH 2.0 and you did nothing since, you got 30% more ETH right now? That's big. In 2 years, right? I mean, maybe ETH doesn't give 15%, it's more like 8%. I forgot the numbers. But maybe you need to do that calculation for is it in price discovery already or not? Yeah, if you bought one ETH 2 years ago, you staked it, you have like 1.15 ETH right now, no? So you got to remove 15%.
People are trying to replace ETH with Solana. That's the thing, though.
Yeah, but ETH is yes, but ETH still managed to do well, to come towards its previous all-time highs without having people use it.
That realization that the Solana seems like it's replacing ETH, or at least that's what a lot of people are saying. That realization is making me feel better about the extra Solana I've accumulated.
Oh,
I'm sick of seeing the price targets, though, man.
I
I
get
don't know.
your
Me
point.
being like conservative with my trading, like I see price targets so high, I'm like, are you so serious right now?
I get your idea and point, but be careful with Sol. You seem very convicted, and that's dangerous. It's Solana, you know.
Yeah. I know what you mean. Like they can turn it
Yeah.
off or whatever. It was at 7.
No. I don't. No, it's not about. No, that. Well, no, it's not about a news event. It's its behavior during the previous bear market, because a lot of people were
Right.
very bullish on it. It also became the most bearish thing because it's volatile. Yeah, basically, it's very volatile.
Yeah.
If dumped less than sold during the bear market, right? So it also pumps less, of course. Well, I mean, you can't really compare the two, I guess, but in a sense, they achieved roughly the same thing. You know, Solana made a new all-time high, and then started going down since. And ETH came to 4,000 and is going down since. Came back up to 4,000. Looks like it's resuming down again, but 4,000 is not 4,800, yeah. But don't forget you got a lot of APY on ETH, so maybe 4,000 is actually a bit closer to 4,800 than one might think. Maybe it's more like maybe we already got 4,400. It's just not in price, but in rewards. Solana also gave a lot of rewards though, so I guess maybe Solana reached. Did you get any staking rewards? I don't know. There was plenty
No,
of
I don't
stuff.
stake.
You don't stake. But imagine someone who staked a year ago. If he sold all the rewards, he made much more.
Staking in the bear is pretty good. I should probably stake in the bear market.
He probably got more than just 280. You know.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But right now, it looked like to me there's a bit of a change. That's sweet. It feels like people are starting maybe to move. Well, I mean, Solana is gonna get competition from those new chains that wanna be Solana-like. So you got Aptos that's failing at that, I guess. But Aptos was one of the first ones that was supposed to achieve that. For now, it's failing. But Sui doesn't Sui cause concerns for Solana dominance? Because I've seen the same type of idea where you have a coin and it's street coins and you're supposed to accumulate through trading other 3 coins and then it will all collapse down. Doesn't matter if it's called Solana 3 eventually. But yeah, maybe the next Solana is not Solana.
I hear you. Yeah, this meme coin stuff is crazy though, and it seems like it's here to stay for at least this bull market. Probably only this bull market. I don't know. I hope this meme coin stuff goes away. Like the trenches, like pump that fund, like the crap like that. I hope that stuff goes away. It's kind of annoying.
Well, it just pumps Bitcoin anyway, so.
Yeah. It's gonna stay for now, but after this cycle, I hope it disappears.
But hey, right now it's XRP stealing Solana's show, Like it's for me, it's really stealing the show from Solana because I used to always monitor Sol, and now I have to add XRP, check a bit what's happening on that alt, because it can move the whole alt market, in my opinion. A bit like Solana used to do. Now it's a bit potentially XRP could be the one taking that role. Well, it has taken that role. It's consistently traded more than Sol on leverage for like a few, well, maybe even a month now.
You hold XRPs, Lucy?
No.
Nice.
No, I never bought. I never bought on spot. I traded it a lot on leverage. Got pissed a lot at its wicks. Knew it was doing wicks. Managed to even catch some wicks, but eventually there were other wicks. But yeah, that 40-cent dump while we were at 80 cents. I'll remember exactly price points, but I had some nice trades.
Yeah.
That $1 pump was fun to trade too. Then back down. I traded XRP
Yeah.
just on spot.
I traded the pump that had when it went from like 30 cents to 70 cents, like the first run it had last year. Or the year before that, whenever it was.
Honestly, I traded so much since I'm back from vacation. I don't even remember what I caught on XRP. But probably caught a bit of the up move. Forgot. Well, I probably TP'd golden pocket of the bear market, so 160 somewhere there. And then the thing just continued to run straight to all-time highs.
Yeah, what it does.
Well, maybe it's a bit like Doge now. Yeah, it's sitting up there between $2 and $3. Actually, that's a big range. Like in the top 10 on by volume leverage, it's the only thing green right now. Everything else is red. Last 24 hours. Actually, Sui is number 9 and is 1% green. No, I just wanted to make sense that some Solana money is moving to Sui, and when Sui fails, that will come back to Sol probably, and then we'll see Sol really wake up. I mean, it's doing fine in Solana, but not as good as XRP right now. In my opinion, it's a better long because we spent more time going down. So
Lucy.
hello.
I just
What's up?
closed my long.
Okay, so you don't have a short anymore. Oh no, wait, you closed the long. Oh yeah, we made a new high, right? Ah, nice trade. Where did you catch it?
At the very bottom.
Oh, beautiful. When Nasdaq closed its gap, right?
Yeah, I got it like at I got it at like 92.6.
92.8 for me on spot. On leverage, I already have a long from 92.2, so 92.170 actually.
I just
so I just saw price come to my entry and got a bit lucky. It bounced up.
Oh yeah, no, I had put in another short and closed it, I just put in a new short. Well, see, I had a short and I closed it at 92.6 and I opened a long at 92.6, right? And then I just opened up another short here at 95.250.
There's a bit of an upward ABC, right? Like if we can't stay above 95, then maybe we can.
Well, it's going to be a short-term
Yeah.
play. I'm
Yeah,
probably
exactly.
going to close it
Short-term
around
stock, short
94.
makes sense, yeah. But is it worth it though? It's 1% down. That's all. Like, because you.
Well, you got to
Why
think
would
about it
not
too.
worth it?
We did a full V-shape. Well, we did a V-shape recovery from when we did that downtrend, right? When it
Yeah.
made that last collapse.
Yeah.
Right now, we couldn't. We rejected trying to climb up higher at 95,400. We rejected that price point, and so that's why I put in the short, because there was a good rejection there.
Yeah, I wonder if you're the one who rejected it, because the liquidity riders are actually stealing money and shutting off right now. So I'm joking, just putting fed. Now it's also a daily level, right? 95.
Yeah.
Wait, I forgot. No, 95.
And Bookmap is showing liquidity start to slowly pull into the downside, and so that's also why I put in a short, because new liquidity is coming in looking like it's trying to drag it down.
Could you explain that? Wait, what do you mean by new liquidity trying to drain it down?
Well, when you look at Bookmap, you're seeing new orders pop in to new buy orders pop in, going lower, and
Yes.
the trend is Bookmap is showing that it's trying to bring price down. And you're noticing that the liquidity on the top side, the sell orders, are slightly disappearing as the orders to the downside are coming in. If that makes any sense.
So they're canceling to sell?
Yeah. Or they're canceling their sell orders to force price down to buy more.
Yeah, I see. I look at spot, not futures, so it's probably very different. But we had a double sell limit order above us, 96.5 and 96. There was a second one just above it, 96 700 or something like that. The second one got cancelled. Yeah.
Yeah, I suspect.
I see the same thing. But you have
Well,
at 93.5 now.
Yeah. I'm thinking that it's gonna come all the way back down to 93.5 exactly.
Oh.
And that's probably where I'll close it.
Yeah, but why 93.5 first when you can, maybe attempt to touch the 200 EMA on the 5 minute? We're there on the 50.
Well, if 93.5 is going to create a higher low, right? It may not even come down to 93.5. We may see it actually come down to like 93.8, 93.9 to try to make
It
that
was
higher low.
94.2. 94.2 would be just retesting your angular downtrend also for the pattern.
Yeah. So I may actually end up closing it a little bit earlier than that.
All right, well, good luck. I will happily watch it breathe down again. I just watched it go down from 103 to 92. What's another 1,000 up or down?
Well, right now I think because it already went down, $10,000 price, right? So it recovered what 3,000. So what we're probably going to see here is we may see it range bound because it's flagging out. So because it's a bear flag on the long term. So we could just see it responding to a flag. It'll come down, fill in the flag, and then come back up again.
I know you're gonna end up correct, like yesterday, but no, this has to be quick. The recovery has to be pretty quick. No flagging out, no range bounce.
I don't think it's gonna. Well, it's a question of whether it's gonna recover because it's tomorrow's Thursday, right? So this could lead us into a weekend trap where it just stays down here.
Oh, okay then. Because yeah, you're right. There's no markets tomorrow, so it's gonna be on Friday, right? I don't like the idea of staying long low. It's gonna cool off indicators, and they're gonna light up red again. Well, if you recover quickly, they won't have time to light red.
That's why I got out of my long up here. There is a possibility we make a lower low, and we touch 90,000. And
stop me out in the process. Very likely. Just an ABC. How low?
Oh, around 90,000, maybe 89. I don't know if we'll hit the 87 mark. We might. Depends how aggressive it is.
Why is everybody talking about 87? What's there? I don't see anything. 87? Why?
It's a magic number. It's so it's basically 15K, right? Everything is in fives when it goes down. So we've already went down 10. So go down another 5 grand from 92.5, 93. So that's where 87 probably comes from. So it'd be a 15% drop from the top.
I need to check something. I forgot. Last time, Bitcoin did a zigzag. ETH did a flat. This time, Bitcoin is gonna do a flat. ETH is gonna do a zigzag. Oh damn! So screw that ETH up in January idea. Well, actually, it'll give it more upside on the pair. No, just a thought. For corrective moves, right? Flat, I think is more likely than zigzag.
Yeah, but right now I think
it doesn't work at the third. It doesn't work at the third.
Yeah, I kind of think that if we are going up, it's going to range lower to get people out of their lungs before they go up. So it's going to try to come down, get these people stop losses, and then shoot back up again.
Yeah, that's why re-entering at 92 is kind of important. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll reopen a long, depending on how low it goes. If I feel comfortable with it, because I don't know how strong that 92.6 is. It was at that 818 Fibonacci, so I don't know how strong that's going to be if it's going to hold up there.
You know, when you have I don't know how they call it. I think it's XYO stuff, but I'm not really sure. I need to do some research. I didn't do lazy me. When you have a triple bottom with the mid part, the lowest point, it's a pattern. And right now we still respect that. So you know, you have your 20 December lowest point. It ends up being a double bottom there, but ignore the second one. Just it achieved nothing. It didn't put a low, just a zigzag, up down, liquidation stuff. So you have one low on 20 December at 92.2. Then we got the lowest part on 30 December, and today on 8th of January. Notice how time-wise it's symmetrical. You know, you have like 10 days in between.
Yeah.
And the lowest point is in the middle, and that's something I think that could be pretty solid. Just something to not underestimate. Because it's not only about stop losses and liquidations; it's also about patterns. Patterns can play out without having to liquidate people. Stop loss hunt sometimes is just too costly.
Well, the other thing I'm concerned with too is if you're looking at the 4 hour on BTC, um,
Yeah, we're below an 8.
our 800 EMA is at 83.7 roughly. You could potentially see a drop to 83.7 and then a bounce.
See, once you break 90k, there's really no telling where it's going. I think 85 for me is where it's going. But people mention 87, 88. Why not? We could just get 89 too, right? Any number is good actually. 85 is really the lowest point, so that's why it's the best one. I think, well, maybe not the best one, but
Yeah, well, I think today or tomorrow we'll probably see it come down to like 91.3, 91.4.
my stop loss is 91.2 something. Okay. So I might survive actually. All right. What's the highest before we do all that?
We'll see our weekly low is at 91.9. So we'll probably come down just below that, and maybe we might see a bounce there. But I think the problem is a lot of people think we're gonna go back up to 100K before we go down. I don't know if that's in the cards.
Funding rate. Oh damn, they're positive. Yeah, you're right. Not on Solana.
Because normally when we see these larger dips, you see where they have the fake run up before they have the dip. And so we had that fake run up to 102,000.
Yeah.
I doubt they're gonna try to go back up to that anytime soon right now.
Yet it's the easy path because there's nothing up there. So there's kind of no point in going up, I guess, because there's no one that wants to sell up there. People want to sell 110 now. I mean, it starts at 105, and they want to sell 110. So if you go up, you might have to go really up.
Yeah, and I think it's at that point when people think that they're waiting to sell their Bitcoin at 110, 125,000, 130,000 that we get cut short. And that's what happened on the last bull run, right? We were all expecting Bitcoin to go higher. And so we were waiting to sell, and it never came. And then the bear market came.
Yeah, definitely. But that's also how you pump. It's because people give up the idea of selling a level. And right now, I see no sell orders at 100K. It's free. Like Bitcoin is free to go up if it wants to. There's nothing preventing it from. I mean, at least on BTC spot. The only thing that's preventing it from going up is, the fact that there's no point in going up because nobody wants to sell there. So I don't know if you get some manipulation, bullish event, whatever. This is gonna just shoot straight up for 110. It won't stop at 100. I really don't think it will stop anywhere before 103.
You do have a lot of people that want to buy though, so there's a lot of buying pressure going on at the bottom. Like there's an order for 109 Bitcoin for 92.7.
It's been a month now since 5th December. It's been a month.
Well, that order just got put in 7 hours ago.
Yeah, but overall, the amount of orders is insignificant compared to the volume we saw below 92 each time we went there. Like, it just gets absorbed.
Yeah.
You can go ahead. We just saw how much was it? I forgot. My book map crashed, so I don't have it open anymore. I think it was 1,000 Bitcoin. Market sold down there.
Yeah, see more liquidity is starting to pop on the bottom side now. The liquidity for the upside is disappearing. So I need to see us with a nice little aggressive move below 94,800.
Bitcoin is hard dropping right now. Down to 93. It's got a little recovery, right? Tried.
Well, another 600.
It's trying to rally.
Maybe, maybe not. Anybody else?
What's a minute?
600 Bitcoin. Golden pocket.
Bitcoin fell down like
93.5. I guess you TP'd. That's why we're going back up. But congrats. Nice trade.
go straight back down, you think? It's looking like.
Can't predict the future, but you can predict what you're gonna do at a price point.
I mean, I was assuming you could predict the future. That was the whole thing.
This has to hold for bulls. You know that 93.5 is a bit of a 1 minute time frame golden pocket.
I asked Azusi, this is where I was thinking we might see that lower high.
Yeah, I remember your number too. No, you mean higher low? You said lower high. Lower high. Wait, no, higher low. This 93.5. If you look at it like in a bullish bias,
Oh, yeah.
It's just a higher low at golden of your 1 minute time frame upward bounce, which is pretty weak overall compared to the downtrend we're in, but it's there. We did an ABC upward. That ABC upward should send it down below 92, but if it holds golden, it holds golden. It's a good area to fail your blah blah blah. We'll see what happens.
Lots of liquidations, though. That's for sure.
Yeah, but people are protecting them. They're trying at least. There's plenty of limit buys down there.
Yeah, it's got to hold that 93.4.
Yeah, failure to hold that kind of. Yeah, then you have, I guess, one last. The candlestick pattern at the roughly the 786, 92 950, and after that you start to threaten the low at 92.4 and even the one at 91.5. These are all well protected areas, though.
Yeah, there's still one more block of orders it can go through. So we might actually see it come down to hit 93 roughly. So we might see a drop to like 92, just under 93.
Yeah,
and then we pop up.
Well, damn, it's not funny if we say the same numbers and agree. 92, 900, something, right?
Yeah, that's where I'm gonna close my short, and then I'm gonna wait.
Ooh.
I might be done for the day for trading.
I'd be careful. We're in full V-shaped recovery mode.
Yeah, I don't trust that.
Oh, but you know the very aggressive sells. They maybe it's just gonna put a lower high again, but if it it could just turn
It
around
made it
too.
back to them and sold at that point, so we'll see.
But now the same guy who broke the thing by selling 200 Bitcoin before needs to act. Actually, he is. But it's not enough, is it? Maybe. He sold 40.
Yeah, see, it rejected 94, 700. The way you can sort of tell it might be coming back down again is that not a whole lot of people shorted 93, 400. A bunch of people went long there instead of shorting.
So the only longs that survived, right?
Yeah, that too. Yeah, I think we're still coming down a little bit lower. It'll come up again. Dbloc's trying to run out or make his way back home from the gym. He's probably speeding. He's like, oh.
God. That's dangerous. Trading and driving. Ooh. Am I thinking about trades while driving? You gotta disconnect. Even though your portfolio is always at risk.
Yeah.
I was looking at exposure. How do you manage exposure? I heard like you gotta be 10% exposure maximum. I'm like, oh, that's not the case.
10%. I thought it was more like 99% exposure.
No, they say no 1% risk per trade maximum, even less, and 10% exposure overall. That's very small, right? 10%. Damn.
Well, it depends on how much you got. If you're doing 1%, of $100,000,
But it doesn't matter. No, the amount doesn't matter. Let's just, well, I guess, yeah, well, if you trade with six digits, you're probably going to use even less than 1% risk. But exposure is something else. Like, it's the amount of total exposure to the market, right? Like, I think you got to take everything into account, so spot and all.
Yeah. So right now we're at exactly 50%. We're at the meme in between from where we dropped and where we bottomed out. And now it looks like it's a fight if we're going up or down.
Low on CVD, higher low on price. Just go ahead, people. Dump another 1,000 Bitcoin. It can take it. It really can. Until they shut off the absorption bot, and then we're in big trouble because he's in trouble. Just a way of commenting price action. But yeah, I mean, why did these bots buy? The volume is pretty big here again. It shows 800 Bitcoin exchange on that down move, the initial one. Then you get another 600 BTC at the bottom, and then right now it's cooling off in a descending triangle way. But there were no 800 limit buy orders there. They it should have done more, no?
Yeah. We got to think about it too. It's a new tax year. So anything that people sell now, they don't have to claim until next year.
Now, wait a second. We dump at the end of December because you got to show losses, and we also dump at the beginning of January because you don't have to pay till the end of the year. So, damn. I guess that makes sense. But you don't know how you're going to do in 2025. So what's the point of taking a win at the beginning of the year, expecting to lose the rest of the year? I don't know. It's a bit odd.
Well, no, you take your loss at the end of the year. You take your gains at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, but you need down on price for both. If you want to, nobody could take a loss in 2024. How did you? I mean, maybe on some alts.
Oh, there are people that probably definitely took some L.
With Bitcoin at 90 plus K, I mean, unless you bought a 5th of December top, then you had 10% loss. But compared to the overall win you most likely had in 2024, that's I think it's just the expectation of tax loss harvesting that gave it a down move. No, it's not really another performance compared to the stock market. It's not really the actual people really selling to try to take a loss.
Yeah, and I think what was it that came out today? Payroll, or not payroll, but
there's always
employment or unemployment or non-farm payrolls.
It was the unemployment rate.
From what they taught me, there's not enough unemployed people in America, so we dump. And then they're like, why is the government lying to us? Well, if you expect the opposite of what logic implies, of course you're going to think that your government is lying. It's just not logical.
Well, you know, it's kind of messed up because at the same time, they're like, we need to get inflation down, so we need more broke people. We need more homeless people to get inflation
No, but that
down.
doesn't make sense. It's not good for the
Isn't
economy.
that
More people unemployed equals bad.
The
That's
thing
all.
is, you can be unemployed and still be broke, right? So, like you kind of need, most people need like 2-3 jobs just to pay rent. So, and that was
But
like
it's not.
before inflation.
It's the economy you're breaking by doing that. It's not the inflation. It's bullshit. It's just retail bullshit. You don't solve inflation by sending people to unemployment. Hell no.
They're making tons of money.
Well, you know, like, what was it? Like, probably like 500,000 jobs left the United States to go to India.
Yeah, I mean, that's bad for growth.
Yeah,
Like,
well, we
so
had
it
all
show up
those,
in the charts.
all the mostly the majority of customer service jobs went to India. Like yeah, like a large portion of them left.
It's all good. We're deporting all the illegals, so there will be tons of jobs that nobody really wants to do open. Increased prices on a lot of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, Bookmap is showing liquidity pop into the downside again. It's got it dropping below 94. I guess it'll be a question of whether or not if we can hold 94 as support.
$93 is support now, no? There's nothing at 94. It's just current live price, huh? Like, the battle.
Yeah, that's why I don't think 94 is such a strange number to be stopped at. So, you know, more than likely we're probably coming back down to 92. But if I'm being honest with you, I mean, liquidations, people are going to really feel pain if it drops to 90.
Scare is even below 90. You know that 5th of December low on the chart, it went to 90 already. Breaking that to the downside shows
Yeah.
that candle actually distributed. Oh no, we did both. We went above 5th of December. We never went below it. We can't even approach it. We get bought up above it every time. This is the 4th, 5th. No, that's the 4th. Although you might not want to count the first double bottom. It's the same trend. 2, 3. Yeah, you have 3 down moves. One down from 108, one down from 99.5, and one down from 3.
Looks like they're going to try to push price up. Yep. Looks like they're going to try to come up to 94.6.
Golden retest on a triple XYO WZ corrective move is the last opportunity to buy before we.
Just in time for me to not.
I'm joking. Bad Zuzi, bad.
Kid Zusi.
Ah, people are afraid we're gonna break. Support me. I see price coming back at my entry and hovering about just above it.
Zusi, you gotta start taking profit when you need to.
No, it wasn't enough, man. I want to catch.
You just sit there and hold, and then it just comes back to your entry, and then you're like, well,
Yeah.
I'll just dollar cost average.
Yeah, but I'm
you could have
getting
taken
better.
profit.
I'm getting. No, I can't DCA on a leverage trade. No, I didn't TP, but I shorted. Man, I got the short up there. You were even having fun with my liquidation point on my stop loss. I think it's better like that. Because, yes, it's stupid. Of course, it would have been better to TP, but I know myself, I would have swinged at every one of these lows. I would have tried longing 96, 97.5 I would have tried, 96 I would have tried, golden pocket I would have tried, like probably multiple times, probably two or three times too. 94 I probably would try, and I guess at that point I'd give up and wait for 92, and then I'd try 92 again. Like it also saves you a lot of stuff, just doing nothing. And yeah, you round, of course, you round trip stuff, but it's normal.
Yeah, but see, you could have taken profit, and then when it round tripped you back down, you would have had more to reinvest in a new long or short.
So, I need to hedge it.
Oh no, see, I'm done with hedging, because hedging, if you're not paying enough attention, you could close one of your hedges and it just keeps going the opposite direction, and then you liquidate.
Yeah, well,
I've gotten into too much trouble with hedging, so I'm like, I'm done with
me too.
hedging
Honestly,
now.
I always screw it up when I hedge myself. But this time, I got like 1/3 of the down move. Barely. Because I just, it's always the same problem with him. I just TP too soon. I TP'd above 100k my hedge when it was going down there.
Yeah, because the only thing about a hedge is that, let's
But
say,
I got 102.5 to 100k, so it's
yeah,
3,000 is roughly 1/3 of the down move. A bit less, actually. 1/4. Then I could have reopened short plenty of times, but I didn't. I think that's the lesson for me. If price has to give any lessons, which it really doesn't have to. Because you don't know, next time could be something else again.
looks like we got a lot of activity on Bookmap trying to drag price down below 94 again.
Volume dropped to 0 now, so we're in the...
Bitcoin to 50 cents.
No, volume to 0. Bitcoin to 1,600. I mean, that's a reasonable downside target. 0 is not likely, man. There'll still be people willing to buy it even at 1,000. Well,
I'm willing to close my short at 1,000.
COVID dip was 3,000, right?
No, it was like 13K, wasn't it? Oh, it didn't go down that low. It didn't even drop below 8.
COVID dip brought it down to 3,000 on some charts.
Oh yeah, some charts with low liquidity.
Some charts like
some charts with low liquidity.
It went to 4K.
Some charts like Binance, 4K, right? Sorry. This is not time to spread FUD on Bitcoin. We're potentially at a support. No need to think about 4K Bitcoin.
Oh yeah, yeah. We're just talking a lot of smack.
But if you want to be really bearish, it's the third bull cycle. 1, 2, 3, bloop, rock bull.
Yeah, I think 87K is where people think we're in a bear market, and then we recover from 87K, go up, make a new all-time high, and then once we hit that all-time high, that's when the bear market will probably start.
The problem is time-wise, with the current volatility and speed, we'll be there in just like 1 week. So
Oh no, to be honest with you, I think we probably won't see another all-time high until towards the end of this year. It'll probably be like between November and December. If we drop down to 87K.
okay.
If we do hit the 87K mark, it'll probably be toward the end of the year when we make another all-time high again.
I don't know why I remember having this discussion with you. We were like at was it like 3 years ago?
Probably. We've been on here for a long time.
Yeah, and I didn't listen to you last time, but I don't remember where price was. Probably like 40K, somewhere there.
Probably.
Well, we went back up to 69. So okay, that's why you envision a scenario that does put a new all-time high. You're expecting a bit like summer 21, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be
The
something like
timing is
that.
wrong though, because that dump happened in May. We're not in May. I mean, it doesn't have to happen at the same time, right? It's also in 1 year.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if we are in a super cycle, then it would make sense that
To
it would
underperform.
be yeah.
Why do people want to call this a super cycle when it's just like a typical cycle, a new one? I don't get
Because
it.
people are thinking $1 million Bitcoin. So that
You don't need a super cycle for that. You don't need a super cycle for that. $1 million is the 1.382 extension of your previous cycle. So all you need is to perform 38% better than last time. Last time Bitcoin did 20x up. If this time it does 38% better than 20x up, you get $1 million. It's only 38% better than your previous bull run. Why would you call that a super cycle? 38%. I mean, it seems like a lot, right?
because it's still unrealistic.
Well, it's 30x. We did 20x last cycle from 3K to 69K. If this time you do 30x, you end up at $1 million. 15 times 30. Is my math wrong here? Yeah, it's a bit wrong, but overall, roughly it's that. Yeah. Well, 38%, so it's a bit more than 30x. It's
Well, I mean, for it to go up that high, I think Bitcoin dominance would have to shoot up to almost 90% again.
70. I looked at that chart earlier. There's a possibility it goes to 70. If there's a bit of a diamond, no? Okay, could you check that out for me on the dominance chart weekly? Does it look a bit like a diamond pattern on Bitcoin dominance weekly? Yeah. Because I think it looks like one, but me and wrong, invalid patterns. It really looks like one, no? Yeah, if it is one and it doesn't break to the downside, then you've just reclaimed 58%, previous support, back to support, expect resistance, and that's at 72. Now, most probably the diamond will play out to the low side, and we could just bottom at 48%. That's a 10% drop in Bitcoin dominance, even 15%. And we'll see what happens at 48%. Maybe there'll be a bit of a small alt season compared to the last ones, but yeah, you would expect a bounce up at 48%, and maybe eventually, with enough time, come back in that range where you stayed for like 2 years, right?
Yeah.
Between 40 and 48%. That's a range we exited to the upside. You see that diamond? Is it me drawing alt season dream patterns, or
Oh, yeah, it's not quite a diamond. It still needs to fill up more, I think. And the fact that, we bounced at the bottom of the 50 EMA cloud, so we had support there. So I don't know, it's kind of hard to tell. But that break though, I think is going to be pretty important. It if it jumps back up to say 62%, then that'll probably invalidate your diamond.
it's even before that? No, it's well, yeah. Well, at that point, even the fake out is invalid. Yeah. No. 58.6% would already start invalidating it right now. Like, we need a lower high again, and then do the down move.
Yeah, it's gotta stay below 59%.
Yeah. Maybe we can get a few weeks above, but no weekly closes above 58.6. All right, maybe 58.8. But honestly, I don't want alt season. Like, well, yeah, I don't care. Honestly, I don't care. My ETH got just stolen anyway. Like, exaggerating a bit, but yeah, I don't care. Well, it would be nice to see, because I'll TP alts to buy Bitcoin later, I guess.
Oh, here they go. They're going to try to bring price right back up to 95.
Oh, they're coming for you.
Yeah, I think they're going to stop short.
Stop short. Oh, stop loss and shorts.
Yeah, they're trying to hunt stop losses. If anything, I think it's going to come right just below 95. It'll probably hit like 94, 9 something.
This dump has been costly to achieve. If the idea was to stop less people, then it achieved nothing, because we couldn't put a lower low. So, I mean, normally anybody who took a long here typically puts his stop loss below the previous low, so below 92.4. That's the stop loss hunting, no? I mean, I guess on high leverage, yeah, people probably had their stop loss higher, but even then, you would still put it below golden. I guess if you went breakout long at 94.8, maybe then you got stop loss hunted. Average stuff. It's committed, huh? This dump is committed. It has to achieve success. Kind of failing right now. Overall.
Yeah, a 10K dump, 10% drop. Well, 8 to 10%, recover 4% of that, and then continue your downward move.
This doesn't even start stepping down. Right?
To me, if we can't break 95, then yeah, we're just going to keep going down.
To me, it's the opposite. If we can't break 92, we're just gonna go up. I don't care what it does here. It can do up, downs, whatever it wants. As long as it doesn't go below 92, it doesn't. So it has no choice but to go up.
We're gonna hit 90K.
Yeah, well,
90K
then
is the new
I'll
8K.
head up at that point. I'm dazzled. You know this golden retest on the 15, you had it on the 1 minute down there too. And lately we've been more like 786 than golden anyway. So maybe you'll even get 93. That would be 786. But on the 1 minute you had it down there. After that bullish red candle, which was exactly the same as the one at 94K, which ended up just collapsing down again. Shooting star. 1 minute shooting star. It's a bit too volatile for an Eve, right? Like in the end, Adam and Eve doesn't really work here, I think, but we did go a bit slower than last time, though. Not really.
Yeah. The highest large sell order I see is we've got someone trying to sell 62 Bitcoin at $250,000.
Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah, yeah. You can also look at 15K. There's still buy orders there. 250K, yeah. Well, resistance will appear on the way to 1 million. Eventually, when things pump enough, people TP, and that's kind of what's happening here. You know, Bitcoin doubled in value in like 2 months. Not even in 2 months, in 1 month. People are TPing, and it's creating resistance. There was no orders here when we were down at 60K. You didn't have sell orders at 100. I mean, not a lot. Maybe there were a few, but really not much. But they appeared because people are eager to convert their Bitcoin to dollars in order to... Well, I don't know why they're eager to do that, but...
Yeah. Well, then we're kind of trapped in a range here, too, between 92.7 and 95.490 is our range, it looks like.
Because, you know, this up move since 15K, it's been terrible on bears. I mean, when you think about it, every level got broken, and you didn't really... You never really got a big dip to buy. You got 20% pullbacks, but that's all. So, you know, if you sold like 30K, well, you could have bought back 25, okay, but, you know, it didn't... Like, we're just going straight up for 2 years. There's no major... If you just draw the uptrend since 15K, that upward angle, we never broke below it. Like, it's the same trend we're in since 15K. We touched it once, that's all. Like, there's only 2 touches. You don't even have a 3rd touch. That is a very bullish argument, no? Like, up until now it worked, huh? To just not sell. I guess that's gonna stop
Yeah.
eventually.
Well, yeah, it works until it don't work.
Yeah, exactly. But I want to wait for that touch. If we lose that touch, then I guess okay. Right now, touching that means 58K. There's a lot of room, huh?
Yeah, we rejected 94.9.
Crazy. Even if we dump to like 58K, we're still in the same uptrend.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'd buy it at 85, 87 if we drop down there. That's because 87 is a 15. Well, they say the correction would be 25% from the top, right? So what would that be? 25% from the top would actually be more like around 67K.
That would be a very good repositioning, but it still wouldn't break Bitcoin's uptrend since
Well, no,
64K.
that
So.
it would just be a correction.
So any sell is still with the idea of getting back in before the bear market.
Yeah,
Ah,
because we would have.
Why even bother selling?
Yeah,
It's risky stuff. We don't know. We can sell and then thing just pumps. So.
but we've talked about this before. When 25 to 30% corrections. So I mean, it always happens, right? There hasn't been a time where it hasn't happened.
If I sell right now, I want to buy like, I don't know, to 30K. That's why I want to buy back. Just the third up, like, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, 30K would be to me that we're back in bear market territory if we hit 30K.
Yeah. Yeah, but then it's really worthwhile. Huh?
Well, no, if we drop down to 30K, then I suspect we will drop down to back to 15K.
Yeah, but below 30K, you would, you would buy. At 30K, you would buy, and you would just DCA. Yeah. So we agree we're not dumping to 30K. Damn. Well, then.
Yeah, I would think that around 50K would be like the new 15K.
Yeah, 53 might end up being the new bull bear market line for the next bear market. Yeah. So we might want to go there.
But see, we would still have one leg up, so that's why I'm saying,
But not
maybe
really.
we get down to 67, maybe max pain, and then we jump back up to all-time highs again.
On the weekly Bitcoin, you can clearly see 3 up steps. Yeah? One step up from 15 to 30, then another step up from 25 to 75. That was 3x upward, by the way. Screw a 30% correction when you just tripled. And lately we doubled. We went from 50 to 100.
Yeah.
That's 3 Elliott waves up. It's about catching the top of the third. Yeah, you do got plenty of good arguments to be bearish, honestly, but next time.
And I guess one option here is that we could stair step our way back up. Like it would take like another week to get back up, and we just start slowly moving in an upward trend, unless this breaks down.
From level to level, they say, well, we'll see. There's a lot to reclaim here. Like, there's one support left down, and there's plenty levels to reclaim. First, you got that lost golden. which is 95.5. Maybe it's not that important actually. It's just a gold. Then 97.5, where everybody's trading. People just like to trade at 97.5, so why not reclaim that? Then, my 99.5 could still be an issue, although I really think we'll just go straight up there. Then 103, and then 108. So that's like at least 4 or 5 resistances when you count the number of supports. So, well, we're pretty thin here. There's like, well, maybe it's an area more than just a single support. Maybe you could say like between 90 and 92. It's bigger. It's way bigger in time. Like, you agree that support is well defined here. Compared to resistance, it's a bit less clear. Like, if you just look at the range here, that 90k support is pretty well defined. Like, every time we go below 93, we just bounce up.
Oh yeah.
While the resistance is a bit less clear. Yeah, there's that 100k level, well, 99.5. But we did manage to breach it well at least 2 times. Once to 105, once to 108, even 3 times, and once to 103. That 103 push achieved a lower high, which made people aggressively sell it. Kind of makes sense. Comes back straight down to support. They gotta break the support. Like, they have to. That's the way, for me, they really have to. It's committed. If they fail to break that support, they're gonna pay for their sales by having to. I mean, I don't know, it's just a feeling. Like, I guess we could just spend time here and then eventually break down. That's another option, right? But it was aggressive, huh? Way a bit too aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about how long
They're probably buying back already. If you were that eager to. Oh.
I mean, we could be stuck in this range here for until Monday, Tuesday. Maybe longer.
Dbloc
We could
says
be stuck here till
inauguration
Friday.
and even more. Yeah? We could be stuck for even longer than that. Because that inauguration, it's not this Monday, it's the Monday after. Maybe get the spring at the inauguration then? Go to like that 87, 85. No, the other day we were looking at Wyckoff and saying it invalidated both distribution and accumulation by pumping to 103. You have any thoughts on Wyckoff stuff here? It seems to fit a bit Wyckoff distribution and accumulation, but not really.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Wyckoff.
You could draw it here, the Wyckoff accumulation stuff. It seems to line up pretty good. We did pump too much, but you'd wait for your spring still. And that lines up with, 88, 87, somewhere there. Where you'd get a spring and then we'd just go up.
No, it's easy. I think I'm thinking 85k is the magic number.
The club, I've been mentioning it for now 2 months. Well, since we ever spoke about 85, actually. I remember right. But it didn't happen. It's just not happening. It's not the first time we think about 85. 5th of December, I thought about 85. Just gave a double button. So in the end, I lost patience. Maybe I bought 92.8. I got some money for 85 too. But I don't think it's gonna fill, honestly. $85, it's really your last, it's the last point before you exit the stopping structure. So you might want to short 85, actually. I don't know if you really want to long it, but yeah, it could be a good short too. Like if we were to go down to 77, catching that 85 to 77 is also like a $7,000-8,000 down. But long makes more sense. I'll probably long on spot, but maybe do the opposite on leverage, just in case.
Yeah. Go long on spot, short on leverage. Oh, they're going to make a second attempt this 95 here. We'll see if they can
Did you
break
see
resistance.
Dixie? Dixie, what's Dixie doing? You have any analysis for Dixie, man? What's happening? Why is it at 109 and all? Like, oh, well, it's like World War III started now with Trump, or what's up with that?
Well, depending on how bad inflation is,
Oh, you have no inflation issues in America for me. You're like, your currency is doing great, man. There's no inflation over there.
so we
So, what's the I guess there was the DOJ is allowed to sell that 6.5 billion to Bitcoin.
I mean, they can sell it whenever they want to. They just chose not to yet.
No, I heard that they something just came out like literally like 45 minutes ago saying that the judge approved it now, so now they are allowed to sell it. Just Google DOJ 6.5 billion and it'll come up.
Here we go.
The article just got published like 45 minutes ago ish.
Yeah, in the end, when Germany sold, if you managed to catch that dip, it was a very good buy. I wonder if Bank of Japan story is going to end up the same. Probably.
So if you think about Zusi, Germany had 50,000 Bitcoin that they sold, which came up to be $2.88 billion. And the amount that the United States wants to sell is 3 times that amount. And if we think about how much of a drop Germany caused at a third of the cost of what the US did, think about the damage that would do.
Oh, I have no doubt that Bitcoin can drop. I just doubt that it will.
When did what month was the Germany drop?
Oh, but if it's real, if it's really Germany who sold and this and that, then yeah, just look at the lowest point of that structure. Answer is 48K. And they didn't drop it in a single go. They dropped
It
it
was
over
it was
9.
4th of July, right? But was that last
No,
year?
5th of August. I mean, the lowest point was 5th of August. That's how crystal ball thinking brought you 5th of December, and oh boy, that played out good. At least the time analysis was decent.
It was July 8th of 2024 when they started to sell. That's when it started.
And if you continue that
So
logic, you had with 5th of April, right?
July 8th. Go there. July 8th, July 8th. I'm just pulling it up. Okay. So let's see. Let me pull up the percentage. Well, really, it started on July 4th because that's when we saw the craziness happen.
But most of that drop is probably people selling because of German news rather than actually Germany selling. Now you're talking billions.
It was
Market cap is
it
in
was roughly
trillions.
about a 22% drop in Bitcoin.
Wait, how many Bitcoin was it?
50,000 Bitcoin.
Well, I
But
just
the
saw
US
2,000
would have
2,000 being sold in 3 days.
69,000 Bitcoin is what the US has.
You know, since 108, we at least market sold more, 3,000 Bitcoin more than what got market bought. No limit.
Well, you got to remember too, the reason price dropped is because Germany didn't do a point-to-point sale. They just sold it on the market. And so it depends if the US decides to just market sell on an exchange versus
I honestly don't think 20,000 Bitcoin is that significant for price action. It's the effect it had on people of hearing that news that actually made Bitcoin drop. It's going to be the same with Bank of Japan. 6 billion. I mean, look at the order we had, 1,500 Bitcoin. It's already like $300 billion. So 10 times that is roughly another order of magnitude that order. So we're talking like 15,000 Bitcoin. If you compare that to daily volume, it's not that much.
well, see, I'm trying to give myself hope that my short will play out.
I mean, honestly, that that Fed will probably work, but I think the impact of people acting on that news is more than actually what Bank of Japan's price impact is going to be. They might drop Bitcoin 1% by dumping 6 billion, right? That's all. But because they go public with it, they make price drop before they even. Well, Bank of Japan already sold. That's why they're public with that news now. Oh wait, they have to be public before they sell? Well, I don't know. It sounds a bit stupid to openly say that you're gonna sell, which creates sell pressure, and then you sell. That's a bit dumb. I mean, if I was Bank of Japan, I would either not sell, buy, with the panic created with my news, and then sell after when people are actually pressing the buy button. And right now we just pumped like hell. Everybody's pressing sell. So
Sell it
it's a
all, as
logic.
you see.
Like, it was pointless to pump here if you don't buy people pressing sell, and then we're doomed back down to 40K.
Yeah. Well, the other problem too, as you see, is both ways. People don't take profit. And so
It's
now
why Bitcoin always goes up. People just buy it and forget about it, hoping to be billionaires, transmitting them to their children, stuff like that. Most people just buy Bitcoin and they don't take profit. They just keep it as it's for the rich. People have extra money, they put it in Bitcoin and they don't touch it. They get broke pulled, they get stolen, the exchanges go bankrupt, blah, blah, blah. They lose their keys, they die, but they just don't sell it. That's why the chart is always up. It just makes sense to me. It's just extra money you have to invest, and you know, you like serious investments. It's not crypto. It goes into real estate, stocks, bonds, gold, whatever you want, and no, they throw some of it at crypto, and I don't think they ever sell. And now you even have ETFs with retirement stuff like those, or those guys are even gonna sell less. So I mean, great if Bank of Japan wants to sell. It's kind of good news. It means one less government owning Bitcoin. But 6 billion is not a lot anyway.
Well, the question is what are they going to spend that $6 billion on?
It's nothing for a central bank, 6 billion, no? Why do they even bother selling it? I don't get it. Why do they even have Bitcoin, by the way?
I mean, I would say also, considering the rising tensions in the area, they could probably spend that $6 billion on military.
More drones.
But still, I wouldn't come up with the news. I would, like, if you need urgently money, yeah, you dump your Bitcoin first, right? It's the easiest to dump.
Well, I wonder.
But most
I
people
wonder
who
if
buy
it's-
Bitcoin are rich already anyway.
I mean, I'm wondering if it's if they consider it a more ethical way to signal their civilians. I don't know.
Sell Bitcoin.
They're giving people a warning that price is about to dump. So they're like, okay, we gave you guys fair warning. This is what's going to happen here pretty soon. So if you decide to not take profit, that's not our fault.
Because I do feel like if it came out that they did it and they didn't say anything, someone would call it like a sneaky move or whatever or something. Blame them for taking loss or whatever.
Well, I give up. Okay.
So soon as you see.
I think Bank of Japan already sold. We just saw it.
Yeah.
Look at the volume there. 2,000 Bitcoin exchanged. Fully bearish candle. 85% market sells. I mean, hey, they come up public and they even press market with their Bitcoin. They don't even bother limiting, giving resistance. Like, screw it, we'll just market. It's gonna end up like Germany. Interesting though that the Fed already starts above support. Like normally, it's once you break support, not above it.
Well, you know, ZC, if the United States sells it from P to P, it won't affect price at all.
But it depends. The guy who bought, he's gonna give dollars to America. You know, doesn't he? He doesn't want it to be fully exposed. He's probably gonna sell half of it, keep the other half. No.
Yeah, that's if they decide to sell it, or if they plan on holding it to 130K.
Like, okay, you bought OTC without having, impacting price. But what's your plan with that Bitcoin?
Yeah, well, it depends on who buys it too. What if Germany buys it? And then they crash the market again twice. But you know what's going to happen? They're going to wait till 4th of July to do it again.
Maybe the deal was buy my F20, F32. I forgot. What's your new fighter?
F-15? No,
No.
that's not new.
It's not F22. The other, the single engine fighter. F31. I forgot. Like buy my fighter, and I'll do you a discount, but in exchange you sell all your Bitcoin so I can buy the dip. Maybe there's a bit of a deal like that with Bank of Japan. It's like all right, you're gonna keep your interest there a while longer, but just sell your Bitcoin. I'll give you more later.
Well, Japan's going to use all the money to build Gundams anyway, so.
As they should.
They already got a working prototype.
Yeah, that's true.
People talking about drones. Wait until you see giant robots walking around.
I missed by a fucking hair. I hate this.
You know what? Someone at the DOJ probably went to Chat GPT and said, "Should I sell this Bitcoin now?" And it said yes.
That's a possibility. So yeah, daily RSI, low. It's never been as low as when we were at 67K on the actually the 5th of November. That's funny. 128 RSI. But if we just look at the last two dips, we had 55 RSI last time, and this time we got 55.6. Lower low on daily RSI. Price action. Well, the daily candle closed in a bullish candle, by the way, and it didn't put a low. That's called. That has a name. It's a divergence, and it's a bullish one. I mean, not by much. I guess it's equal lows on RSI. Actually, no, it's lower. Lower low on RSI, higher low on price action. So.
Yeah. Well, what TradingView says. They said Bitcoin price faces mounting pressure. Bears take the lead.
Well, I guess on the since 103, that's definitely true. But since 50K, zoom out. Don't forget to zoom out. That
Yeah,
journalist who wrote that article, no, tell them to zoom out because bears take the lead. I mean, they're decimated, man.
If you were holding Bitcoin at 13K, right? Would you have sold it at 105?
I did. I'm still holding from 15.5 along, literally. There's not a lot left in it, but still like roughly 1,000 contracts.
You just like seeing that little thing at the bottom for your entry 15K. It's like I'm never losing that.
Well, I don't think Bitcoin is gonna stop me out anytime soon, but it could honestly. I've round tripped so many stuff. Maybe next bear market bottom is gonna be below 15, but no. I plan to fully exit. Actually, no, I don't plan to fully exit. Sorry, I plan to add. Well, I don't know what I'm gonna do with what's left now. But I sold 106 on the way up a little bit.
Oh, you sold 106 Bitcoin on the way up?
No, no, but there's still it's not that slow. I mean, it's for me it's decent size, and I think a good plan, like a bit of a crazy plan, would be to stop selling because I just sold from it. I sold a bit at 30K. I sold a bit. Actually, I didn't sell at 48. I think, and here I sold a bit too. Instead of doing that, maybe it's a good idea to like add to it. Because there's no point in having a stop loss at 15K anymore. I could bring it to below the next bear market bottom. So right now, I think Bitcoin has a chance of holding 25K at next bear market bottom. So I could add a bit. If we touch the daily 200, that's at 77.
You still got your Bybit account?
Yep. Yeah, Bybit are cool, man. They don't stop you out from leverage trades even when you're in them for 2 years or 3 years. Which is in 2 years. November 22. Even when you upgrade your account, you keep your trades. They had that UTA upgrade. At first, I thought you'd lose your trades, but actually, no. They just carry them on to the new account. But there are conditions. You have to be in profit. You can't be close to liquidation or something like that. But yeah, like bring the entry back up to like 30K. So double in at a dip, yeah. And then sell the next rally. But in the end, it's pointless. You can just open a long and add sufficient margin to it to have a liquidation at 15K if that's what you want. You can achieve that at any time. But I think we're not that many still holding from down there. Becoming rarer and rarer the more we pump. So liquidating those guys is gonna be a bit harder. $106.4. I did TP 106.4 on that trade. And on alts, I still have mental from down there. It's the only one that survived the alt carnage. Otherwise, I wouldn't. Like, oh man. Otherwise, oh, you don't want to know. Oh. Would have been so beautiful.
All right. Well, I gotta go. I'll see you guys later.
Hey, thanks for the chat. Actually, I'll go too.
What's going on, team? What's good, chat? What are y'all up to? We're not in short squeeze territory just yet, but we do have a fair amount of 100x liquidations above us. Where is... Alright, so we were talking about the retest of that bull flag, or breaking that uptrend, right? Being the invalidation for the bull flag. Broke the uptrend, quick reaction. Sort of bottoming off this demand zone for now. Yeah. So that bull flag is invalid. We can get rid of that. We can just focus on the trapping pattern volume. I mean, trapping volume pattern. Let me see something. A little bit of maintenance here. If anybody's prone to seizures, just look away from the screen for a second. All right, my bad. That was driving me crazy. What are they talking about, Mike? Shit, they better hurry up before Donnie gets in there. They ain't selling shit. It's possible, but watching the way Dixie pumped off the numbers today, it's pretty impressive. We'll see. We're gonna have to take this by baby steps. See exactly what we get out of this SBR, because I'm telling you, if they push that SBR bill the way that Cynthia Loomis wrote it, there's provisions in there for taking percentage of our gold supply and using it to buy Bitcoin. So then we really have to relook at gold at that point. But we've done, we've gone back and we've looked at the data without any sort of bias. And 90% of the time, during Republican leaderships, the dollar goes down. During Democratic leadership, the dollar goes up. And just so we're clear, for our bags to pump the way we want them to pump, we want that dollar to come down. It's almost like wanting Bitcoin to dip so you can scoop it up, right? You want the dollar to dip so you can get as many dollars as you can with Bitcoin or whatever currency you're going to sell into the dollar at the top of the bull market. Then you buy as many cheap dollars as you possibly can. And when the bear market comes and the dollar starts to pump, now you're getting, percentages on your dollar. Dominance is coming down right now, but I don't want to look at it. I don't want to scare it away. That it's the coldest night in Florida in the past 13 years or some shit on the news earlier. Uncle's old school, right? Old heads they love gold, bro. Now, if I tell you, you're gonna laugh because it's not even super cold. But for Florida, hold on, let me check. $58 degrees, but it's like a Miami 58, bro. Like they're outside burning barrels and shit, huddled over flaming trash canisters. Yeah, bro. I'm good. This is hoodie weather. Yeah, I know. That's why. That's why I hesitated to say it because I know that you guys, some of y'all is snowed in. And then there's a warning: tomorrow's temperatures will be lower than today. Ooh. Yeah, it's probably a little bit colder further north. All right, we're gonna need to crawl over this 50. I'm about 50-50 here for like one last flush. into the midweek reversal. Right, if we go up time frame a little bit to like the 30-minute. Right, we see the range, clear range. We haven't had our bottom touch. And the bottom touch isn't really the issue. The issue is that we had this top side deviation. So we can't count out a bottom side deviation into this support. So in my opinion, we have one last night here for a 92.5, 90 flush. Like, it doesn't have to happen, but if it happens, we got to be prepared for it, right? And we are putting in bearish channel. Starting to. Doesn't look bad, just doesn't look like it's ready to go anywhere yet. We'll let Asian sessions shake out and see what UK has for us. But I think the majority of the pain is out of the way. I haven't ruled out one last liquidity sweep. Right, this bearish channel that we're in, if we can't break it. Right, how we were looking at this range. We've been trapped in this range here. And every time we've slightly deviated above, we've deviated below. Right? After deviating out of the top of this range, we can't rule out deviating below it. But we also can't forget that we've been getting front run around every corner. So the more obvious it looks like we're going to get that deviation out of the bottom of the range, the less likely, in my opinion, it is to actually happen. If anything, they'll fake it, come down, hit the bottom of the range, trap a bunch of people in shorts, and then send it back up. But so far, none of this has been a surprise, guys. Remember, came out of the weekend trap. We knew that the false move was going to be up, right? Which meant we had 24 hours till Monday to complete that move. 3 days down, midweek reversal. I'm going to say it now the same way I said it last time. When we start moving back up towards the top of this range, all this feeling of it's over, the bull market is over, all that shit everybody's going through right now is going to be out the window. You're not going to hear any of that. Right? We're going to go back to 150K talk, 200K talk. When we get to the top of this range, don't hesitate to take profits, guys. We did it here. I was screaming the same shit when we were here. We did it here. Just, you got to secure. We're going to stay in this range. And until we get any evidence that we're not going to stay in this range, we have to assume we're going to stay in this range, right? You got to secure some profits on some alts, guys. You're leaving money on the table. And you're dealing with a bunch of unnecessary anxiety every time we come down. You know, this was the end of the world. This was the end of the world. Now this is the end of the world. But we got to keep that same energy on the way up, right? While everybody's excited on the way up and ready to buy tops, ready to buy these breakouts, this is where we take profits. I'm using liquidation levels by Leviathan. Lee. This one right here. I've got a bunch of adjustments made to it though. Let me know if you pull it up. I'll show you my settings. All right, hold on.
Holding.
You know when you're done with that page and I'll scroll down. Nah, I got you, Scoob. Give me a second. I think that should be pretty close to default, if I remember correctly. No problem, brother. VPVR. That's what I got for inputs on VPVR. It's just changing the row size, really, right, to give you more definition. That way it just gives you, like, you know, more refined high volume nodes. You're welcome, bro. Should be a pretty quick run up through up to the to 94.9. We got a bit of a gap in the VPVR here. Yeah, it's the VPVR. So look, the red line right there. You go to that's Fibonacci. Go to style. PLC, value area high, value area low. I've just got it thin so you can't see it, but there, if I bolden it out, the yellow right there, that's the point of control, and then your white are your value area highs. I mostly tend to keep it off, really, only because so your value area high, I mean your point of control is just going to be your biggest, your longest value area node, or your longest volume node. Right, so you can see it without seeing it. Okay, point of control. Depends on how much information you have on the screen. Or if you just want to get a small area and have it be accurate, go to your fixed volume range, fixed range volume profile, and you can just select the area you're looking at, and it'll give you a small VPVR with a point of control and value area highs and lows. No, I hear you. Dbloc's not even wearing shoes. Dbloc got on those Kanye socks with the soles on them. Bitches are comfortable. More like ninja slippers than shoes. I'm scared to ask, Scott. Oh, like the okay. They're the actual shoe, or they're the thing that you attach to your boots or whatever. I've seen those ones that you attach, you strap on bikes and shit. Yeah. We just casually walking around the house with those on, bro. What are we doing? Oh, you got us out with you ice fishing. We find out you out on the lake right now chilling. Legit snowshoes though? Like tennis rackets? Or you mean like snow boots? Like in the cartoons when they put the tennis rackets on their feet? Oh, okay, okay. You know what I'm talking about, right? Got you. I'm not gonna lie, I like some of the snowboarding gear. If I was to get into all that, it would definitely be snowboarding, and probably just because they got the dopest gear. In case you gotta kick a polar bear in the nuts. You gotta be prepared. It's real in the field. I mean, just in case, you know. Plan for the best, prepare for the worst. Well, this is my thinking. You probably only got one attempt to hit the polar bear, right? And I mean, this is under obviously a situation where running away isn't an option. So you're probably only going to get one good swing at a polar bear. I might just take that risk and go for the steel toe to the nuts and just pray that they're somewhat like us. Yeah, you might have to stretch to get up there. It's another reason to stay limber now, just in case. All right, let me see. Yeah, bro, that's just new era tennis rackets. That's cool though. They got grip on the bottom, or do they slide? You can just skate with them. I'm not kicking a bear in the nuts with those things though. Oh, the point is not to. Okay, that's what I was saying. Is this thing supposed to keep you sturdy, or you're like, can we slide down the hill with this thing full speed? Because it kind of looks like fun. Hold on, let me show chat. You know what I mean? It's like mini snowboards for each foot. I got you. I got you. I mean, it looks like it works a lot better than tennis rackets. I'll give you that. That at least makes sense. Yeah, like really. At the most, there was enough snow to maybe you couldn't open the door right or something. Our biggest worry was that the snow stayed on the sidewalk long enough to pack into ice underneath it. And you busted your ass right in front of school. You want to know the best thing about New York in the winter? Some people might say it's, Times Square, Rockefeller Center, Christmas decorations, Santa Claus at Macy's. The best thing about New York in the winter is that you can't smell the piss in the subway. Like a good 4 months of just no pissy smell. It's amazing. Pay for it in the summer, but I think they're gonna use it to fake everybody out, honestly, Sergio. At this point, until I see some more evidence to the contrary. But all I can tell you is that every time we've come down to this range at 90, we've had some serious interest. Right? Bought up, bought up, bought up. Third, enchiladas sound good. A burrito right now would be dope. One thing I do envy about y'all in the West is those burritos are massive, yo. First time I saw what an actual burrito was supposed to look like, I feel like I've been robbed my whole life. Yeah, bro, it's ridiculous. That's just because you just had Mexican food, Tanner. Wait till tomorrow. See if you still feel the same. I don't even know what a sheets is. I know Wawa got some decent coffee. That shit sounds like a bad idea. But when you pull up to the gas station completely fried, I'm sure it seems amazing. Just like those little gas station cheeseburgers. You know what's gonna happen when you eat one. But eventually you're gonna stumble in that shit drunk. Or high or just starving, and you're gonna risk it. So it's like a restaurant that just like happens to be in a gas station then.
I don't know. I gotta get on voice. Like I can't put this in the like Sheets is it. I have had mozzarella sticks from the East Coast to the West Coast for almost 40 years. I've been on this planet, and if you want consistency on a delicious mozzarella stick, you go to Sheets.
Wow. That's
It's
high
like
praise.
imagine like a bunch of like it's not like gas station
Yeah.
microwave cheeseburgers. It's like a deep fryer. It's got all the things that a regular restaurant has, but you're just at a gas station. That's it.
I got you.
I would say
All
it's
right.
more of a restaurant. I would say it's more of a restaurant and
All right.
convenience
No,
store.
dude, what are you doing? A restaurant? You eat inside of a restaurant. You're not eating
Well,
inside of
what
Sheets,
I'm
are you?
saying though is it's more of like a. Dude, I live in where they were formed. I mean, we've been around forever. But I would say it's like restaurant quality food, but with a gas station attached to it. If you happen to want to
Dude,
get gas.
I
have
get
you
what
had
you
the
mean.
smokehouse
The
fries?
food is better than the gas. Like you go for the
Exactly.
food, you stay for the gas.
No,
Yeah,
you're
exactly.
getting gas, and they happen to have good food.
I got you. I got you. I got you.
Makes me want to go there right now, actually, but I just ate a snack, so I'm good now. But could go get a beverage, like a Gatorade or something. I don't know. I'm just chilling.
A lot of the gas stations are like that down here, but they're not like franchise, right? It's just like somebody has a little deli in the gas station, or somebody has a little sandwich shop or a pizza shop.
Yeah, but it's a chain.
That's
And
what I
it's
mean.
like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Cool thing is they're still family owned and operated, so they're really pumping out the stores, man. It's amazing whenever growing up having like 4 or 5 of the original stores, and all of a sudden it's like they're everywhere. They've worked their way down to like North Carolina and stuff now, but Eastern PA is more Wawa. Western PA is all Sheets.
You guys see this Bitcoin Super Bowl commercial that's floating around?
Like an after release. Like the Super Bowl happened already, right?
No, it's like I guess scheduled for the next Super Bowl or something, or at least that's what the rumor is. I'll show you. I don't know what it is, but it was well made. Somebody put some effort into it, so it's got to be for some purpose. So it was just leaked, or they leaked it themselves. Hold on, I'll show you. Nah, they were tugging at the heartstrings with this one. Hold on.
Didn't used to be like this. Exhausting ourselves, leaving our homes, giving up precious time. and
I really
still
hope
not
I
able
Need a
to
Hero
afford
is the
nothing.
backdrop to this video.
It's playing right now. You hear it?
Broken money steals your energy, your time, your life. Thomas Jefferson tried to warn us about this. He knew that a currency that could be printed out of thin air would rob us all blind. Henry Ford proposed a new type of currency completely based off energy in 1921. He had this idea that an energy-backed currency would be the ultimate form of money, not just promises in paper. He believed an energy-backed currency was an honest way for people to prove the work they'd perform. Our money represents our value, our lives, our freedom, our energy. It's not right to have it constantly debased, but there is a solution out there. It's the most secure network the world has ever seen, without a single failure, ever, completely decentralized across the globe, backed by raw energy. There's millions of people all around the globe pouring every nickel and dime they have into this network, out there working tirelessly day and night, storing their energy into a brighter future.
That's one hell of a little piece of commercial right there, bro. Not for nothing. They killed that. I mean, it doesn't have anything on this one, but
I'm not a gold digger. I am a Ethereum and Bitcoin digger. So if you have any of those,
Have you seen the outtakes of
كلمني يا بابي. كلمني
damn it,
حبيبي.
the stoner guy from oh man, Half Baked with Chappelle, like the super stoner guy, Brian with the tie-dye shirt. There's like outtakes of him doing a pizza commercial in the 90s near a pool, and he's like hungry and annoyed, and so he keeps trying to like swat at the like guys who were like basically these are the artists of the pizza. They make sure the pizza looks the way it's supposed to look in the commercial.
yeah.
And this actor is having none of it, and he ends up throwing a guy in a pool. It's wild.
Frenar.
Déjale.
It look familiar, guys? Yeah, you can't. Only YouTube can hear it. For some reason, I don't know. I don't know why my Discord stream isn't sharing its audio. Let me see if I can figure that out real quick.
I think it's like set up that way. That way it wouldn't mirror. You have to like set it on to do it.
I think it might have been one of the things I turned off when we were getting that weird tinny double echo thing, remember?
Mm-hmm.
I did so many, I changed so much shit that probably has nothing to do with it. Just until it finally went away. Somebody with a lot of Bitcoin pays for a Super Bowl Bitcoin commercial. Galactic. A Bitcoin lobby. A DAO, something like that. You notice how slick they were, right? And how they didn't mention Satoshi, and they're trying to sell it to Middle America through Henry Ford. I thought that was interesting. Interesting choice. They're not wrong. I mean, that's a big jump saying that he's responsible for. Yeah, that's why I think they did it that way. Yep. Super top signal. The crypto.com commercials. To be fair, probably has a lot to do with when the Super Bowl is, right? Because at some point it's going to be the Super Bowl at the top of the bull market, and every crypto commercial is going to be a top signal. But yeah, Matt Damon telling everybody that fortune favors the brave at the top of the bull market was crazy work. Well, your bottom signals are usually the opposite, right? Your bottom signals are famous people telling you that Bitcoin is dead. When that becomes sort of the zeitgeist, you can't find anybody backing it. No celebrities, no influencers. They're all backing away from any investment that they had. Their communities are making fun of them for taking their salary in Bitcoin or whatever. Everybody's laughing. That's the bottom.
sir, baby. On the radar radio freestyles. Yo, Hanuman in the building. Step out, he gonna step in. All right, let's go. Is that first class, third world, running up the digits? Is that year money?